shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Hilly, a great start to the season, the sun's shining and we're top of the league. Couldn't have asked much more.
No, it's been a fantastic kind of month to start the season, and game by game, and we've got another opportunity this week against Northamptonshire.
Really strong start, as we mentioned. What's impressed you most about the way that the team performed?
I just think everybody's kind of doing their job, really. Everybody's kind of chipping in each game. If you look at it, everybody's kind of put their hand up individually in each game, so that's great to see that it's all 11 blokes making an impact.
And certainly you can count yourself amongst that with your individual form. I think you're in the top 10 run scorers in Division 2, 293 runs, a touch under 50. How good are you feeling with the bat?
Yeah, it's nice. Got a really good rhythm at the minute and kind of playing nice and positively. So yeah, it's fantastic. But most importantly, we've got those 2 wins and 2 draws as well. But it's great to kind of contribute as I'm doing at the minute.
And the biggest change for you this season, obviously the captaincy being alleviated, the stress that comes with that. How are you feeling now that the pressure's off?
Oh yeah, just a little bit freer, to be fair. Like, I'm really enjoying my cricket again, and a under Fons and Pete, they're doing a great job, and just really happy to be kind of putting some performances on the pitch to help the team, really. Yeah, it's great.
You touched on previously the stress that did come with the captaincy, obviously the hair loss as well, and the pressures that came with that. You then came back in January after a bit more of a reset. How did you feel at that point?
Yeah, I had 3 months off till the new year, and that was actually just really refreshing. To be fair, I actually picked up my cricket bats from my house and put them in my mum and dad's spare room, which they thought was a bit crazy, but it kind of really cleared my mind of cricket. When I came back in January, just kind of hit the ground running straight away. Really, I was talking with James Taylor, and he said, "Oh, have you been netting before Christmas?" I said, "Oh no, I haven't actually picked up a bat," but I think that freshness that it gave me definitely gave me gave the enjoyment back, really, of going back in January. So yeah, really enjoyed that time off, and thanks to the guys that gave it me, but really happy to be contributing. So yeah.
And do you feel like you've got a new lease of life again now with the bat and obviously in the field as well, feeling that freer? And
Yeah, like I think as I've said a few times, like I love doing it, but it was definitely the time to kind of finish doing it last year and go back to just being a batter and contributing for the team, and we're doing fantastically well, which is fantastic.
And you can reflect on your time as captain really proudly, obviously with the One Day Cup trophy win, and also the way that the team performed in sort of the development of red ball cricket. You must be proud the way that you reflect on your time as skipper.
Yeah, honestly, I love doing it. It was a fantastic thing. It's a really nice thing to say in kind of 10, 20 years' time when I look back at kind of my cricket career, and I did 2 years of club captain at Leicester, something that I'll never forget. But as I say, it kind of came to the end last year, and I kind of knew it, and I wanted to go back to spinning in the ranks and contribute with the bat, which is going quite well so far, so hopefully I can continue.
And it'll be a special weekend for you on Saturday. It'll be the 10-year anniversary since your first class debut for the club. How do you reflect on that decade as a Fox?
Yeah, amazing, really. Like, obviously I came through the academy and I was a little bit later getting my contract at 23, but look, I'm really lucky to kind of do this job. Being a professional cricketer and do it for 10 years, it makes it even more special. Like, I feel like the last 4 or 5 years I've really kind of cracked on and kind of stamped my authority, which is fantastic. Obviously the first few years I did okay. In the middle part of my career I kind of probably maybe a little bit lucky to kind of keep my contract, really, because I didn't kind of contribute as much as I wanted to, but I'm really happy with doing 10 years at Leicester and hopefully a few more to come as well.
You say there's anything that changed in that period of time that made you sort of solidify your place and get runs, or was it just...
Don't know. Obviously got a little family now, and obviously you have to kind of provide for them, don't you? So I think that was kind of a big changing point. Not that I'm telling everybody to kind of have a baby and improve your cricket, but definitely kind of contributing for the family kind of was definitely high on my kind of list of
motivators?
Yeah, like motivators, and that definitely changed, and yeah, it continues to do well, hopefully.
And just finally, Northants this week, heading into a mini break afterwards. How nice would it be to end this block with another win?
I mean, that would be fantastic, but kind of all we want to do is do exactly what we've done in each game so far, and that is everybody kind of stand up, and if it's your day, you kind of take the ball by the horns and really make a great impact for the team, and hopefully at the end of the game we can come out on that winning side and put us in an even stronger position. But like I say, we've done fantastically well so far, but we're only 4 games in, so we take game after game and then see where we are.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
first and second slip, really.
Yes, Anderson was played against Leicestershire seconds in the game at Kibworth that was over rather earlier than hoped for from a Northamptonshire point of view. Leicestershire winning in 2 days, but he did get some useful overs under his belt. Played a couple of games for the seconds. I think they just want to make sure that his knee is absolutely right before risking him in Championship cricket.
He's going to go around the wicket. He's had enough of pushing it too far across Budinger. He's going to try and cramp him up a little bit, or try and straighten one, perhaps off the pitch. In he comes and bowls, and that hits the pad. It's an appeal for leg before he was shuffling down the pitch. Umpire Redfern does not raise her finger, but she does raise her left knee and gives it a tap. So bat not involved. It ran down to the fine leg boundary. And that is 4 leg byes for the Leicestershire cause. 5 without loss after 1 over. Just probably got outside off and shuffled down a long way as well.
Yeah, I think so. Just didn't looked to have a huge amount going for it. But Ben Sanderson, I know, will be delighted to be on parade today. Not only because he doesn't live too far away, but because his record against Leicestershire over the years. We were talking about this off air. 42 wickets at just under 21 apiece in matches against Leicestershire, so certainly one of his favoured opponents, along with Derbyshire and Sussex, the 3 sides that he's got particularly good records against. And now we're going to see Harry Conway, who was awarded his playing cap in the huddle before the start. The big, tall Australian fast bowler, 32 years old, becoming Northamptonshire's 560th first-class cricketer. Going to be playing in the 4 championship matches in May, and he's running away from us from this pavilion end and bowls to Patel outside the off stump. Nice shape taken by Lewis McManus in front of first slip. Conway was Northamptonshire feeling that they just needed to boost the seam bowling department somewhat. The 2 changes from the previous game against Derby, which seems a long time ago now, Northamptonshire having missed the last round of matches. Conway and Sanderson in for Liam Guthrie and Dominic Leach. 4 slips. Conway in bowls, very full. Forward goes Patel. It goes off a thickish inside edge out to Bartlett at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Northamptonshire keeping hold of Calvin Harrison as well, the Nottinghamshire leg-spinning all-rounder. Had that wonderful game up at Old Trafford on debut. 11 wickets, the best match bowling figures by a Northamptonshire bowler on first-class debut for the county. Didn't have a lot to do against Derby, but he's staying with the club for the next couple of games. Is Conway in again and bowls, and that's turned away nicely by Patel. Certainly 1. I think that's all there'll be as it goes down to Sanderson down there on the boundary. Sends in his familiar sort of sidearm throw into McManus, and Patel goes to 2, and Leicestershire put into bat 6 for no wicket. I was saying to Northamptonshire's coach Darren Lehman yesterday, Richard, that a very high preponderance of draws in matches between these 2 sides in Championship cricket last 20 years. They've played 29 times and 17 draws. 9 wins for Northamptonshire, 3 for Leicestershire. Now Conway staying over the wicket to the left-handed Budinger. It's wide outside the off stump, but again there's a slightly sort of trampoline-y bounce, and it goes through, taken by McManus at head height, but it was too wide really for Budinger to have to worry about it. Rather overcast, hazy sort of morning, but pleasant enough, a little bit less hot and humid than it was yesterday.
I'm glad I brought my gilet now. It was
yeah, so the fleece is in the
anticipating warmer weather.
The fleece is in the car just in case. Here's Conway in again to bowl to Budinger, and that shapes back into the left-hander. Goes forward, plays it up back past his batting partner. Proctor comes across to field and there's no run. It means that in this match at least, Luke Proctor is not opening the batting and opening the bowling, which he has done in the last couple of games.
Yes, Ian Holland has done so for Leicestershire certainly at the end of last season, and I think the first game of this at Glamorgan, but that was partly because Rishi Patel dislocated his thumb fielding in the slips. Second over, third over of the day.
Here's Conway. In again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Budinger, taken by McManus, and that's the end of Harry Conway's first over in first-class cricket for Northamptonshire. At the end of it, just a single scored. Leicestershire are 6 for no wicket, 2 to Patel. Budinger still looking for his first run, and those 4-leg byes as Liam Guthrie comes on with a helmet, which makes me think we are for safe say, but we're going to have a short leg in, I wonder.
Well, as I mentioned, Rishi Patel's dislocated thumb there, third over of the match, third over of the season, so he was back against Gloucestershire at Bristol last week for the first time and didn't have the greatest return. Bowled leaving one for a duck and palpably leg before for one, or t'other way round. Either way, it was just the one run, so he'll be pleased to have picked up a couple of singles already, but he's surrounded by close fielders as Sanderson over the wicket. He shuffles down the pitch slightly, Patel. Sanderson sees he's coming, adjusts his length accordingly. Ball doesn't do too much though. Patel, with his weight, sort of standing tall on the back foot, plays it firmly back down the pitch to the Yorkshireman. Yes, Sanderson is a sort of Madsen-like figure with the ball as far as Leicestershire are concerned. We know Madsen will always score runs, and we assume that Sanderson will always take wickets. And yeah, well, Madsen has already lived up to that reputation this season. In goes Sanderson, bowls outside off stump, swings and bounces away from Patel, who leaves it. There's bounce, but it's not coming through too quickly. It looks to be a used pitch. A lot of grass left on it, but as we know at Grace Road, pitches can look as though they should do all sorts of things, but you know, they tend not to in the end. So we shall see, but the ground looks lovely.
It does.
The lime trees all out now, down Milligan Road, as in goes Sanderson and bowls. Forward goes Patel, bat and pad nicely close together, drops it out into the offside. Momentarily thinks about a single, realises that point is closing on the ball already, and there is no chance of a run. Holds up his hand to Budinger.
It's an absolute picture, isn't it? Really does look super. Nice little ceremony also before the start with involving the Hull family and Josh Hull.
Yes, indeed. Northamptonshire sort of based, I suppose,
yes,
but
right, yes.
Josh awarded his cap by Leicestershire at the start of the game, given his cap. An international player, of course. England Test star. In goes Sanderson and bowls. Patel is pleasantly forward, again a long way forward. May come the point where McManus considers standing up, but not yet, understandably enough.
And that entitles him, where's the gold fox now, isn't it?
It does, yes, as opposed to the red fox. The Northamptonshire caps sort of likewise have a differential, don't they?
Yes, the piping for capped players. So Ricardo Vasconcelos in there at second slip wearing one of the capped players' caps.
Sanderson bowls again, not too much movement. Patel is solidly forward on off stump, dropping the ball out into the offside.
They fell out of favour for a while. I don't think the previous head coach was a big fan. He felt that I see the point, that he felt that players should go out wearing the same cap because their contribution is the same, whether they're captain, capped or whatever. But I think the players who had them rather like them, and now this with the new head coach, they're back on view. A couple of them out there now.
Sanderson bowls. Patel is forward, thick outside part of the bat as that one is zeroed in on middle stump. But he manages to squeeze it away into the covers, and again a nagging, typically accurate over from Ben Sanderson, but for the most part Patel played it pretty well. It was a maiden. 6 without loss remains the score. 3 overs have been bowled. Sun threatens to come back out at the Uptonsteel county ground, and
the younger generation getting exposed to red ball cricket. Here's Conway starting his second over, and Budinger pushes it up to mid-off, where Luke Proctor, also wearing one of the players' caps with the piping. One of 4, I think, out there this morning. Proctor, Keogh, Sanderson and Vasconcelos. Just a quick scan round the field, have all got their capped players' caps on. I had the wonderful experience. It's a sort of double treat, really, Richard, on Sunday. Come back to that in a second. Conway turns to run away from us and bowl to Sol Budinger, who drives out into the covers, finds the gap between backward point and extra. He's going to get a couple of runs as Proctor chases it out towards the meet. They come back for 2, so Sol Budinger is up and running. 2 to him, 8 for no wicket.
What are they going to do if somebody hits a 4?
There could be a pitch invasion. There could be uproar.
It's lovely.
It's great. No, it's absolutely terrific. And sun out fully now. It's very, very nice morning here in Leicester. Yes, I was watching my club Oundle Town playing in the National Club Knockout on Sunday with the whole family, because Ollie, Josh's brother, was playing for Oundle against Saffron Walden. Here's Conway in again and bowls and driven beautifully by Budinger for 4. Over-pitched, and well, there you go. We find out what they're loving it. That was a lovely shot by Budinger. It was full. It invited the drive, and Proctor, it's almost a sort of wideish mid-on, come extra cover, and just went racing away over the outfield for 4. So takes Budinger to 6, and Leicestershire to 12 for no wicket. Conway with number 13 on his back. Still 4 slips in. And he bowls again to Budinger outside the off stump, left alone. So yes, they were obviously following the final stages of that gripping game for Leicestershire against Gloucestershire down at Bristol. And they were listening to your commentary and hoping that Josh wasn't going to be required to go out and bat, which in the end he wasn't, of course. But
I suspect Josh was of the same mind as he sat on the balcony chewing his nails.
I suspect he probably was. But
having, in the first innings, made a first-class career best with the bat, so perhaps he was fully confident.
Conway. And again to bowl to Budinger on his hip. Turns it out into the onside, but straight to Zabe at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Save Zabe, with hundreds in his last 2 championship innings, one at Old Trafford and one at Derby. It's in pretty good nick. Also been bowling quite tidily as well. Developed a bit of a golden arm this year. 6 wickets at 8. He's picked up the last 2 wickets of the Kent innings at Northampton in successive balls. Now one of the slips has gone out. They've reinforced the offside cordon, Broad in at extra cover now as Conway is in, bowls down the leg side, not taken cleanly by the diving McManus, and that I think will be a bye. It is signalled a bye by umpire Lloyd. So 1 more onto the total at the end of the over. 13 for no wicket, 6 to Budinger, 2 to Patel. Leicestershire after being put into bat by Luke Proctor. But that sounded like a wonderful denouement to that game down at Bristol.
Slightly more nerve-wracking than Leicestershire would have liked, but they did manage to get over the line in the end. And I was really pleased that the pitch at Bristol made a real effort to get some life into it. And it wasn't marked down. It was as much, if not more, about swing than seam, the conditions being suitable therefore, and it was very good bowling from both sides, plus a certain mentality amongst the batsmen that sort of rather infected them. Round the wicket comes Sanderson, bowls, and he draws Budinger into a firm-handed push that's in the air for a few feet. He sort of did him in the flight, if a seamer can do a batsman in the flight as opposed to a spinner. He was drawn at playing a little bit too soon, but my initial thoughts about the pitch, I don't know what you think, Rad, is we're only 5 overs or 4 overs in. It doesn't look to be a huge amount of pace in it.
Not a lot of pace in it, no.
So we shall see.
It's a slightly loopy bounce, isn't it?
It's a bit tennis bally. Sanderson is in, and he's going to pick up runs there. Budinger, as he punches it firmly back past Sanderson, who falls and sort of dives to his right. Is it going to be cut off by Proctor? It's not. orgiastic cheers from the school children who are all standing now. Bless their hearts, it just made it over the line. They are leaving no doubt in anybody's mind who they are supporting. Budinger picks up a second. Very, very pleasant off-driven four.
Quite right too. Get into the game. Well, they've got bank holiday on Monday, haven't they? So they can. This is a nice outing on a Friday.
It is. No work involved. In goes Sanderson and bowls outside off stump, a little bit short, and Budinger is drawn into a nothing shot, really. A little sort of attempt to flick it down between fourth slip and backward point. It really was not a percentage shot, but he's gotten away with it. That's how Budinger will approach his innings. He will try and score, and he has been excellent so far this season. 284 runs at 47s. He's had starts in all of his innings, and he's in double figures again here. Budinger is turning that one nicely through mid-wicket towards the children, who are going to love this. It's crossing the ropes in front of them and hopping up and down with joy. It's a primary school group, I would say.
Yes, I think so.
What, 7, 8 years? They look tiny from here, bless their hearts, but they're loving it.
They've brought down the average age of the crowd considerably. I think that's often the case of the first morning of a championship match, but it's wonderful.
I shall have to try and find out which school they're from.
Yes.
Perhaps somebody from Leicestershire who's listening can drop me a text and let me know. We'll give them a shout out. Sanderson in again to Budinger, punched back down the pitch again in the air for a good few feet on this way back down, bearing in mind what we were saying about, or sort of bearing out what we were saying about perhaps a slight lack of pace in the pitch. The pitch at Bristol was a little bit too paced, but if you did pitch it up, it did zip through nicely.
Wasn't a hybrid,
Not
was
sure
it?
this is.
Bristol?
No, I don't think so.
No, it's just Northamptonshire probably have feelings about Bristol pitches, especially hybrid ones.
Well, everybody was expecting
after last year.
Yeah. Well, yes, but
Game over at tea on the first day.
Sanderson bowls. That's a nice delivery from over the wicket. Shapes back in from sort of just outside off towards off, but Budinger equal to it, defends it back down the pitch. I think the general consensus on that is that the umpire slightly overreacted, but there you go.
Well,
one of them is here.
One of them is here. Yes, that's right. It was an interesting afternoon. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
21 for no wicket. Good start by the home side after being put into bat. Leicestershire, rather surprisingly, when I was doing the notes yesterday, haven't beaten Northamptonshire in a championship match here at the Uptonsteel County Ground for 15 years. April 2010 was Leicestershire's last win over Northamptonshire on this ground. Here's Conway into bowl to Patel. Very full, driven back by Patel, but well fielded off his own bowling by the tall Harry Conway. Well, Matthew Hoggard was captain in that game.
I was thinking about Mr. Hoggard today because I drove past his sort of indoor cricket school, but in all the time I've been coming here, sort of 12 odd years now, not seen him. He hasn't been.
Well, the match-winning bowler for Leicestershire in that game was Claude Henderson. Picked up a 6 for.
Who is here?
In yes, in Northamptonshires first innings. Here's Conway to the right-handed Patel, who just drops a bat on it, runs it down into the slip cordon, and Harrison trots across from third slip to retrieve, and there's no run. 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and Sanderson grazing down at long leg in front of the main scoreboard and the covers. It's rather hazy, overcast morning here in Leicester. Conway on debut for Northamptonshire turns. Bowls again to Patel, who drives away, finds the gap between backward point and extra cover. It's Saif Zaib who running out towards the old scoreboard, who reels it in, and they come back for 2. Nice looking shot from Rishi Patel. He goes to 4, and Leicestershire to 23 for no wicket. Yes, Harry Conway drafted in for the 4 championship matches during May. born in New South Wales and played his early first-class cricket for New South Wales before transferring his allegiance to South Australia. In and bowls to Patel, who's forward, head over the ball. Pushes it out towards mid-off, doesn't get that far. Zabe comes across some extra cover to field.
He's a big old unit.
He is. Darren Lehman was saying that, I don't know what he called him, a mad badger or something to that effect, and he said that the fans will love him. So, well, they'll love him certainly if he picks up a few wickets. Decent career record in first-class cricket, 119 wickets at 28, 46 matches. Conway in again and bowls and turned away into the onside by Patel, but straight to Bartlett at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Play for Australia under 19s, about, what, 13 years ago now. Last first-class match was at the end of November for South Australia, because they finished up winning the Sheffield Shield, but he wasn't involved. He picked up an injury around Christmas time and was playing for South Australia seconds in January and February. Running in again to bowl to Patel, who's beaten outside the off stump, and Conway turns round and almost asking question of umpire Graham Lloyd. Nobody else was remotely interested, but well,
It was pointing at him and sort of, were you watching?
It was,
Did you see
did you see?
We didn't sort of.
What a ball that was!
Wow.
23 for no wicket at the end of the over. Conway's bowled 3 overs for 9. Patel is 4. Budinger is 14.
Yeah, we'll wait before casting too much judgment on the pitch, but just once the lacquer is off the ball, it might sort of, and off the seam as well, might just do a little bit more. But at the moment, my initial reaction is it might not been such a terrible toss to lose, because I'm pretty sure Leicestershire would have bowled first as well. But we shall see. Down to 3 slips at this pavilion end, as well as coming in from the Bennett end is Ben Sanderson. Bowls to Budinger, who goes for the big booming drive and almost falls over, reaching for it so far, and he certainly doesn't connect. And again, Budinger taking a risk that he was eschewing in the first couple of overs, and maybe best advised to do the same, but he will be aggressive, and it's paid off for him, as I've said already, so far this season. It just the gloves, and then he asks Sanderson just to wait a second. I don't know why, nobody's behind the bowler's arm, but he's happy now. Sanderson is in and bowls, and driving again is Budinger. Checks the shot really, because there was a little bit of shape back in. It was a foolish delivery. Nice sound of ball off bat, and it runs very firmly out to a straightish mid-off, but not sufficiently firmly to beat Proctor moving across to his left.
Northamptonshire opted to bowl first against Kent at Northampton. Only picked up 3 wickets before lunch, and Kent got up to 230 eventually, which was too many really, as it proved, and they were put into bat up at Old Trafford.
Sanderson bowls a beauty, bounces and leaves Budinger as he walks down the pitch towards the ball. He tries to defend it, but it is too good and beats everything. Bounce and movement, lovely stuff from Sanderson.
Put into bat at Old Trafford to the surprise of many, and finished up getting nearly 500, and opted to bowl first against Derbyshire last time out, and again picked up 3 wickets before lunch, and so they would hope for that as a minimum, you would have thought, having decided to bowl first.
Sanderson in, bowls outside off stump, and a slightly desperate swipe really from Budinger. Nowhere near being in the right position, quite where he was looking to hit that. He rehearses a drive through the covers, but that's not where that ball would have gone had he hit it in the middle. He was fortunate not to get any bat on it at all, but that, for such an aesthetically pleasing batsman, when he gets it right, was not a pretty shot.
Although Sanderson was saying it's his first game of the season, he was up at Derby helping out the coaching staff, doing some of the practice. Just wanted to be, I think, involved in the squad, which is good to see.
And he comes and bowls. Fuller swings in a touch, but this time Budinger manages to cover up, plays defensively, which had to be the right shot, pushes it out on the front foot to Proctor at mid-off. I guess he's probably thinking of, future years to a certain extent.
Well,
I'm sure.
Absolutely, and I mean, you couldn't think of a better mentor for young fast bowlers, young seam bowlers than Ben Sanderson, closing in on 400 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire.
Bowls. Budinger looks to whip him away down the leg side. It's a peel for leg before he was well across. It looked a decent shout, that. Umpire Redfern is not interested. Well, she's interested, but not sufficiently so to raise the finger again. We shall have a look on the stream. Let's see how close it... It wasn't a bad shout. It was swinging and theoretically swinging down the leg side, but he got so far across that maybe got a little inside edge on it. But either way, Sanderson disappointed to see umpire Redfern immediately turn the appeal down.
Well, this is interesting because we said about Luke Proctor opening the batting and opening the bowling. Harry Conway having bowled just the 3 overs is giving way to his captain, Luke Proctor, who has bowled beautifully this year with the new ball. And he's running in from this pavilion end and pitching it up to Patel, who pushes it out into the covers where Zabe feels. Still 3 slips in.
They might wobble it around more than Conway with that.
Yeah.
It is still a bit humid, isn't it? You can sort of feel it in the air.
It is. Well, Proctor has this sort of bustling, slightly off the wrong foot bowling action. He's only picked up 4 wickets at 39 this year. Here's Proctor in bowls, and that's an absolute jaffer that's lifted and left Rishi Patel. It goes through to Lewis McManus. In fact, I think going into the 3rd game up at Derby, he'd taken 1 wicket for 100, and he said he was starting to get a bit desperate because that in no way reflected how well he bowled. The spell in that first game against Kent, he just kept going past the bat and without anybody nicking it. Here's Proctor in again, bowls, and this time Patel is solidly in behind it, plays it up to Conway, towering figure at mid-on, and there's no run. But bowled very nicely up at Derby. 3 for 61 in the first innings. Didn't bowl much in the second innings, and was talking to him afterwards, and I think the amount of bowling that all of them had to do up at Old Trafford just left its mark a little bit. Here's Proctor in again, bowls, and again Patel solid in defence, plays it back to the bowler. But of course they will have had now most of the bowlers have had a week's rest, Northamptonshire having sat out the previous round of championship matches. Proctor running away from us to bowl to Patel. That's on leg stump, clipped away by Patel. Certainly 1, probably 2, and there will be 2. Ben Sanderson coming in off the boundary at long leg to field, sends in his return, good one to McManus, but comfortable 2 for Rishi Patel. He goes to 6, and Leicestershire to 25 for no wicket. It was a lovely comment that Luke Proctor was telling me that he'd had from his old mate Simon Kerrigan. There's Proctor in again, bowls, and finds the edge of Patel's bat, and he's going to get 4 runs as it runs away wide of 3rd slip. There is no 3rd man. How many times do we find ourselves saying that? And it's run away for 4, so moral victory for Proctor to finish the over, but 4 more runs to Rishi Patel. He goes into double figures, 10 to him, and Leicestershire 29 for no wicket. Simon Kerrigan is now involved at Warwickshire, and former Lancashire and England and Northamptonshire spinner, of course, and he saw that Luke was now these days opening the batting and opening the bowling, and mindful of the practice in the Lancashire League, he said, "Are you the pro?" So he has to do more or less everything. But he's had a very impressive start to the season, not least with a bat. Career best 150 last time out up at Derby. And he's playing cricket with a smile on his face, which is nice to see.
Sanderson casting a dark shadow now, is into Budinger, outside off stump, steered very nicely down to wide 3rd man for 4. by Budinger. So consecutive boundaries in different styles to the Leicestershire openers. Takes the score on to 33. Budinger on to 18.
It's a lovely shot. He saddled so much time, didn't he? And just opened the face.
Almost off the front foot, wasn't it?
As you say, very aesthetically pleasing.
In you were talking about third man and not having one. In their innings of sort of 430 or whatever it was, 426, something like that against Derbyshire, over 100 runs came for Leicestershire down to third man. In goes Sanderson and bowls and played in the air through backward square by Budinger. Might go all the way. Conway puts in, goes down in stages, but he gets there, puts in the, I was going to say slide, but he made the stop, bless him. Down there at deep backward square in front of the meet and keeps Budinger to 3 instead of 4. He moves on to 21.
It was a bit like raising the Thames barrier, that wasn't it? Really, it took a while, but he got.
What is he? 6'5", something like that.
Something like that, and big with it. Reminds me physically. Reminds me a little bit of Gus Fraser. Somebody
absolutely
of that
see
sort of
that.
stature.
Yeah, absolutely see that. So the runs have come in the last few balls, 36 without loss. In goes Sanderson, bowls to Patel, who walks into the careful defensive shot, pushing very slightly across the line. Ball goes out towards mid-on and there's no run. Run rate over 4s. They've tended to score quickly. Patel 10 off 23, Budinger 21 off 28. Certainly when Ahmed has been opening the batting, although not at Bristol last week when it comes off for him.
He's going to move forward, isn't it?
Sanderson is in. There's an appeal 4 leg before I think he got outside the line again, and it also sounded a little bit woody. But third appeal for Ben Sanderson, all 3 turned down by umpire Sue Redfern. Camera just cut away from at the moment it was striking the pad, but again I think it just about shuffled down and outside the line. He was looking to work it across the line. Worth a shout. Keep it in the umpire's mind. Sanderson in again and bowls. Patel defends that one solidly enough. Back down the pitch to Ben Sanderson. Picks it up and throws it to mid-off. Still got the 3 slips. Still hasn't got a third man. He has a long leg and he has a deep backward square. On the boundary, safe save in front of the manual scoreboard.
Third Man Preservation Society will be on the march, won't they? Oh, is that your car alarm?
I doubt it. It's somewhere down Milligan Road, I
That's
think.
right.
As Sanderson bowls and Patel works it nicely in front of square. Graham Lloyd steps neatly to one side. Safe Zabe walks in and fields, forms a long barrier. Patel takes the single and keeps the strike. He moves on to 11, 37 without loss. Leicestershire after being put in after 9 overs. Budinger has 21.
I was thinking, Richard, as you were describing earlier on, how lovely the ground looks this morning. This beautiful morning, sunshine and trees in full bloom. When we were together on this ground last year in the championship match, when we had after the second day's play, the ground was absolutely flooded, and not just a bit of water around, it was flooded, and we had ducks on the outfield and all sorts. The ground staff did an incredible job to get some cricket on the last day. Proctor in, starting a fresh over to Patel, who's solid in defence, pushes it out into the offside. Zabe comes in full of energy as ever, and there's no run. You couldn't imagine a more different scene to what we have at the moment. It was extraordinary. I don't think I've ever seen a county ground looking quite so rain battered as that was here. Down the leg side goes Proctor. Good take down the leg side by Lewis McManus as Patel just tries to clip it away down to fine leg, doesn't get a bat on it.
Haven't given you the ways to get in touch with us so far. Try and do that between deliveries. You can contact Radders on X, should you wish, at oldmanrad, double D.
Proctor. And again to bowl to Patel, who's on the front foot. Again, nice solid defensive push. Sabe sprints in to field and there's no run.
I can offer you blue sky at richr23. You can contact me on email. A few people have already this season. richardray23 at gmail.com finds me. Always really pleased to hear from you wherever you are, especially if you're far afield.
Proctor in again to bowl to Patel. Lovely looking on drive and well fielded by Harry Conway, who again, as Richard described it earlier, goes down in stages but saves probably a boundary. They come through for a single, 38 for no wicket. Patel to 12.
He got there, didn't he? That was the main thing.
He got there in the end, yes.
Abbey Mead Primary School.
Right. Is that in?
Welcome.
Is that actually in Leicester?
In Leicester? Yes, absolutely. Abbey Mead are sitting enjoying the sun.
Well, thoroughly enjoying themselves, and I think we're thoroughly enjoying having them here and bringing their enthusiasm into the mix this first morning here at Grace Road. Proctor's in, bowls to Budinger. Forward again comes the left-hander, plays it out into the covers. Bartlett coming around to field. It's an interesting one because George Bartlett is not wearing a floppy white sun hat, and I mention this because it tended to be the first couple of games this year, the start of a session, first session of a day's play would have the floppy white on and then would revert to the cap, but he's got the cap on from the start. Hits Budinger on the thigh pad, runs down towards fine leg, and they're going to come through for a run. So there was a bit of bat on it as well. Bat on to pad. No signal from umpire Graham Lloyd. It's another run to finish the over to Sol Budinger, who keeps the bowling as well. 22 to him, 12 to Rishi Patel, and Leicestershire 39 for no wicket after 40 minutes play. Bright start for the home side and Division 2 leaders.
All right, an explanation for the change, partly going to give Harry Conway a go from the Bennett end, coming down the slight slope here at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
Justin Broad is also limbering up, so maybe he's going to have a little bowl, perhaps at this end, replacing Proctor.
For those who aren't familiar with it, the occasional sort of rattling metal noise you will pick up in the effects mic is the sound of people walking on the Morris Burrows terrace alongside us, which has a sort of metal grill flooring on it because it's a flat roof, and so it's got a sort of raised metal grill flooring, but it does echo slightly, so you'll get used to it. We have. Round the wicket comes Conway and bowls outside off stump. Budinger with a lot of time just sort of waits for that one, and then off the back foot guides it down towards backward point, really, rather than deepish gully, but there's no run.
And it's the wonderful sign up on the 40 steps that we come up to our commentary position, which is a superb view, about not wearing heeled shoes.
Not suitable for high heels.
High heels,
not
yes.
suitable for heels. So we take them off before we come up. There's Conway. Very straight run is in. Budinger drives. It's a thick inside edge, but he's going to pick up a couple of runs. That's a long chase for Proctor out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Puts in the slide, picks up left-handed, throws, keeps it to 2. Good work by the skipper. Could easily have been 3 to somebody else, but a little bit of a moral victory there for Conway. It's a thick inside edge, but the bats these days, goodness. You don't necessarily have to middle it. Budinger on to 24 from 32, 40 up for the Foxes, 41 without loss off 10.2. Conway, a little sort of skip and a jump to start his run. In he comes and bowls, tucks Budinger up. It sort of whistles in the dive region. Or just starts and the ball drops to the ground. Conway gets to it.
Right, my through platform heels at home then.
Sweet time coming in. Umpire Redfern is in, bowls, drifts in towards mid and leg and pushing to turn it comfortably to the more or less vacant leg. Only Bartlett running in for square, closing on the ball. So most comfortable of singles to Sol Budinger.
I did get a note from Drew to say that I think very early on they were struggling to hear us on the live stream, but now all is well, and we are booming out loud and clear to all parts of the world.
Conway over the wicket, bowls to Patel, and he over pitches on middle leg, clipped away nicely by Rishi Patel, but almost too nicely in a way because it gets quickly down towards wide long leg, and as a consequence it will only be a single. Patel on to 13.43 without loss. Who'd be a captain? I think any skipper would have bowled first, wouldn't they?
Oh,
Seeing
absolutely.
The pitch, and at the moment, they're not getting the response from it they would have hoped for, but we are only into 10.5 overs, so you never quite know. In goes Conway and bowls, but into drives very pleasantly. Wasn't at the pitch of the ball again, and Conway gestures in disbelief that has gone through wideish extra cover, beating safe save and indeed mid-off, and going out to the boundary for 4. Effortless shot, really, just lent into it. Managed to get on top of the bounce, as I say, without getting anywhere near the pitch of it, but even so, away it sped to the extra cover boundary for 4. And Conway beginning to rethink his career choice. What am I doing here? Four games? Oh well.
Yes, it's not probably quite what he was expecting, but anyway, full credit to these two who've done a cracking job for Leicestershire. And as you say, I think looking from a distance, I think we all would have said, it's a bowl first, especially with a little bit of humidity, a little bit of haziness might just have helped the overhead. And well, it's supposed to be captain's hand on his shoulder smoke, but at the moment it's Sanderson's hand on his captain's shoulder, having a chat with Luke Proctor, flanked as he is at mid-on and mid-off by 2 senior players in the side. Proctor in and bowls, and forced away by Patel. And again, there is no third man. It's gone in the gap between third slip and backward point. Run away for 4, and that is the 50 up for Leicestershire. And it's come in very good time off the first ball of the 12th over. After being put into bat, it's another boundary for Rishi Patel. He goes to 17. 51 for no wicket. Excellent start by the home side. Proctor is saying able to have a conversation with Rob Keogh if he turns one way. Ben Sanderson if he turns the other. Keogh at the moment, who tends to be BPO, ball polishing officer. He's done his job. He's tossed the ball to his captain, and Proctor is in again. Bowls to Patel. Again, Sabes have so much time just to push that into the covers. Zabe Fields.
You can almost see him restraining himself there, couldn't you? He wanted to launch into that. Point will come when he does.
Well, yeah, there just doesn't seem to be a lot of pace in this surface thus far. Another chat with Rob Keogh, coming up to 300 appearances for Northamptonshire across all formats. Rob Keogh is Proctor in bowl short, and Patel sways out of the way, and it's on the way back down when it gets to the gloves of Lewis McManus, which does give you an idea of just how little pace there seems to be in this surface. But Proctor just trying everything, try and make a breakthrough. He's in again, bowls, and Patel pushes it out to the onside, out to Bartlett at mid-wicket, and there's no run. This is the 194th County Championship meeting between these two sides. In a few years' time, there'll be all manner of high feasting for the 200th Northamptonshire Leicestershire Championship match, if there is a championship then. Here's Proctor in, bowls and pushed out again into the onside, out to Bartlett at mid-wicket, no run.
Northamptonshire's the chairman who's quite keen on a reduction to 12 championship games.
What was the comment? It was the quote was that the board was not averse to considering, which I wasn't hugely impressed with that, but anyway. Proctor in again, bowls turned away behind square by Patel. Should be just a single, and will be just a single as Harry Conway trots round to field. And nice bit of counting by Rishi Patel, because that was the end of the over. 18 to him, 29 to Sol Budinger, 52 for no wicket. We've had 12 overs. Yes, I mean, there seems to be fair, I think there seems to be a bit of a movement, what one gathers around the circuit, that we may be down to from 14 championship matches to 12. My personal view, for what it's worth, is that that's not a good thing. It means that we'll have lost a third of our championship cricket. We have 72 days championship cricket 40 years ago in '85. We'd now be down to 48 days, which, if you have a wet summer, it's not going to give you much of a competition at all.
Harry Conway over the wicket to Rishi Patel. He's looking to work it off his legs as a stifled appeal, suggesting it might have been inside edge onto the pad. No, it's a leg by signalled. It was slipping on down the leg side. The appeal sort of wasn't carried through. And Leicestershire's score moves on to 53. Rishi Patel remains on 18.
What I wonder, Richard, is whether anybody's actually asked any of the supporters, members, shareholders, whatever, what they think.
Well, we do know, obviously, that the championship is not a sort of staging championship matches is not a money-making proposition.
But staging test cricket is.
Exactly.
You need to get players from somewhere.
Exactly. Round the wicket comes Conway, bowls to Budinger again. All the time in the world as he waits for that one and then just guides it down to third man. There are just the two slips now, so not more options. There is a third man though, so that's one source of boundaries potentially cut off. Budinger has to settle for one, but happy to do so. He's moved on to 30. Another good start for Sol Budinger. Check his scores this season for you. Conway, who's he waving at? Does he want some sawdust? Can't want sawdust. Looked as though he was waving towards the groundsmen, or groundsmen. They are all men. I should say it's not a inappropriate use of the description. And we have a little bit of a delay. Sue Redfern has the ball in her left hand.
Got the handcuffs out yet, have they?
No.
To check them. No, they haven't.
Umpire Lloyd has not been involved in the discussion. We have a delay. No obvious reason.
I don't. Yeah,
why everybody's gesturing towards the ground
That's
staff.
right. They're pointing down, and now
Rishi
Patel's waving
over there now. Ground staff are not reacting, but I think he's sort of scraping at the. I think he just simply wants some sawdust. But
or maybe just the footholds of. We had this problem at Old Trafford, caused quite a long delay, where. Well, remember who it was who was bowling, was sort of digging a bit of a trench. Well, now there's the 12th man's scuttling off down to
well, I was going to say Louis Kimber's running off to tell them what it's all about, because they haven't reacted in any way, the ground staff at the moment. You just have to run on with a bucket of sawdust. And he's gone off to tell them.
Let's have a quick look at what's happening elsewhere while we've got a moment. Glamorgan made a good start against Derbyshire down at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. Glamorgan 55 for no wicket off 12, so very similar to Leicestershire's start here against Derby. Lancashire continuing to struggle, 23 for 2 against Gloucestershire at Old Trafford. George Bell and Keaton Jennings both out early.
They're not very happy, the members there.
They're not. No, there's a few rumblings. Kent 25 for 2 against Middlesex. Ben Compton inevitably is not out on 4 teams. Zach Crawley's gone for 6. LBW to Dane Patterson. Daniel Bell-Drummond's gone cheaply to Toby Rowland-Jones. In Division 1, Durham batting first against Hampshire, 48 for 1 down at Southampton. Emilio Gay, up to opening the innings in this game, has gone for 19. Essex 40 for no wicket, solid start for them against Somerset at Taunton. Dean Elgar, of course, back in the Essex side, first time this season. And Yorkshire 30 for 2 against Warwickshire at Headingley. Dom Bess opening the innings, out for 16. James Wharton's gone cheaply, and there's a young lad called Joe Root just gone in at number 4 to join Adam Lyth.
Brooke playing in that one. I think
He
both
is,
of them were going to
yeah,
be playing in
both,
that one.
both.
Sawdust has arrived.
Oh, good.
So that was only took 5-6 minutes.
It was. It's all good for the over 8, isn't it? I think it did rain. I don't know if you noticed it, but for about 5 minutes, I think, maybe 10 minutes in Leicester last night.
Did it?
Yeah,
I didn't notice.
Yeah, I was tapping away doing me prep, and could hear it hammering on the ground outside, and you could see there was just. I think we just caught the very edge of quite a heavy shower, but it rained for not a few minutes. But I don't suppose it's done any done any damage, because of course the pitch would have been fully covered. But the sawdust is on, and that has, as you say, used up 6-7 minutes. I would suspect now, because then I would put some at the other end. It's good for the member of the ground staff who's getting some steps in.
Yeah, but it's a young chap I don't recognise. So there's several on the ground staff whom I don't recognise at the moment.
It's like umpires and policemen. When they start to look young, it's a sign of getting old, Richard. When the ground staff start looking young.
His legs are a bit pale, so he's obviously not been sort of here for the last 30 years. It's usually a requirement of the ground staff. Shorts in all conditions. And
yes.
Suntan legs. Morning to Martin Barry, who's been in touch on email. Looking forward to seeing the Division 2 leaders rattle up 450, he says, while at home pretending to work.
Good man.
Conway then, happy now, or relatively, comes in and bowls a beauty that bounces and leaves Rishi Patel and misses the shoulder of his bat by a good couple of inches. We have a very good position up on top of the pavilion for this particular game. We're at the finest of fine legs when the bowling is from the Bennett end. You could see that ball bounce and leave Patel. The sawdust has made all the difference, clearly. Conway is perhaps beginning to work up a head of steam. Slightly angled one when he's coming over the wicket. Bowls to Patel. Fuller. Patel is forward, cautiously pushing the ball out towards mid-off, where Keogh is the fielder. Yeah, Sol Budinger this season, 82, 56, 32 not out, 81, 44. 12 and 18 at Bristol, but now 30 not out. He has yet to score a first-class century.
Extraordinary.
So he's had his opportunities this season, and he's been cross with himself for not doing so. Conway is in, bowls, Patel forward again, slightly inside part of the bat. Runs it out towards mid-on. Proctor is the fielder, and it's a no ball. He's overstepped, so all that sawdust perhaps has put him off. First no ball of the day and the match, of course. 54 without loss, 56 ticks up to. There's a lovely array of trees behind the electronic scoreboard, which are now pretty much in full leaf as in goes Conway and bowls. Patel steps forward and leaves. Tempted to try and drive that one away, but perhaps wary of that ball 2 deliveries ago that bounced and left him. Lifted his bat over the line of the ball, let it go through. Coming up to 12 o'clock, there'll be an update for BBC Radio Leicester. You will hear in a few balls' time.
Guess you'll have to don your arboreal correspondence hat and tell us what what varieties they are. They are beautiful.
Conway bowls. Patel looking to turn it down to fine leg. Manages to do so. It is stopped down there in front of us by Justin Broad. So it is just the single. And again, as he has done more than once in recent overs, Patel has managed to keep the strike. He moves on to 1957 without loss after 13. Leicestershire.
He's counting beautifully, isn't he? Very impressive. Let you carry on, Richard, because I know you've got an update to do for Radio Leicester.
Luke Proctor is going to continue for Northamptonshire from the pavilion end into Patel, and again it just climbs on him a little bit as he shuffles forward. He manages to drop his hands as the ball rises past the shoulder of the bat, but Proctor, as he sometimes does, just finding that little bit of extra something. The ball is only 13.1 overs old, so it should be in absolutely prime condition now. Lacquer off. In goes Proctor and bowls. That's a decent shout for leg before on the back foot, but it might have been bat as well. It just sounded a little bit. Otherwise, I think the appeal would have been slightly more amplified than it actually was. Didn't look too much wrong with it other than that. In goes Proctor and bowls again. Comes back in a touch on Patel, who is awkward in managing to get that out into the offside. Bat in front of pads, in front of pitch. Proctor very much keeping Patel honest in this over so far. Gets through his overs quickly, bowls, and on off stump forward goes Patel, solidly enough behind that. Plenty of people up on the Morris Burrows terrace alongside us now because it's the best view. Probably in the ground when the pitch is cut on. It's only just off centre. Big square here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Proctor is in and bowls on off stump. Ball doesn't really move. Patel solidly behind it, pushing it out to Zabe, coming in from extra cover. Just the two slips now.
It's just about the biggest playing area in the country, isn't it, I think?
Supposed to be.
The Oval is the other one that is sort of comparable size, but it's a big, big field.
Proctor bowls. Patel again just leans forward into that, hits the thick inside part of the bat and drops out towards short leg. A solid maiden over, including a couple of deliveries that beat Patel, one comprehensively early on. But no joy for Northamptonshire so far. 14 overs gone, 57 without loss. Apparently only Melbourne is bigger, but I haven't actually measured, so...
That's something for you to do at lunchtime.
We have our contacts in Melbourne. I'll get him out there and get an area from him.
I'll have your fish pie and you can get the tape measure out.
But I would need comparison. I would need everywhere else, wouldn't I? Acres. What would it be in acres, do you think?
Oh, heaven knows.
I'm going to have to keep going here because they still haven't come to me. Round the wicket goes Conway and bowls a good bouncer to Budinger, who goes down on one knee. Taken one-handed by Lewis McManus, sort of hopping and reaching rather balletically to his right. "14 overs, we've had the hour just over, but we had that 5-minute delay when they're probably sawing desperately at planks, trying to make some sawdust or something. I don't know what the reason might have been for it, whether we're involved in a game of cards, perhaps. Here comes the update at last as Conway bowls down the leg side. Budinger gestures at it, but no more than that. Well, they've made a very good start. They were put into bat by Northamptonshire and have yet to lose a wicket. They're 57 without loss after 14.2 overs. Rishi Patel has 19 off 49. Sol Budinger has 30 off 38. Another very good start for the left-handed opener. Leicestershire would have put Northamptonshire in themselves. The pitch does look a little bit bare and has a lot of grass on it, but it is playing very safely at the moment. So a very good start for the Foxes. They're 57 without loss. Foolish delivery from Conway that just shaped in a bit to Sol Budinger. He managed to get enough bat on it to get it out into the offside. But again, you've got time to adjust on the pitch.
Yeah.
And, well, could be a long, hard day for the Seamers. Conway is in and bowls. Budinger produces a beauty that bounces past the outside edge. Occasionally this is happening, so...
And he's, to be fair, he's looked a lot more convincing from that Bennett end, hasn't he? Coming down the hill, such as it is. Just getting, it's a little spot there, isn't there? And he's just getting the odd one to fly.
They will be saying one can bring two very easily. So all certainly not yet lost as far as the Northamptonshire bowling attack is concerned. Conway is in and bowls down the leg sides and appeal for leg before. He's going to have to hurry there, Rishi Patel, as McManus ran to his right, picked up and hurled the ball at the stumps. It all was a little dilatory, but he made his ground. The throw bounced over the stumps from McManus and the leg by is taken. 58 without loss.
Crikey, we've even got chanting in. Oh, Richard, and it's not the school kids. It's not the it's not the Nathan Buck travelling fan club, is it? That used to travel round after.
Stench Benno over there, the Stench Benno group.
Oh, right.
Conway over the wicket to Patel, outside off stump. A little bit of shape to it. Patel plays it well by not playing it. Lets it go through to McManus behind the stumps. 58 without loss after 15.
Because Nathan Buck did have his former Leicestershire and Northamptonshire bowler, and Lancashire as well. He did have his own personal travelling fan club, didn't he, when he was playing, that always made their presence felt.
They have a song for most of the players who sort of come and go, obviously, including Nathan. I say song, it's sort of a, as you can tell already, a fairly tuneless chant, but
bit of Chris Rea, The Road to Hull. Yeah. Let's not start on that. If I knew you were coming, I'd have Van baked you a cake. Proctor, enough. Running away from us, two slips in, bowling to the left-handed. Budinger goes off at leading edge, thick outside edge, and he is brilliantly caught at second slip. Proctor gets the breakthrough. It flew off, I think, the shoulder of the bat to second slip, who took off, held an outstanding catch. That's Calvin Harrison. And Budinger's promising start, and he did play some beautiful shots, has ended, and it's Luke Proctor. Well, from captain's point of view, if you want a job doing, do it yourself, which he's been doing for a good part of this season, opening the batting and the bowling for Northamptonshire. Budinger goes for 30, caught Harrison, bowled Proctor, and Leicestershire are 58 for 1. And that one again, Richard, as we've been saying, just bounced a little bit more maybe than Budinger was expecting. It was a sort of thick leading edge, and it flew wide to second slip, and that was an excellent catch by Calvin Harrison. It's one of the reasons I know Northamptonshire were keen to get him in, A, for his leg spin bowling, but also the fact he does a reputation as being a very good slip fielder. It's an area that Northamptonshire have not always been very strong in the last couple of seasons, and catching this year has been much better, and that was a beauty. And it's got rid of Sol Budinger, and Rian Ahmed coming in to replace him. 58 for 1. Rian Ahmed, who has actually been opening this year, hasn't he? Was it one of the games, or?
It was, yes, indeed.
I saw him up the order.
He's been up the order pretty much throughout the season, but and he does love it.
Yeah.
And I say good judges have suggested he might turn into a sort of batsman who bowls a bit of leg spin, really, sort of a la Steve Smith sort of thing. In the end, we shall see.
Well, he batted beautifully at Northampton last year, game that Northamptonshire won, but he again went after the bowling, and the array of shots was thrilling to watch, even though in the end it wasn't enough to save Leicestershire from defeat. 3 slips in for the new batter, and here's Proctor running into bowl to Rayan Ahmed and loses his run up, which prompts umpire Graham Lloyd to do the Charleston, the signal dead ball to the scorers. So Luke Proctor, that was his 98th first class wicket for Northamptonshire. Somebody's finding it very amusing somewhere. Proctor in again, bowls to Ahmed, who's again just hits the splice, maybe a little bit before he was expecting it. Proctor is one of those skiddy bowlers who perhaps a little bit quicker than he looks. But I say he's bowled beautifully this year for Northamptonshire in the Championship without necessarily his figures reflecting it. He's in again, bowls outside the off stump, and I think, to be fair to Rayan Ahmed, he played inside the line, and it goes through to Lewis McManus. That was a perler of a catch from Calvin Harrison. I thought it had gone past him at first. It was only really when you saw the celebration starting that you realised he'd actually hung on to it. Here's Proctor in again. Forward goes Ahmed, takes him on the pad, loops up into the onside for Bartlett to come in from mid-wicket to field. Northamptonshire's head coach doing the first lap of the morning. It won't be the last. Gets a lot of steps in, does Darren Lehman. Just likes having a chat with people around the ground. Proctor in again, bowls to Ahmed, just forces him onto the back foot this time, punches it out into the covers where Saif Zaib fields, and there's no run. One ball to go in Luke Proctor's 5th over. Again, just has a chat with Ben Sanderson, who's in there mid-on at the moment. Proctor in this angled approach, bowls, and Rayan Ahmed drops a bat on it, runs it down to backward point, and that's the end of a successful over for the Northamptonshire captain. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. Luke Proctor. Rishi Patel is 19. Rayan Ahmed still looking for his first run. And Leicestershire put into bat 58 for 1.
Yeah, he'll be bitterly disappointed, Sol Budinger, at yet another start. He wasn't quite able to go on. Threw his head back when he saw Harrison plucking that one out of the air, but as you say, it was a super catch.
42 balls, 5 fours for Sol Budinger.
Conway in to Patel, drifting onto leg stump and clipped away down towards deep square, where Saif Zaib is lurking in the shadow of the floodlights. 1 is taken.
You're talking about this this ground, Richard, and the size of the playing area. I was looking at the records, and there's only 10. This is the 881st first-class match played on this ground. Only 10 grounds in the world have staged more, including Wantage Road.
Conway in, bowls, drifting on towards leg stump. He's appealing for leg before. He's down on one knee, pleading with Sue Redfern, who, having seen the run completed, signals it was indeed a leg by, but clearly was perhaps doing a little bit too much. 881. Well, considering this hasn't been their home ground for throughout their entire existence, they played it across the way at on Ayleston Road and what is now the Electricity Ground and a couple of others. Conway is in and bowls outside off stump, and bounces clear. Allowed to do so by Patel. He remains on 20.
Yes, the other grounds that have staged more first-class games in ascending order: Fenners, Taunton, Wantage Road, Worcester, Hove, Edgbaston, Old Trafford, Trent Bridge, the Oval and Lords. Lords now 2,847.
Conway bowls. Similar delivery outside off stump, but a touch wider this time, and again Patel has nothing to do with it. Well, I suppose, I mean, 900 would be a landmark worth
It would, yeah.
celebrating, so that's not so very far away.
Well, next one below.
Hopefully.
Yes, well, yeah. The one below Leicester is Bristol on 862, but of course they're talking about moving, so.
Yes, again. In goes Conway and bowls on off stump this time. Doesn't really swing so much. Patel can just lean forward and block it out into the covers. Picked up by Bartlett coming in. Is that Harrison who's gone to gully now for Patel? Yeah.
That's right.
So 2 slips and a gully with extending arms, apparently. Calvin Harrison. It was a fine catch, which he made it look slightly simpler than it was. Conway into Patel, thick outside edge. It's gone between second slip and gully, and it's going to run down to third man for 4, isn't it? Always the way. It wouldn't have been a catch to third slip or fourth slip. Bounced well short, but it was a genuine edge. Conway not having any luck in his first spell, or second spell I should say, for Northamptonshire. Patel moves on to 24, 64 for 1 off 17.
The burning question of the moment,
Right.
is the cake stall open?
It will be
Grace
after
Road.
2 o'clock or
Oh,
2:30.
Because that is always one of the many delights of coming to Grace Road is the cake. It's very good. Now we're going to see a change of bowling from this pavilion end. Luke Proctor, having picked up a wicket in his previous over, he's going to give way to, if you like, his senior bowler in Ben Sanderson. Justin Broad is going through all the limbering up motions just to remind his captain that he is playing. And Justin Broad is actually, of the seamers, Northamptonshire's leading wicket taker this year with 10. Calvin Harrison 11, of course, all of those wickets in the match at Old Trafford as the youngsters down in the Uptonsteel family stand give voice again. 3 slips in, Sanderson into bowl to Rayan Ahmed, short, and it's a good catch down the leg side, and it's just gloved him, and Rayan Ahmed goes for naught. It was a good catch, he knew it, the Northamptonshire players and the bowler Ben Sanderson knew it. He was trying to pull that ball away, it just flicked the glove. Good take down the leg side. And, well, you mentioned, Richard, that 1 brings 2. Bang, bang, as the young people say. 64 for 2. And Sanderson, with the first ball of his second spell, strikes. And Rayan Ahmed goes for naught.
Yeah. He's bowled an awful lot many better balls than that. Ben Sanderson in his first spell, which didn't take wickets, which were too good, and it was a little bit of a sort of slight long hop down the leg side. It took its time to get to Ahmed. He was through it on it too quickly, just trying to sort of paddle pull it almost, really, and could see the flick on the glove from here, and it looped through to McManus, and that's the way it goes. And Ahmed, well, naught last time out at Bristol, naught again, but he'll consider himself this time a little unlucky, but that's the way it goes.
Yes,
And, yeah, double breakthrough.
The S word, the strangle down the leg side as Lewis Hill comes out to replace Rayan Ahmed. Lewis Hill, again, has had a good start to the season, just shy of 300 runs so far, 293 at just a hair under 49 for Lewis Hill so far this season. And interestingly, just looking at the fact, the last time that Leicestershire beat Northamptonshire in the Championship anywhere, which was at Wantage Road in 2018, Lewis Hill was in the runs in that match, made 85 as Leicestershire won by 6 wickets, so bags of experience. Ben Sanderson edging closer to that little milestone of 400 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire. Went past 400 in all first-class cricket last season. He played a few games for Yorkshire at the start of his career before Yorkshire deemed him surplus to requirements, came to Northamptonshire, and all Northamptonshire supporters very pleased that he did. Lewis Hill just doing a little bit of bending and stretching, a few runs on the spot. Still 3 slips in and a forward short leg under the helmet. As Sanderson runs into bowl to Hill and hits him on the pad. It was swinging down the leg side. Wasn't a wholehearted appeal by any stretch of the imagination. Justin Broad is now doing things with his shoulders that if I did it, I think I would be in traction for a couple of weeks. But he's bowled beautifully this year, Justin Broad. In fact, he's had a good start to the season with bat, ball and in the field. He's a backward point at the moment as Sanderson runs into bowl to Hill, who just drops a bat on it, and right on cue, Justin Broad is in the action with a good tumbling stop at backward point to cut off any chance of a single. Darren Lehman goes and has a chat with a couple of spectators down to our right in front of the meet. Loves a natter, does Northamptonshire's new head coach. Certainly got the players enjoying themselves, that is for sure. It's been a quite noticeable difference, I think, from last year. Sanderson running in again to bowl to Hill, and that's over the top of Harrison. I'm not sure if he got a hand to that. I think he might have done. It again just went off the shoulder of the bat, very similar to the Budinger dismissal, and Harrison this time leapt up and couldn't quite reel it in, and it goes down towards third man for a single. You can see how much hand he got on that by the fact that it held up well inside the boundary. So he has to go down as a chance. Lewis Hill before he'd scored. Not an easy one by any means, but catch that he took to dismiss Sol Budinger rather set the bar high. So Hill is off the mark with a single, 1 to him, 65 for 2. Sanderson in bowls, and that's turned away off a thickish inside edge down to long leg, where Harry Conway comes around the boundary in front of the Bennett Pavilion to field. One more to Patel, 25 to him, 66 for 2, and all of a sudden the bowler's got a bit of a spring in their step, just the odd one doing a little bit. Maybe you mentioned earlier, Richard, the lacquer goes off it. We've seen that a bit this year, that it's tended to do a little bit more than it has with the very new ball. Sanderson in bowling to Hill, who's defensive, pushed it out to the offside, where Bartlett comes across the field. Applause from the Northamptonshire contingent. There are a few Northamptonshire supporters who've ventured up the A50 or the M1 or the A6 or various ways to get to Leicester from Northamptonshire. 66 for 2 at the end of the over. Rishi Patel is 25. Lewis Hill is 1. Wicket to fall in that over. Rian Ahmed caught by McManus down the leg side off Sanderson for 0. Ben Sanderson, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19.
And it is to be Justin Broad taking over from Harry Conway at the Bennett end.
Second over for Bennett end, Justin Broad.
Confirmed by the PA. Patel's been diligent in getting to 25. He's left well, like a good opener should. Has to deal with a different problem now, posed by Broad. 2 slips and the gully as Broad comes in and bowls, driven hard back down into the pitch, straight back to Broad, who reaches out a big right hand, takes it on the bounce. Momentarily threatens to throw the ball at the stumps, but Patel had gone nowhere. Little crocodile of people heading in front of the meet. Perhaps heading up into the meet for some refreshment. In goes Broad, and he's over pitched on that one, and Patel gratefully tucks in and drives it away through extra cover, sort of fairly vacant, biggish gap between cover and wideish mid-off, to the pleasure of the Abbey Mead Primary School children for 4. Patel on to 29.70 for 2.
You were saying about the colour of this pitch, Richard. I was just looking at some footage from Taunton. Somerset are playing Essex down there. Essex 55 for 1, so they made a decent start, but there's lots of comments along the lines of have they lost the mower. It is indistinguishable from the rest of the square. It is very, very green.
They've had a generous to describe it as a mixed start to the season at Somerset, haven't they?
They have.
Broad in again to Patel, who is shuffling forward and then blocking it out into the onside, and then legs akimbo, having done so to perhaps to avoid any issues with the umpire, because we had them at Paul Pollard at Bristol last week was very, very keen on the batsman not going too far up the pitch and walking on the line of the stumps as Broad is in and bowls. A little bit shorter. Patel drops it out towards mid-wicket, but McManus is quickly onto it, preventing any chance of a second. Graham Lloyd sort of didn't react, but Cameron Green, the Australian at Gloucestershire this season, who's obviously a very tall man, he was the recipient of a couple of lectures from umpire Pollard. First for slightly shuffling down, but not much then. It seemed a bit harsh, really. And they're getting on the front foot, and then he's sort of front foot probably not too far away from him, being about 8 or 9 feet down the pitch, I suppose. So Hill will be on strike to Broad for the first time. Harrison goes from gully to third slip. Broad is in and bowls over pitches on middle and leg, and clipped by Hill firmly out towards wideish mid on. Proctor gets down to his right half, makes the stop, but it bounces through his hands and runs behind him for another good 10-15 yards, and as a consequence of which Hill can pick up 1 and does.
I've seen one of those rather fine sort of pods that they have here at the Uptonsteel ground over by the manual scoreboard. Certainly one of them is occupied. A lovely place to watch the game from.
Broad is in and bowls thick outside edge between second slip and gully, and that was in the air. Went through about fourth slip, and it's gone down to third man for 4. Well, yes, second slip reaches across to his right, and Vasconcelos, as it is there, no chance of diving across. He's not a particularly tall man, and as I say, it went through about fourth slip, really. But it was in the air. Had Harrison been at third with those extendable right arm might have dived, might not. Who knows? 76 for 2, Patel on to 34.
I always thought it must be a lovely place to watch the game from. There's little sort of
like hobbit holes.
Yes, they are. There was something vaguely Middle-earth about it, isn't it, over the far side of the ground. Now, the Northamptonshire bowling and batting coach, Rory Kleinveld and Greg Smith, respectively, starting their lap pre-prandial. 3 slips in. Here's Sanderson running into bowl to Lewis Hill. Short, cut away by Hill. Runs for him here. It's running out towards the extra cover boundary, and it's going to cross the rope in front of the manual scoreboard, who are so quick and so on the ball, literally, that before I think the ball had crossed the rope, the 4 runs had already been registered.
The fielder could see it changing as he ran towards it. Sort of, the message was coming, you're not getting there, sunshine.
Get there. 6 to Hill, 80 for 2, and I have to say the main scoreboard, it's only just ticked over. So
it was a sort of direct challenge.
It was. Yes, come on, you could. Yeah, it was. I think it was actually up, but almost before the ball had crossed the rope. Anyway, it was 4 runs, 80 for 2. Sanderson in, bowls to Hill, who drops a bat on it, just behind square on the offside. There's no run. There's a man in there at backward point. 3 slips, still the forward short leg in for Lewis Hill. He has a brief conflab with his batting partner Rishi Patel. Got around about half an hour, just over half an hour to go until lunch. The over rate not great, but of course we did have that delay sawdust call a little bit earlier on. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and Hill defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run, which must have taken, I don't know, 7-8 minutes, something like that, while ground staff were...
Well, they just didn't seem to get the message.
No, I think it was breakdown in communication. Needed to send a telegram. Cycling round the ground to take a message to the ground staff. But anyway, all sorted out now. What's funny is that immediately having put the sawdust down, Harry Conway bowled a no ball. Here's Sanderson. In again and bowls, and Hill comes across his stumps, plays it up to Proctor, coming in from mid-on, and there's no run. A little bit of a wanderer, isn't he, Lewis Hill? Goes little prowl out towards square leg, within conversational distance of safe Zabe under the lid at forward short leg.
Fair to describe he and Sanderson as old adversaries, I think.
Yes, I think so, yes.
Over the years.
Had a few tussles, haven't they? Yes. Sanderson in, and he's got him caught behind. Yes. Hill waited for Graham Lloyd's decision. It looked out from here. It looked as though there was an edge through to Lewis McManus. Hill stood there, but Graham Lloyd sends him on his way. And on this occasion, we were saying about the tussles they've had in the past, and Sanderson has come out on top. Hill goes for 6. Caught McManus, bowled Sanderson, and Leicestershire, who were 58 for no wicket, are now 80 for 3.
First bowling bonus point for Northamptonshire, and the decision to put Leicestershire in now looking rather more justified than it was after the hour. Hill will be disappointed with the shot. It was a fairly conventional outswinger. He was on the back foot. Just drifted it past the outside edge, and I think Lloyd was probably waiting for him to walk as much as anything, because there wasn't really any doubt about it. Sanderson would sort of passed it, didn't even turn to look at umpire Lloyd, really. It was a shout of celebration. It was a thickish edge. Hill entitled to wait for the decision, of course, but 80 for 3.
Yeah, Ben Sanderson's, we were talking earlier about his outstanding bowling record against Leicestershire, and that takes him now to 44 wickets against Leicestershire at 20, which is half decent. Brings Peter Hanscom to the crease. Big wicket as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. What a terrific start to the season. He's had 322 runs, averaging over 64. Big 100, of course, 142 not out. And quality player. Is it 99 he got last year, I seem to remember, against... He's run out for 99, wasn't he, here? Or am I imagining it?
I think it was him.
I think it was him.
He's also got a couple of 50s in those 322 runs.
Well, Northamptonshire will be very happy to see the back of him before lunch.
Yes, they really would feel the decision to bowl first was justified in the end. Patience has been the key. Sanderson seems to have infinite reserves of that particular quality.
Yes, he's a fairly phlegmatic character. And he's running in 2 for 23 now for Ben Sanderson. 3 slips, bowls the first ball to Hanscom, who turns it on the bounce. Good stop to his left by safe Zabe at forward short leg, and that is the end of another successful over for Ben Sanderson. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23. What a difference he makes to the Northamptonshire attack. 80 for 3. Rishi Patel, been watching the wickets fall at the other end. He's still there on 34. Peter Hanscom faced just that 1 ball. Still looking for his first run.
He and Patel have a longish chat. Interesting field again with that, I was going to say safe say, but that deep square, backward of square now as Broad comes in and bowls to Patel, a couple of little steps down, and Safe Sabe's going to have to come running in from deep square to field that one, not so very far away from square leg Graham Lloyd. Patel takes his single, and again he indicates to Hanscom that there was movement back in, but Hanscom just nods at him and sort of, so Patel doesn't bother walking down.
Yeah, Peter Hanscom run out for 99 in this fixture last year by Karen Nair. Mid-on, I think. Mid-on, mid-off.
Remember the incident. Harrison goes back in at third slip for the new batsman Hanscom, as Broad is into the Australian, who covers up very late. He plays everything very late, especially early in his innings, and time and again the bowler thinks he's snuck one through onto the pads or even through the gate. The Hanscom bat comes down just in the nick. But as you say, he's been in super touch. The family are here, his little boy as well. In goes Broad, looking to work that one off his hip. Thumps into the thigh pad and drops at his feet. Hanscom. They were at Bristol. I shook hands with Mrs. Hanscom, and the little boy is probably no more than about 82 years, maybe something like that, put up his hand for a handshake. It was lovely.
He knows when he's in the presence of greatness.
Broad is in, bowls. Hanscom is leaning forward on off stump, just slightly angled back, guiding it down towards his compatriot Conway, who's at quite a backward point, almost sort of on the 45, at sort of short third, really. Important little session this, and another wicket now, and Northamptonshire would really enjoy their lunch. In goes Broad and bowls with a beauty that bounces and swings away, and Hanscom has no answer other than to miss it, which is the best he could have just about hoped for in those situations.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a fourth wicket, Northamptonshire will feel that, as it is, if Leicester should go in at 110 for 3 or something, you'd say it's a reasonably even session. I think Northamptonshire pick up another one. They'll feel they've definitely had the better of the session.
Broad is in and bowls and helped off the pad, or attempted to be helped off the pad, down towards fine leg, and Sanderson can't get there, put in a slide that one fears might have taken off a sort of layer of skin off his left thigh, but hopefully he's well protected, and 4 leg byes results. So Hanscom not off the mark, but the score up to 85 for 3. Sanderson, having had that little warm-up of sorts and left a large patch of green on his right buttock area, throws the ball to Proctor to do a bit of polishing and walks somewhat gingerly up towards the stumps.
It's not what you want at... saying it's not what you want at my time of life.
Yeah, he looks a bit miffed.
Well, Ben Sanderson, but I mean, we always say about it, he has this sort of slightly sort of hangdog expression and body language about him, but no more enthusiastic cricketer, and he, I know, will be highly delighted to be back on the park. I had a chat with him this morning, was walking around the ground, and glad to be back.
Because injuries do take longer to clear up, as you sort of...
Well, yeah, it's an ongoing thing as well, Richard. It's a bit of a knee issue that he's had for a year or two, and he's had a couple of exploratory ones just to sort of clear it out, as it were. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls and hits Patel.
Now, that's the
painfully
thumb,
on the thumb, yes.
which was injured, but is he holding his elbow? Did it get up that high? He's down on his knees.
I think it was...
If that's the injured thumb,
I think
he's got problems.
Yeah, that was painful. That has, again, just bounced a little bit. And Patel, immediately, there was a call from Peter Hanscom for the physio. I'm just looking to see...
his forearm, is he?
It is. I was just looking to see where it is. I don't think it was... don't think it was thumb, no, it's forearm.
It's got high, yeah.
It's just bounced a little bit from Sanderson, and again, we're going to have a a bit of a delay while the physio comes on. In fact, we've got the physio and Dr. Louis Kimber is going out as well, just to check that everything's okay. We'll take the opportunity just to run through a few scores from elsewhere while the magic spray is applied. Good start for Glamorgan at Cardiff against Derbyshire, 93 for no wicket. Glamorgan with Asa Tribe, I see, who's made a decent start today, 49 not out from Jersey. Lancashire 67 for 2 against Gloucestershire at Old Trafford, just recovering after a shaky start. Kent 57 for 3 against Middlesex. They've lost the wicket of Ben Compton, bowled by Ryan Higgins for 14. Tawanda Mayeye is 26 not out, batted beautifully at Northampton, looks a high-class player. In Division 1, Durham 69 for 2 against Hampshire. Essex 62 for 1 against Somerset on that decidedly green verdant strip at Taunton. Paul Walter, the man out for 22. Dean Elgar, 23 not out off 65 balls. Dean Elgar's back. Yorkshire 75 for 3 against Warwickshire up at Headingley. And Joe Root out for 1. Caught by Rob Yates off Ed Barnard for a single off 17 balls. And he's been replaced by Harry Brook, who's 22 not out off 25 with 3 boundaries, so he's obviously blocking it. Adam Lythe, who's seen it all come and go at the other end, 26 not out off 70. So the upshot of all that is that the physio's trotting off, and good news is that Rishi Patel is going to continue after some treatment. But that just did...
Well, it literally made him hop.
Yeah, it did.
It thudded into his right forearm.
Just the odd one bouncing a little bit more than the batters are expecting. Now Sanderson in again to bowl to Patel. That again is back of a length, inside edge into thigh pad. Drops down into the offside. And Broad comes in from backward point to field. Not much breeze, judging by the trees and the flags around the ground hanging fairly limply. High cloud, but lovely early afternoon here in Leicester. Sort of haze that we had earlier is largely dissipated. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls full, goes past the outside edge of Rishi Patel's bat, and well, for Northamptonshire supporters, they will be thoroughly enjoying this, the sight of Sanderson at work. Ben Sanderson moving up the list of Northamptonshire's all-time wicket takers across all formats. It's up over 550 now. It's just David Larter is the next ahead of him, England bowler, of course, back in the 60s. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and again that lovely shape outside the off stump. Prop started it a little bit wide and went wider, taken by McManus in front of first slip. But of course Sanderson's wickets for Northamptonshire have been across all 3 formats, still plays regularly in the T20. .395 before today, first-class wickets for Northamptonshire. Sanderson in bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Patel. Goes through to McManus. 395 first-class, 59 one-day wickets list day, and 96 T20 wickets. So versatile, durable, and extremely skillful, Ben Sanderson.
And loyal as well.
And loyal. Well, I guess there's isn't necessarily an attribute these days too much. That's just clipped away on his hip and Patel really just needed to get something on it, and he did. He got some bat on it, and it races away down to fine leg for 4. So disappointing end to the over for Sanderson. 39 to Patel, 89 for 3. Leicestershire. Peter Hanscom still looking for his first run. Sanderson now 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 27. I mean, talking of loyalty, Rob Keogh working out that he's this is now his 14th consecutive season playing Championship cricket for Northamptonshire. Last player to do that, Tony Pemberthy for Northamptonshire back in the early part of this century. But again, one club players are few and far between these days.
Justin Broad from the Bennett end into Peter Hanscom and slides past off stump as Hanscom just stepped forward and just at the very last second decided not to go through with the shot.
I did love the story when we had Ben Sanderson on the cricket show on BBC Radio Northampton a couple of years ago, and he was, after Yorkshire had released, had been working on building business when he wasn't playing cricket.
Broad bowls. Well, he's going to connect this time. Hanscom hits full again. Broad looking for that little bit of outswing. Lent into the drive. Hanscom, it is dragged back just at the very last moment to the, well, pleasure or surprise or dismay of the Abbey Mead Primary School children. They were kind of encouraging the fielder there as well, I suspect, and they were quite pleased that he got there. They just like to see good things happen on the cricket pitch, and that was a kind of good thing. Hanscom ran 4 anyway, so he is off the mark with a 4. All that chase was sort of in vain, but it impressed the kids. In goes Broad, bowls again to Hanscom, a little bit shorter. Hanscom rides the bounce, drops it out into the offside.
When Sanderson had finished with Yorkshire, and he was playing a bit of minor counties and club cricket, and came on play for Northamptonshire on a match-by-match basis, because Northamptonshire then at that stage, about 2015, didn't have a huge amount of money, putting it mildly.
Broad in again to Hanscom down the leg side.
And he was being paid at that time by the day, and I think it was a game against Kent early on that he got wickets, and the game was over in 3 days rather than 4, and so they only paid him for 3 days, which I think was wonderful. Well, that's penny pinching.
Those of us freelancers will know exactly where.
Yeah,
know how he felt. In goes Sanderson. Oh, Sanderson! You see, you've put me off there. Broad and beats Hanscom with an absolute jaffer. Brought the Australian Test cricketer forward, beat the outside edge as it bounced through to McManus behind the stumps. I was reading Ben Sanderson's entry in Who's Who. It's always worth doing each year, and they do change, and the cricketers do feel a fresh form in each year. Obviously some things don't change, but some do. Surprising fact about him. Come back to that in a minute as Broad is in to Hanscom, squares him up slightly, but Hanscom does get his bat on it, drops it out into the covers. And there is no run. 93 for 3, Hanscom 4, Patel 39. Surprising fact, he says, I'm not as grumpy as I look, and I was 6 foot 4 inches when I started out at Northants, and now I'm 6 foot.
I was actually taken to task in the nicest possible way by some of Ben's family when I met them at Montage Road last year. They were saying that I'm always just saying he looks a bit grumpy on the field, and he's not. Well, he's not, but
he wants it in writing that he's not. Let's put it down.
I think he's probably just putting that on the record. Here he is running away from us to bowl to Rishi Patel. That's outside the off stump, and again it's just seamed away and bounced a little bit, and Patel, playing inside the line, goes through to Lewis McManus. He just has this sort of demeanour about him that he's just doesn't necessarily convey his enthusiasm.
Enjoys his horse racing.
Oh,
if this is
does,
to be believed. Good for a tip, perhaps.
I think I'll keep my money in my pocket, to be honest. Here's Sanderson. in and bowls to Patel, and that has flown. And it's hard to know really where that's come from. It's just bounced and left Patel, who did well not to get a nick on it. And it flies through to McManus. This is a really testing spell from Ben Sanderson, and as you said, Richard, a testing and very important little spell in the game. Northamptonshire would just dearly love to split these two, get another wicket to go into lunch. Equally, these two will want to be there when play resumes after lunch. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Patel. That's good from him, just drops a dead bat on it. Rolls down towards the slip cordon. And Harrison comes up from backward point to field. I was starting to think, will we see the obligatory over of spin before lunch? I'm not actually sure that we will. I think conditions Proctor will feel so in favour of the seamers at the moment that he'll want to just try and get as much out of Sanderson and Broad as he can. Sanderson in again, bowls, and that's well played by Patel, because again it's swung and it's shaped away towards the slip cordon, and Patel playing inside it. Skillful bit of batting from Rishi Patel, good judgment. And a really good tussle this between a very skillful bowler and a batter who, as you said, Richard, earlier on, has left well this morning. Which is why he's still there, 39 off 72. Sanderson in again, bowls to Patel, very full down the leg side. Tries to get a little clip on it, help it on its way down to fine leg. Doesn't manage to do so, and it's taken by Lewis McManus down the stumps, behind the stumps. Northamptonshire have already, of course, had one caught behind down the leg side this morning. Rian Ahmed out for naught. Leicestershire won't want another one of those in a hurry. Sanderson from this pavilion end from which we're commentating, bowls, and again Patel coming right across his stumps, pushing it out to backward point where Justin Broad fields, keeps hold of the ball, presumably is going to bowl with it. And that's the end of another Ben Sanderson over. 9 overs, 2 for 27. Patel is 39, Hanscom is 4. It's 93 for 3, and we've got around about 10 overs to go till lunch. 10 minutes.
I was going to say,
sorry. If it's, I was going to say,
I'd be very impressed if you.
The fish pie will be cold if it's 10 overs. Sorry,
you can squeeze those in. Should be.
Simon Kerrigan's not playing.
Should be 32 overs, of course, so it'll only be they'll be well short of that, but not really their fault. Broad is in, bowls fullish to Hanscom, who does look too dry, but it's a fraction wide, and he ends up rather bunting the ball back down the pitch towards Justin Broad. Who is down the slope. Shortish run, bowls to Hanscom, who drawn forward, doesn't follow through, doesn't try and drive it away, pushes firmly, but essentially defensively out into the covers. No run. Decent crowd, certainly below us, basking in this sunshine while they can. It is supposed to get cooler, as Rad has mentioned, over the sort of weekend, bank holiday weekend. Broad is in, bowls, good delivery, bounces and swings away, and Hanscom has his back to us. He looked to be beaten. He may have dropped his hands. Either way, the ball didn't take the edge into the gloves of McManus.
That's what I was packing yesterday. It's a bit hard to know what different layers, because it's supposed to be about 13 degrees or something on Sunday. So.
It must be 50-50 as to whether you sort of travel on a daily basis from where you are.
It's a tight one.
Broad is in, bowls, late down on it. It's fuller, but Hanscom is equal to it on off stump, just.
Yeah, it's just from where we live, it's just over an hour. If you get a good run, but that's that hour of the morning when we'd be looking to get here for about 8:45. It's
busy time.
It's a busy time, and In the end, I think it's probably better to stay.
Broad bowls. Hanscom again late on it. Constant chorus of anticipatory shouts from the Northamptonshire fielders, but it must be literally, well, not literally, but Hanscom must be so used to it, that sort of shouts in his ears, especially early on in his innings, that he just probably doesn't hear it, essentially, the sort of chorus. I would imagine it is very hard to sort of get into his bubble, so to speak, from the fielding side's point of view. Zabe has been sent back from fairly conventional square mid-wicket out towards deep backwards square. Broad does bring one back in a little bit towards Hanscom, but it's foolish. He's trying to work it off his legs, doesn't get anything on it, comes off the pad, bounces towards short leg a bit beyond, and the leg bite is taken. Umpire Redfern hands Justin Broad his sunglasses, which had been perched atop her sort of Panama style hat. It looks a bit sort of flatter than Graham Lloyd's, I don't know.
Yes, it does. It's
oddly,
yeah,
my sort of straw hat style compared to Graham Lloyd's sort of Panama style.
Sanderson it's going to be, with 3 slips in place. Should have brought my Trilby, really, shouldn't I? 3 slips in place. So Sanderson is in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump. Left alone by Peter Hanscom. No evidence there of the sort of extravagant, albeit slightly loopy bounce that we've seen a couple of times, in fact, a few times in this first session. Yes, it's not a very high crown, is it, to suit Redfern's hat? Don't see too many of the old flat caps these days, do you, that umpires used to, the old style umpires used to wear. That's Sanderson again outside the off stump. This probing, very Ben Sanderson line.
Funny you should say that. I think
Stump.
Tom Lungley had one on at Bristol for one day, whether it was windy or something like that, but he had a sort of white flat cap on. I'm sure it's part of their equipment.
I think it is.
Which they're issued.
Rob White wore one, I know, at one of the games and got a certain amount of ribbing for it. But, carry off most things though. Well, here's Sanderson in, bowls, and forward comes Hanscom. Solid. Plays it back down the pitch. Sanderson to field, and there's no run. When you've won a Northampton version of Strictly Come Dancing, as Rob White did a few years ago when he was still playing at Northamptonshire.
A Northampton version of Strictly Come Dancing?
Yes, it was sort of like, you know, local celebrities.
Okay.
Charity thing, and
this was on. Was it on?
It was just
TV? Or?
No, I don't think so. But Rob won it. Very good, apparently. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and that's again just straightens Hanscom up a little bit. Goes off a thick outside edge down to backward point, turning him round a touch with a bit of late movement from Sanderson.
So there's no footage extant?
I don't, well, not that I've seen. There are certainly photographs, because they do pop up on timelines every now and again. I don't know if there's any footage. Rob's mum often listens to it, I think. There's footage. But it's not
Rob has managed to buy it up and burn it, has he, essentially. But
now, leg slip comes in. So 3 slips and a leg slip for Peter Hanscom. Sanderson is in, bowls to him, and it's on off stump. Run down to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think that change in the field emphasises how important it is for Hanscom, and indeed, obviously, for Northamptonshire. This little moment before lunch, if they can nip him out, and the ball is doing something.
There's 1 ball to go this over, and then one imagines 1 over to go. Hanscom's touching down his bat, and then bat raised, waits the next ball from Sanderson, and again he's very solidly in behind that, running it down to backward point. End of Sanderson's work with the ball before lunch. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 27, 94 for 3, 39 to Patel, 4 to Hanscom, and you are going to see Justin Broad to bowl the final over of this morning session.
Great effort from Sanderson, really. You expect nothing less, certainly, because that's what we've become used to over the years, but as you've been saying, Rad, is such an important part of the Northamptonshire seam attack, and he's made his usual outstanding contribution. Can Broad back him up? In he comes and bowls to Patel, who is defending solidly. Straight delivery back down the pitch to Justin Broad. It's been a real, by Patel's often flamboyant sort of standards, old-fashioned opener's knock from him. He's dug in, he's been hit, he's picked up his singles, a couple of edges down to third man, but he's battled his way through as in goes Broad and bowls to him, and he lifts his bat over the line of the ball and lets it go through to McManus, wanders down, prods at the pitch. Normally when he's faced now 76 balls, you'd expect Rishi Patel to be past 50, and he's 39 not out. He's had to work hard for these runs, been made to work hard for them, but he has worked hard for them. Broad is in, bowls to him, couple of little steps down the wicket, turns his wrists on the back foot defensive shot, drops it out towards mid-wicket and takes the single, an opener's single. Moves on to 40, 95 for 3.
Yes, Rob White won it in 2011 apparently, and there is certainly a photograph that I've managed to find of it, but
these days the camera phones being what they are, you'd
yes,
expect there to be footage
indeed,
everywhere, wouldn't you? Broad in to Hanscom, who is beaten with a beauty, and outside off stump, he's groping really forward at that one. Broad raises his eyes to the heavens, hands start to go up all around. 2 balls to go before lunch. There'll be an update from BBC Radio Leicester fairly shortly, so we'll keep going after these 2 balls. Broad is in and bowls. Hanscom squared up again, but he gets his bat down just in time. Thick outside edge, runs to Conway at that sort of backward point-ish position. If they survive this, Leicestershire, they'll think hasn't been a bad session. It's sort of balanced, and it sort of is, but it's got tougher for them as it's gone on, really, from 58 without loss to 95 for 3. Broad in, bowls, Hanscom leaves, it doesn't really swing away, but Hanscom knew exactly where his off stump was. It slid past around about 6 to 8 inches outside his off stump into the gloves of McManus, and that is lunch. An absorbing morning's cricket. The first hour belonged to Leicestershire, the second most definitively to Northamptonshire. 58 for no loss became 95 for 3 at lunch. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester.
So lunchtime is taken, everybody.
BBC Radio Leicester, you already know it if you're listening via the stream or via the various BBC outlets, and of course the ECB outlet. Radders and myself will be back with you in around about 35 minutes time. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch. It promises to be a most interesting afternoon session as well, but for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, we'll say goodbye.
Foxes, they are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard. Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him.
And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Hello everybody, we're back at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester for the afternoon session on this first day of the Rothesay Division 2 County Championship match between Leicestershire and Northamptonshire. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings, having been inserted by Northamptonshire on 95 for 3. Rishi Patel 40 not out, Peter Hanscom 4 not out. Looked like after the first hour they were going to be in a better position than that, having reached 58 without loss, but the Northants skipper Luke Proctor produced a good one to take the edge of Sol Buddinger's bat. Calvin Harrison at second slip produced a brilliant catch to take it diving high away to his left. Rehan Ahmed went without scoring, caught down the leg side of Ben Sanderson, and Lewis Hill edged a Sanderson outswinger to Lewis McManus, 80 for 3 at that stage. Patel, though, has batted through the morning. He's 40 not out, as I say, and Peter Hanscom, Leicestershire's skipper, has been made to work very hard for his 4 not out. Umpires Sue Redfern and Graham Lloyd are out there in the middle, and all the players have now joined them. Andrew Radd from BBC Radio Northampton and myself, Richard Ray, from BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators today, and hopefully the rest of the time as well, but maybe with companies at various stages. We shall see. But Radders will tell you all about the first over.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, afternoon, everybody. We have dined well. Trust you did as well. Nice bit of fish pie today on a Friday. Very pleasant. Luke Proctor is going to be Northamptonshire captain, who is going to start proceedings after lunch from this pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Rishi Patel, who's shown admirable patience and judgment. Left the ball well. Made 40 off 77 balls. Watching while wickets fell at the other end. 2 slips in. Here's Proctor to bowl the first ball of the afternoon, and it's turned away by Rishi Patel, to the delight of I think some of the school kids who have seemed to have got scattered around the ground. They were all in one place before lunch over in the Uptonsteel family stand. I think a few of them down below us by the sound of it. Anyway, it's a single to Patel to start the afternoon down to deep backward square. He's 41, 96 for 3. I think if you were saying before lunch, if Northamptonshire had managed to nip out another one this morning, I think the session would have been theirs. As it is, I think it's fairly even. But this is an important partnership. Here's Proctor in bowls to Hanscom. Good line from Proctor, and still a little bit of bounce with this ball, which is in its, what, 28th over. Peter Hanscom, the one scoring shot, and all run 4, which was a long chase for Rob Keogh out towards the boundary, cheered on by the youngsters from the local school. Here's Proctor in again, bowls, and Hanscom lets that go. That was a tighter leave, but again, good judgment by the Leicestershire captain. Still a lovely afternoon. Bit of sunshine, bit more cloud maybe than there was when we went off for lunch, but it's a lovely afternoon for watching cricket. Just a nice temperature, a bit warm yesterday, a bit sticky, but very pleasant today. And here's Proctor in again, bowls to Hanscom on the stumps, and Hanscom pushing it up to Sanderson at mid-on, and there's no run. Proctor tidy as ever into his 6th over, 1 for 14. So much excitement down below us, I think.
We may have to turn down the effects mic slightly. They've found a place, whether they're playing a little bit of cricket down there. Tennis ball cricket, I'm not sure, but yes, I'll turn it down a touch.
Here's Proctor in again, bowls, and steered away by Peter Hanscom down in the gap between second slip and backward point. But there is a third man in, glory be. James Sales down there in front of the stand, and so it's just a single. Hanscom to 5, 97 for 3.
I'm told there's a Hanscom theory down under that once he's been in for 30 balls, he's almost certainly going to score runs. Well, that was his 30th ball, well, 31st in fact.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that theory holds any water.
Here's Proctor in again, outside the off stump, left alone by Rishi Patel. That's the end of a tight first over after lunch. Single to each of the batters, 41 to Patel, 5 to Hanscom, 97 for 3. Leicestershire and Proctor 6 overs. 2 maidens, 1 for 15. And it looks as though it's going to be the Northamptonshire debutant Harry Conway to start after lunch from the Bennett end.
A couple of emails have arrived. Mike Stevens about the size of Grace Road outfield, which we were talking about this morning. I was a schoolboy who attended the City of Leicester Boys Grammar School in the 1950s. There were 4 full-size soccer pitches which surrounded the cricket square at Grace Road, presumably. When Leicestershire were playing their games, we were transported to Grace Road and watched the county's game as they had priority, so those football pitches belonged to the grammar school. Conway is in from the Bennett end bowls to Hanscom, who rather reaches for that one. He can look sort of quite inelegant, Hanscom, at times, and he did there, but got plenty of bat on it and just shoveled it rather out into the covers, where your man has his sun hat on.
Yep, Bartlett's got the sun hat on, and James Sales has gone down the sun hat route as well, so there's 2 of them down there.
Rather pleasingly cream-coloured sun hats as well. None of this Purcell white stuff. Other detergents are available, of course. Conway is in and bowls. Again, Hanscom rather tucked up, and this time he's pushing almost one-handed out into the onside. There's no run. Just to finish Mike's email, I believe Leicestershire purchased the ground in the 60s for the City Council for about £45,000. What is it worth today? Thank you and your colleague for the commentary. We were talking about the worth of the Bristol ground, which I reckon, where it is, in a prime residential area of a much sought out, where property really is at a premium. Conway is in and bowls, fallen wide outside off stump and taken by McManus in front of Vasconcelos, who it can safely be said was taking evasive action at first slip. As in flinging himself dramatically to the ground and rolling out of the way.
Still not entirely happy where his feet are landing, is he, Conway, at that end? Bowling over the wicket anyway.
Clint Mackay, his compatriot, who played for Leicestershire for 3 years, said he reckoned it took the best part of the first year to get used to the difference at each end. He is down a slight slope. Conway comes in and bowls to Hanscom. Fullish on off stump. Hanscom, nice high left elbows. He looks to sort of drive/steer that out into the offside. Picks out mid-off, and there's no run.
That's interesting stuff from Mike there.
What's it worth now? 45,000. Must be at least 47 now.
and a half.
Or Ayleston residents? No. But we reckon Bristol 50 to 60 million minimum. You can understand why they want to.
Yes, yeah.
Why the possibility of selling is there. In goes Conway and bowls outside off stump. Good lift. Just the wrong line, just too wide to persuade Hanscom to pay what this area might be worth. I mean, Ayleston isn't probably as worth as much in terms of land values. Is it complete speculation? But it's a bigger site.
It would be a complete speculation as well.
It would. It's such a huge site. How many hours would you get on these days?
It's
400 or 500.
It's such a big area, isn't it?
It is. Conway in bowls and nicely turned to square leg in front of square. In fact, wide though of Safe Zabe and out to the boundary in front of the manual scoreboard to bring up the Leicestershire 100. It must be frustrating for the bowler that you're nagging away at off stump and you've got the batsman in trouble. One just drifts onto the legs and it's played with a really infuriating degree of certainty away through the leg side. But that's what good batsmen do.
Well, it's another triumph for patience, isn't it, really, from Peter Hanscom. 100 up for Leicestershire, as you mentioned. Yeah, I mean, Northamptonshire obviously are going through the motions at the moment of looking for or indeed building a second ground. They have a lease in place from the local council. out at Moulton, one of the villages just on the edge of Northampton. They've made it clear in all the public pronouncements that it is intended for women's cricket and academy and second team. As Proctor is in again, bowling outside the off stump to Rishi Patel at the start of fresh over, and Patel just watches it into the gloves of Lewis McManus. And that the home of men's professional cricket, it will still be Wantage Road. But it seemed to go, the project was there's a certain amount of fanfare about it when it was first announced, and then when I interviewed the new chairman Gary Hoffman back in October of last year, Proctor in bowls. Forward goes Patel and just steers it down to third man, all along the floor, sails fields, and it's one more to Rishi Patel. He goes to 42, and Leicestershire to 102 for 3. I think his comment was that it was sort of a bit on the back burner, but clearly with the money that counties are expecting they will receive at some point, then it's a project that may well come back on the table. Here's Proctor into bowl to his opposite number, Hanscom. Bowled short, bouncer, and Hanscom just drops everything out of danger, sways underneath it and watches it through to McManus. But yeah, the idea is that that would be the home of obviously all the other cricket, if you like, that goes on in the course of the year.
See also Lancashire and the new ground up near Preston. That's a project that is underway.
Here's Proctor in, and appeal for LBW as Hanscom goes across his stumps. Maybe height an issue there.
That was my immediate reaction.
That's my thought. It's a leg by. It goes down to third man. I got the. It wasn't a full-throated appeal, I don't think, from Northamptonshire, and umpire Lloyd says not out. There's one more onto the total with that leg by, 103 for 3. But Northamptonshire, it's an interesting one. I mean, people say, well, you could, use other grounds rather than building a new one. Here's Proctor in bowls, and forward goes Patel, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run. But I suppose then you're into the realms of, you want control over it. You say, well, okay, we can use club grounds for women's games or academy games, and which is what they do at the moment. Geddington, which is a smashing ground, the Northamptonshire League, home village of David Steele. They staged the women's game last weekend. Is Proctor in bowls and turned away by Patel. Just rides the bounce and turns it down to deep backward square for a single. Patel goes to 43 and counts nicely, because that was the last ball of the over. 104 for 3 at the end of it, 43 to Patel, 9 to Hanscom. Yeah, Geddington staging the first home women's match in Tier 2, 50 over competition last weekend. But it's certainly a project that's there. As I say, the land is there. It's just a question of how they want to progress with it and whether the funding is going to be there.
So is the land actually bought?
It's they've agreed a leasehold arrangement with West Northamptonshire Council.
And another email from Ellie Mackin. Doesn't start promisingly, Ellie. I'm a Notts fan. But I like to follow all 3 East Midlands sides, and I really think this could be Leicestershire's best chance of promotion in a long time. But she has concerns. I'll come back to those in a moment as Harry Conway comes in and bowls to Rishi Patel, who is turning the delivery off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Her concern is the pitches at Grace Road. Surely if they are to get promoted, drawing most home games because of flat pitches won't help. Thanks as always for the excellent commentary. It's a fair point, Ellie, really, and I'm not sure really what Leicestershire and the ground staff can actually do about it. In goes Conway and bowls, bounce and movement, and Patel leaves as it swings away and taken high by McManus again. almost in front of second slip by the time he got his gloves on it. Certainly well in front of first. But well left by Patel. They have relayed a couple of the pitches a few years ago now. And obviously there are the hybrids as well. They are trying to get more life into them. They've left plenty of grass on this used pitch. In goes Conway, bowls outside off stump, swings away. And there is no shot from Patel.
Well, I know Darren Lehman is one of his big things is draws are no good to you. You need to be trying to win games, hence the pitch that was prepared for the first game of the season against Kent, which did produce a result.
The problem to a certain extent is the counties do get stick if the pitches are marked down. The ECB come down on them. In goes Conway and bowls Patel, square drives gloriously for 4. Super shot, really stylish, the best shot in his innings so far from Rishi Patel. Just bobbed at the knees slightly and really did just enough width, crack it away square on the offside. That looked very sweet indeed. He moves on to 47, 108 for 3.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Bit of width and just enough bounce to bring it on to the bat. And just sort of punched it really, didn't he? It was a beautiful bit of timing and no apparent effort. Mostly raced across the outfield for 4.
Conway in again to Patel. This time he's drifting on to leg stump, turned out towards deep mid wicket. They're going to take 2. Hanscom is quick between the wickets. Patel, who wasn't running to the danger end, turned to see Hanscom has made his ground as the throw from Zabe comes into the bowler, and Patel onto 49. There is almost a conflict between the ECB and the counties sometimes. The ECB seem to want flat pitches for the batsmen to prepare for Test cricket, for whatever. But when the counties produce a result pitch, they often get marked down. Happily, it can be done, as Conway is in again, and Patel is going to get his 50 as he turns the full delivery off his legs down towards deep backward square for 1. I think it's also a no ball as well from Conway. Patel raises his bat, his first 50 of the season, only his 3rd innings because of that dislocation at Glamorgan in the slips, but that is a 50 of which he can be pretty proud, I think, Rishi Patel, because it's been hard working and he's got through off 89 balls, by his standards relatively sedate progress. Conway is in to Hanscom, who leaves outside off stump to finish the over, 113 for 3 off 31. But Bristol pitch wasn't marked down, and Bristol is notorious, and I think that's the word, for flat pitches. The groundsman produced one that gave the bowlers plenty of assistance, the seamers, and it was a great game as a consequence.
Well, I think, it's the point that we were talking earlier about the pitch down at Bristol that Northamptonshire played on last year, which was a hybrid, of course, which again was part of an ECB initiative to try and get them used in first-class cricket, championship cricket. Here's Proctor starting a fresh over wide outside the off-stump to Rishi Patel, who lets it go through to McManus, who takes in front of Vasconcelos at first slip. And on that occasion, as we touched on earlier, it was certainly substandard. Whether it was dangerous, I think, is perhaps another matter for discussion. Here's Proctor in, bowls and turned into the onside by Patel, standing tall, fielded there by George Bartlett under the white floppy sun hat. But the pitch that Northamptonshire produced against Kent, I think both coaches, out of Hollyoake said the same, were pretty happy with it. They said it was something gave the bowlers a chance. But I think again the agreement was, as Proctor bowls on leg stump, turned again out into the onside where Bartlett fields, that neither side batted particularly well on it. Kent were bowled out in a session on the second day. Northamptonshire then with 3 batters bowled or LBW not offering. So yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it, to try and get the balance right. Here's Proctor in again, and it takes Patel on the thigh pad. It rolls down into the slip cord where Calvin Harrison retrieves, and there's no run. I mean, Darren Lehman has also flagged up very clearly that when Yussi Chahal arrives, joins Northamptonshire in June, back end of June, the pitches will turn. He's made absolutely no secret of the fact. His Proctor in, bowls, and forward comes Patel. Solid again, playing it out into the covers where safe Zabe fields, and there's no run. But I don't think there's a... I mean, so far, the surface has given a bit of encouragement to the seam bowlers. But good shots have been rewarded, and we've seen some of those. Here's Proctor in and bowls, and on the back foot this time goes Patel. Plays it out to Bartlett at mid-wicket. That's the end of another Luke Proctor over. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17. Miserly stuff from the Northamptonshire captain. 113 for 3, 50 Patel, 9 Hanscom. But it makes you wonder sometimes, Richard, what they actually do want. And by they I mean ECB and what they are actually trying to achieve.
I'm not sure that they're sure.
No.
I'm sure there are conflicting voices there as well. Harry Conway starts his 10th over, comes in and bowls to Peter Hanscom, who is solidly forward, just leaning forward. Forward defensive, rehearses it, plays it back up the pitch. 41 balls for his 9 runs so far. Peter Hanscom is having to work very hard, but hard work is something on which he thrives, basically. Just loves batting.
One of my correspondents said yesterday about ECB and the possibility of reducing the number of championship matches. We'll come back to that in a sec.
Conway bowls, Hanscom bat right in front of his pads, really. He's batting so far across, almost lining up outside off stump that regularly looks as though he's been squared up, but down comes the bat, unerringly on the ball.
No, he was saying it's how do you grow a game by shrinking it, which is a very fair observation.
Conway runs in, bowls, foolish, outside off stump. Hanscom is in defensive mode though at the moment, wasn't quite there to be driven, he decided, so he steered it out towards Proctor. At a wide-ish mid-off, bounces up and makes life awkward for the... He looks tiny compared to Conway, doesn't he? It's
Yes,
he's not a big, tall man, Luke Proctor, but when he's throwing the ball to a big, tall man, makes him look even more diminutive, bless him. Conway is in and bowls. Oh my word, how did that miss everything? It was foolish, but it turned Hanscom inside out. It swung past his outside edge. He was almost on the back foot. It was a foolish delivery. It swung just past the bat, missed the off stump by not very much, and taken by McManus without him having to move behind the stumps. Absolute peach of a delivery. Hanscom survives. Turns his bat sideways just to get himself lined up right. Conway is in, bowls to him down the leg side, flicks the pad. There's an appeal for leg before he's gone. Hanscom is given. It came off the pad, went down to fine leg for 4. Sue Redfern thought about it for a long time, and finally an umpire has given the decision. Hanscom, well, we've been saying how far across he is batting and getting, and he was on that occasion as well. It wasn't a massive impact on the pad, as you can tell from the fact it went down to very fine leg for 4, but it was enough, said Sue Redfern. It was going to hit leg stump. We will hopefully see a replay, but just when Leicester was starting to build another partnership, Hanscom goes.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, wasn't it? You could tell that Sue Redfern was interested, because rather than moving away with the ball rattling off down towards the boundary. She was sort of stood her ground and thinking about it. Gave the decision in the bowler's favour. Yeah, the line of that will be interesting to see, but nevertheless, Aussie gets out Aussie. It's 113 for 4. And, well, if Northamptonshire were deprived that, or denied that breakthrough before lunch that they were hoping for, they've got it just immediately afterwards. As Ian Holland comes to the crease, been one of the men of the season for Leicestershire. I don't know if you had a chance to have a little look at that, Richard. Let me see if I can find it.
It'll be up shortly. They did show a replay, but unfortunately I didn't catch it.
Well, whatever, it's Harry Conway's first county championship wicket. The fact that it's one of his fellow countrymen will probably please him even more.
Well, he almost deserved for the ball before, didn't he? Which was
that was the original Jaffa.
Rude of a delivery. And again, the innings sort of back in the balance. Patel at the moment holding it all together, but these Leicestershire sort of all-rounders will now basically keep on coming. It's on a hot afternoon, Northampton still have plenty of work to do. They've got 4. Holland plays club cricket in the winter in Melbourne. Conway will be familiar with him as he comes in and bowls to Holland, who is again pushing across the line. There's hesitation before suddenly they realise, Holland and Patel, actually there's a fairly easy single in that it was pushed out towards wideish mid-on, who was kind of walking towards the ball. He had so far to go. And Holland suddenly, oh, I can get off the mark here, and did. 114 for 4, but a successful over for Harry Conway, his 10th, 1 for 40. His figures, he's probably bowled a little bit better than those figures imply.
Yes, Ian Holland, of course.
Here we go.
I've got the replay there. Just having a look at it myself, because he's setting up.
Yeah, hit him in front of off. To be honest, he was so far across.
I don't think there's a lot wrong with that, to be honest.
He was a long way down, wasn't he? But hit him low.
And as you say, was the way he sets up. I don't think there's a lot to complain about there, to be honest. Well, not that he was, but that didn't look too bad. Sue Redfern obviously thinking long and hard before giving it.
The only question was whether it hit him outside the line.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Proctor, first ball of the over, finds Holland in defensive mode, playing it out to the covers for safe to field. Yeah, first thought was, Richard, I don't. Let's have a look.
It dipped in nicely.
It did, and he's setting up pretty much on off stump, and he's gone. No, I don't think that's hit him outside the line. The only question would be whether it was just angling down, but anyway, he's gone, and Holland almost followed him back by following the ball from Proctor that seamed away outside off stump. Goes through to McManus, and Holland has a little nervous prod of the pitch. Born in the United States, of course. USA international. Here's Proctor in, bowls to him, and he's nudging that one away down behind square on the leg. So they're going to come back for 2. Harry Conway fielding down there in the deep. He's taking a little bit of a while to get his throw away. So it's 2 more to Holland. He goes to 3, 116 for 4. I only remember that because when he played a couple of one-day games for Northamptonshire on loan years ago, it was the second, I think, Northamptonshire cricketer to be born in the United States after Burton Wilkinson. Proctor in, bowls, and forward comes Holland. Playing it up towards mid-on, but Bartlett comes across from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run, who was born in Nebraska and played cricket in Peterborough. I don't think there's probably a huge number of similarities between Nebraska and Peterborough, but played, I think, one
both cultural deserts? I don't know.
No. Played a couple of games for Northamptonshire in the early 30s. Here's Proctor in bowls short, and again it's this tennis ball bounce that we were talking about before lunch. It loops over Ian Holland's head, and I think there may even have been just looking at the two umpires to see if they were thinking about calling that a wide. Might have needed our line prop at home to get anywhere near it, I think, but not called. Sun out now, beautiful afternoon. As Proctor is in bowls, very full, and turned away again by Holland down to Harry Conway at deep backward square. They're through for a single, and Conway doesn't let go of the ball. He's going to bowl the next over, and said he tosses his Northamptonshire cap. Presented this morning by Rory Kleinveld in the huddle, with 560 on it. Northamptonshire's 560th first-class player. Tosses the cap to George Bartlett, who gives it to umpire Redfern, and Conway's going to continue. Bowling to Ian Holland, 117 for 4.
Over 8 level, despite the fact we're only now on 34 for the day. Conway is in bowls to Holland, who is very careful and cautious, and no great foot movement, just blocking it on off stump, playing it late again, wandering down, prodding at the pitch. He's been up and down the order a bit, Ian Holland, this season. Still picked up 175 runs at 29s with a couple of 50s as Conway is in, bowls to him. He's turning that one away through square legs. Should be a couple in it. It's a long chase up the ropes. Who's going to get there first? Long leg gets there before square leg running back. Justin Broad.
And as usual, the manual scoreboard had got it up. But before the ball, it just about have got into the fielder's hand, but they're good judges.
Holland picks up a couple, moves on to 6, 119 for 4. Conway tosses the ball from hand to hand, sort of spins it from right to left before holding it in his right and running in, and bowls on off stump again. Holland is playing as late as possible. Drops it down no more than 2 feet away from him, the ball, at a complete standstill.
And Holland born at Stevens Point, Wisconsin. You must have been there, Richard.
I've never been to America, curiously. They, even when I did Formula One, they never went. I went to Canada for some reason, but not America. It was something to do with the time scales, and at the time, it mattered. In goes Conway, bowls, edged, caught by McManus, diving across to his right. He was trying to take his bat away from the line of the ball, and as he lifted it, it flicked the blade, flew low. It continued on its outswing route, and McManus took a nice catch, diving across almost in front of first and second slips to take it two-handed away to his right. So, a couple of quick wickets again for Northamptonshire. 113 for 3 has become 119 for 5, and Leicestershire struggling a little bit.
Yeah, good catch by Lewis McManus, and I think he had to go for it because I'm not sure it would have carried to either of the two slips. He mentioned there diving in front of them, but he took the responsibility and held it very well indeed. And Conway, having had a slightly frustrating morning, I think it's fair to say, and I'm with you entirely, Richard. I think his figures didn't really tell you how well he bowled this morning, but he's finally got some reward after lunch. 119 for 5 it is now, and this Northamptonshire seam attack, I think they'll be reasonably happy with the state of play at the moment.
Very, I would think.
As Ben Cox comes out, hero of Bristol.
So 5 wickets have fallen in the space of 51 runs being added. Is that right?
61.
No, 61, I beg your pardon.
It's a brave effort from Ben Cox down at Bristol, wasn't it? It was,
very.
Having been injured.
Very. touch his gloves with Rishi Patel. Or Patel actually has shed his gloves, so he's passing on some advice to Ben Cox as to what's happening. But it is humid here at Grace Road, in about a mile to the south of Leicester city centre, and the ball is swinging. The odd one is bouncing a bit, but again, it's sort of swing that's the chief weapon for the seamers at the moment, as you would hope with the Dukes in these sort of conditions.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we have spoken about Ben Cox and how well he's sort of batted this season. He was interviewed on the BBC Radio Leicester Cricket Show this week. He talked about how, as a sort of cricketer, certainly as a batsman, he was a bit lost when he arrived. He said he'd had, after a long time at Worcester, and he needed a sort of fresh voice and a fresh examination of his technique. Conway examining his technique with a bouncer that Cox just ignores, really, just sort of leans slightly away from it, forward, so to speak, and it bounces over his left shoulder. I'm sure they're aware, Northamptonshire seamers, that he did wear one, as they say, at Bristol last week. A painful one on the Sunday. I'm sure it's well padded, but he did go to hospital for a CT scan. Clearly is considered okay to play. Conway is in, bowls to him. He defends on the back foot, back down the pitch to the Australian, but more success post-lunch for Harry Conway. He's picked up the 2 wickets to 4. Peter Hanscom for 9, and now Ian Holland for 6. Northamptonshire on top.
Elsewhere, down at Southampton in Division 1, Durham 110 for 4 against Hampshire, with Kyle Abbott picking up 3 of those wickets to 4, Brad Wheel getting the other. Essex 115 for 2 against Somerset at Taunton. Dean Elgar out for 30 in his first championship appearance of the season. Yorkshire in trouble, 124 for 6 against Warwickshire up at Headingley. And with Joe Root out for 1, come back to that in a second, his Proctor starting a fresh over to Patel, who edges just in front of Calvin Harrison at second slip, who wrings his hand. That one just hitting it rather painfully, but manages to prevent any run. 119 for 5 it stays. Harry Brook 33 off 41 balls, but now out to Ethan Bamber. So struggle for Yorkshire so far today in the First Division. Proctor in again to bowl to Patel outside the off stump. Patel, as he's done so well today, leaves that alone. Goes through to Lewis McManus.
Judging by the cue, I think we can say that the Friends of Grace Road are open for business.
Yes, it does. Looks very much that way. In Division 2 at Cardiff, Glamorgan 135 for 2 against Derbyshire. Mesa Tribe made 58 there. Proctor in again, bowls and again finds the edge of Patel's bat. Again, half stopped by Calvin Harrison on the bounce. And again, there's no run. Stays at 119 for 5. So, decent start from Glamorgan. Lancashire 103 for 2 against Gloucestershire at Old Trafford. Lost 2 early wickets, but recovering thanks to Josh Bohannon, 48 not out. Relieved to see scores runs against somebody other than Northamptonshire. And Marcus Harris, who's on 31, his Proctor in again, bowls and pushed by Patel up to Sanderson at mid-on. And there's no run.
Literally standing outside off stump when he played that.
Came right again, coming right across, which is, well, slightly fraught with danger, you'd have thought, bearing in mind what happened to his captain just a few moments ago. And Kent in all sorts of strife against Middlesex. Here's Proctor in. Appeal for LBW as Patel's looking to turn it away on the leg side. There was no great conviction behind that. And it's gone down fine for 4 leg byes, signalled by umpire Graham Lloyd, retrieved by Harry Conway down in front of the Bennett Pavilion. But 4 more onto the total, 123 for 5. Kent at Lords against Middlesex, a 95 for 7. So Toby Rowland-Jones has picked up 4 of those wickets. 4 for 25. Tawanda Mayeye made 29, Jack Leaning 26, but not much else. Here's Proctor. In again, bowls to Patel, forward. Using his height to get right to the pitch of the ball, plays it back down the pitch. Proctor fields 123 for 5 at the end of the over. 50 to Patel, and Ben Cox still looking for his first run, and the official announcement is made that the Friends of Grace Road are now open for business. I wonder what what's on the menu today from a cake's point of view. I think last time we were here I had something very nice with rhubarb in it.
That sounds
very nice.
That sounds rather nice, actually. I don't
nice.
mind something that just takes the sweetness.
Yes, it was a little bit
the edge
tart.
of sweetness of it. Sometimes
it was very good.
Just what you need. What Leicestershire need right now is to see off Harry Conway. In he comes, bowls to Ben Cox from the Bennett end, thick outside edge, but he manages somehow to prevent the bounce from sort of flying high out towards gully. Just about gets on top of it, steers it down towards backward point. Nicely bowled.
Ben Sanderson just limbering up down below us. I strongly suspect he might be on for another spell soon.
Well, they'll be hopeful, Northants, sort of bowling Leicestershire out for sort of 200 sort of area. As Conway is in, Cox again, standing a little bit still there, turning his bat face on it and pushing the delivery off stump out towards mid-wicket where Sales, the sun-hatted Sales, is the fielder. He and Bartlett sporting those sort of cream Northants sun hats. Vasconcelos at first slip, Harrison at second, standing a good yard and a half, maybe 2 yards in front of Vasconcelos as Conway bowls. Oh, goodness me, drives, it snakes back in, goes inside the bat, misses off stump by a fraction. Goodness me.
Well, Darren Lehman spoke very highly of Harry Conway, and I think now we're probably seeing why. He has got a bit of pace. He's a big, strong, tall man, and he's putting in a thoroughly decent shift here for Northamptonshire.
Pitch, if anything, is maybe just quickened up. Well, maybe it's been under the covers for a while in the sun, and it's just dried out a little bit. Certainly something there. Conway is in, Cox leaves, and it rather bounces. You heard the whoops from the Northants field as it was taken by McManus, two-handed above his head, and he was jumping a little bit as well. So it has changed character a little bit. For the first hour, there looked to be nothing in it. Yes, the roll had been on. Of course it had, but whether it's the effects of that rolling off, of coming off, whether it's the sun just baking the surface a little bit dry, taking any last moisture out, it has changed colour a little bit. It has gone a little bit lighter. There's still plenty of grass there, though. In goes Conway and bowls, steered very late by Cox. I thought that had snuck through. It didn't. Out towards Bartlett at backward point. Cox wanders forward. He has been one of the Leicestershire's most consistent contributors this season. 272 runs at 45s with 2 50s and a lot of very close to 50s scores. Obviously, work that out from the fact he's got 272 runs so far this season. But he's getting a really difficult examination here. Conway is in, bowls to him. That's a good leave. Bounces past outside off stump, but another really, really testing over delivered by Harry Conway. 12 overs, 2 for 42. His figures now.
One of the things that I did notice doing the prep yesterday, Richard, was that the way that so many of
you have to explain. Sorry, go on.
So many of the Leicestershire players have contributed. You know, it hasn't been a question of the same 2 batters getting the runs all the time. So many have They're in that sort of between 250 and 300 mark, averaging north of 40. And don't have to look too far then to see why Leicestershire have made this strong start to the season. 2 wins and 2 draws. Sanderson it is, coming back into the attack from this pavilion end. Start his 11th over, bowling to Rishi Patel, and that's a little bit of a loosener. It's on Patel's hip and he's able to work it comfortably down towards deep backward square. Bartlett comes in off the boundary to field. 1 more to Patel. He goes to 51, 124 for 5.
First run for 13 deliveries, that for Rishi Patel.
Well, he's been model of patience and calm judgment so far, and Leicestershire, well, with every wicket that falls at the other end, his innings becomes that much more important, that much more praiseworthy. And he has played this very well. Needs someone to stay with him. Nobody else, apart from the 2 openers, have got to double figures yet. Here's Sanderson. 3 slips in. Bowls to Cox, and Cox is forward, pushing it out into the covers. Proctor comes across from extra cover to field, but there's a comfortable single to be had. Well judged. Takes Ben Cox off the mark. He's 125 for 5. Leicestershire. We're in the 38th over, so still what, 58 and a bit overs to go. Tea could be a bit late today, couldn't it? Cake will all have gone by the time we get downstairs. Sanderson into bowl to Patel, and Patel rocks onto the front foot, pushes it out just in front of square on the offside.
Shouldn't be on day 1 because they sort of get all their supplies for all 3 days, if you know what I mean.
Oh, right, okay.
In the preceding week, so with any luck.
I'm reassured, Richard. I'm
There should be some left.
Greatly,
if it was day 3, I'd be a worried man.
Greatly reassured. Sanderson turns down below us and runs in again to bowl to Rishi Patel. And forward comes Patel, and you can see the shape as that starts around the line of leg stump and finishes up being played by Patel outside off stump.
You could almost see all 3 stumps
Yes,
by the time he played it, behind him.
Sanderson with 2 wickets so far. Rian Ahmed caught behind down the leg side for naught. Lewis Hill caught behind to a delivery just outside the off stump, outside edge. Hill out for 6. Sanderson in again, bowls short and pulled away by Patel for 4. Took a hand off the bat in doing so. That is swing at it, but it went fine. And again, Conway is fairly wide round there at long leg, and he had absolutely no chance of getting anywhere near that. It goes down for 4. Patel is 55, and Leicestershire 129 for 5. Sanderson just using the short ball sparingly, which he tends to do. His first game of the season, having missed the start of the season with a sort of ongoing knee issue. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls a better ball from Sanderson, pushed out into the covers by Patel. Out to Proctor in the covers. There's no run, and that's the end of the first over of Ben Sanderson's latest spell. 11 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 33. 129 for 5. Leicestershire 55 to Rishi Patel, 1 to Ben Cox. Leicestershire having lost Solbadinja for 30, Rian Ahmed for naught, Lewis Hill for 6 before lunch. Since lunch, Peter Hanscom for 9 and Ian Holland for 6. Both of those wickets since lunch falling to Harry Conway, who's going to bowl again.
Looks a longer run from that Bennett end than it did from this pavilion end. In he goes, bowls to Cox, who's steering it off the back foot, but only as far as George Bartlett at that backward point position. Remains on 1. Deep backward square. Still out in front of the manual scoreboard. The clock atop which is now working. It wasn't working for the first game when somebody hadn't wound it up or whatever. Switched it on or whatever. Conway is in and bowls driven for 4. Just over pitched. He wasn't quite at the pitch. It wasn't a half volley, but it was far enough pitched up for Cox to step out, get on top of the bounce and crack it away to the point boundary for 4.
And that is what Leicestershire have got to do, isn't it? If there is the old loose ball, you need to still, you can't just go into the bunker, as it were. They've got to try and put the bad ball away. That was a loose delivery, and Ben Cox making absolutely no mistake. Got what it deserved.
And then the clock was wrong for a while, because they got it working, but obviously at the wrong time. We weren't quite sure how to change the hands, perhaps. In goes Conway, bowls, very full, trying to squeeze the Yorker through Cox's defences. He comes down on it late, but manages to clip it away to deep square and take 1. So it was only right twice a day, but now it is now it is right all the time. And it should be. Friends of Grace Road, actually, we talking about them, paid a lot of money to have it repaired.
I seem to remember, I think we were talking about that when we were here last year. It's very much part of the fabric of the ground, isn't it?
It is. It's not. Actually, I'm just wondering whether it is unique. The cupola clock, it might be. To county cricket grounds, that is. In goes Conway and bowls, just drifting on towards middle and leg. Cox, beg your pardon, Patel tries to work it into the leg side. I don't think he got anything on it and hit quite high up on the pad, almost thigh pad area. Bounces out into the leg side. Sales comes in to field. No run.
It's like a sort of bell tower at the top of the Spencer Pavilion at Northampton, but it doesn't have a clock therein.
Pretty sure it probably is unique then.
I would have thought so.
There's only 2 manual scoreboards in left.
Yeah.
Conway bowls, and that one is nicely turned by Patel. Just what he was trying to do the previous delivery, out towards deepish mid wicket. Broad gets there sufficiently quickly to prevent any chance of a second. Patel turns it down. Any suggestion of such from Cox? Patel and Keogh having a conversation of sorts. Don't know whether they'll have played together anywhere. I can't imagine so. Conway into Cox, who defends on off stump, defends it out towards mid off. End of Conway's 13th over, 2 for 48. Is that 4 overs in this spell? But I think might be enough for now. 13 overs to his name in very hot conditions.
And he mentioned, we were talking earlier about Rob Keogh and the fact that he's in his 14th consecutive season of Championship cricket for Northamptonshire. I think in that time he knows pretty much everyone. He's a bit of a natterer out on the field, likes a chat. Liam Guthrie's out there as 12th man. I'm just looking to see who's off at the moment.
I think Safe Sabe went off. I
He
saw
did,
him.
didn't he? Yeah. Is Sanderson starting a fresh over and starts off with a bouncer, which Patel just sways out of the way of, goes through to Lewis McManus.
I saw him making the substitute gesture a couple of overs ago.
Perhaps a comfort break. I doubt he's getting his bowling boots on just yet. Justin Broad is now starting this painful looking warming up routine. I say painful to say if I tried it, I'd be in deep trouble. I wouldn't be at the ground tomorrow, I don't think. Here's Sanderson, 2 slips in. And he's bowling to Patel, and that's wide outside the off stump. And again, a little bit of bounce as it goes through to McManus, who takes it in front of Vasconcelos at first slip. And Justin Broad's now auditioning for the Ministry of Silly Walks, doing the sort of the John Cleese high stepping routine. So I imagine he may well take over from Harry Conway at the Bennett end. For now it's Ben Sanderson in his 12th over, running into bowl to Rishi Patel, and Patel nicely head over the ball. The front foot pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
There is a similarity to the Bristol pitch in respect of the fact that more grass has been left on the sides of the pitch than the middle, looking at it from up here, which was very notably, or noticeably, the case in Bristol. And whether Leicestershire like that, and they've tried to a certain extent to replicate it, not sure.
Here's Sanderson. In again, bowling to Patel, who again comes right across his stumps. No ball called by umpire Graham Lloyd. Sanderson's first of the day, therefore the first of the season. Had a bit of a rash of them each of the last couple of seasons.
Lloyd flagged it up actually before, didn't he? The ball before he went out and
said you're close, I think.
It, yeah.
137 for 5 it is now. As Rob Keogh just has a word with Ben Sanderson. Boots on the concrete down below us suggests Said might be going to come back on. If I can see him sit down there on the boundary rope. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and oh my goodness, Patel, and we were saying how patient he's been and how watchful. He wound himself up to flay that ball away through the covers. Backward point would have thought he might be in business, and in the end he just at the last minute pulled out of the shot, which was probably wise.
I think we might have been in business.
Well, I think we might have been, yes. Said down below, I think he's probably just put the shin pads on. Maybe he's going to go in at short leg. It was this morning under the lid. Here's Sanderson running away from us, bowling to Patel, forces it off the back foot. He's going to get runs here. Goes past Proctor at mid-off, who runs back towards our end of the ground, the pavilion end, and they come back for an easy 2. Patel is 58, 139 for 5. That one going between the bowler and Proctor at mid-off. Sun out fully now. Still a bit of cloud around, but it really is a gorgeous afternoon.
Farewell to the Abbey Mead pupils, bless them.
They're going home, are they? Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls to Patel, who has a huge swing at that. And Ben Sanderson, I think maybe just appraising him of his views on that stroke. That was totally out of character with what the last 2 balls, rather out of character with how Rishi Patel's played today. That was more like the T20 Rishi Patel. He made 100 against Northamptonshire a year or 2 back. Anyway, he survives. 58 to him, 6 to Cox, 139 for 5 at the end of the over. Save is back on. Liam Guthrie goes off, and it is indeed going to be Broad replacing Harry Conway from the Bennett end.
Yes, that was wild from Rishi Patel. He's trying to hit it from outside off stump somewhere over sort of straightish mid-wicket. Fortunately for him.
Was targeting the Friends of Grace Road, wasn't he?
Perhaps he's heard all the rhubarb cake is running out. Broad is into Ben Cox bowls. Very full. Jammed out rather by Cox from just outside off stump. Squeezed out down towards third man, where Zaib didn't have far to go. Just stepped across the ropes, having been waiting on the other side, exactly there. Cox takes his single, moves on to 7. Broad is in and bowls. That's a full toss, and it's driven out through cover. Should go all the way. Bartlett's chase is in vain. Broad just over pitching, I should say, really then. First rank full toss of the day, possibly. Elicits a chant of Leicestershire la 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 as Rishi Patel moves into the 60s. 62 from 144 for 5. It would be a sorry card without the Patel knock, and of course Buddinger's 30. Anybody else got into double figures?
Nobody, no.
Broad is in again to Patel. Just drags his length back a bit. Still brings Patel forward. He checks the drive and plays it firmly out to mid-off.
Saves now come up into the ring at backward point, and Harry Conway, who was probably getting slightly concerned that he was rather in bomb alley. Has now gone back to grazing on the boundary at third man. He's probably rather relieved about that.
Broad bowls. Again, another full toss that is driven away. Did well to reach it. Rishi Patel, I thought for a minute he might actually have spooned it out towards Bartlett or Zabe at extra cover and sort of point, but managed to get it between them and picks up another 4. 66, he moves on to 148 for 5. Run rate creeps back up to 3.6. One thing Conway and Proctor at the start of this session did very well. Sanderson, of course, you expect, but they got control back on the scoreboard as well.
Yeah.
They cut out the runs. In goes Broad and bowls, and back foot defensive firm push from Patel that is stopped by Keogh at mid-on.
I'd like to ask you, Richard, Leicestershire using any outgrounds this year?
Yes, Kibworth, where the second team game was played this week. In goes Broad and bowls. Patel drives very pleasantly, but he hasn't got quite enough on it to beat mid-off, and slides across to his left to make this stop, Proctor. So it was just a single on that occasion, but productive over for Leicestershire and for Patel in particular. He's on 67, 149 now for 5. I don't think there's anything at Oakham this year. I think it's just Kibby.
You were talking about the grounds before lunch and the fact that obviously this ground has staged 880 first-class matches, and one of the reasons I think why Northamptonshire staged quite so many, pushing 1100, is because, particularly recently, of course, Northamptonshire have not used any outgrounds at all since 2014, the last time they ventured away from Wantage Road in any competition. Sanderson it is going to be to continue running in and bowls to Patel, who turns it away down to long leg for 1. George Bartlett finds himself down there close to the main scoreboard, and it brings up the 150 for Leicestershire to a ripple of applause down to our right. 68 to Patel, 150 for 5. Consultation between Captain Luke Proctor and senior pro Rob Keogh, the upshot of which is not immediately apparent in terms of change in the field. Sanderson. Now we have a change in the field. Zabe is going across from mid-wicket, an extra slip going in. So they're now up to 3 slips. Zabe has gone across from mid-wicket to backward point, and the man at deep square is coming up into the ring just in front of square to save 1. Here's Sanderson in, bowling to Ben Cox, and Cox pushes out into covers, go through for a sharp single. Proctor shies at the stumps, misses the stumps, and thankfully Lewis McManus was alive to what was going on, came across and backed up well. Sharp single from Cox, nevertheless, got there okay. 8 to him, 151 for 5. I suspect Patel would have been safe even if the throw had hit the stumps, but it was tight. In this sort of situation, the very last thing Leicestershire need is a run out. Back to 2 slips for Patel on strike. Sanderson is in and Patel on the back foot works it into the onside. Zabe comes across from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run.
Q at the FOGR is growing.
Well, I'm not surprised. They've obviously heard. I hope we haven't fueled a false rumour about the rhubarb cake. That was last year. Doubt they've still got some of that actual cake left, but be a bit stale by now.
Remember Mrs. Kimber made a smashing sort of chocolate cake.
Ooh, marvellous. Here's Sanderson in, bowls and hits Patel on the pad, batters well.
Line, yeah.
He was outside the line. Graham Lloyd not particularly interested. Made me think of the outgrounds thing, because I think of all the championship matches that these two sides have played since the war. All the ones in Leicestershire, there's only been one that has been played away from Leicester, and that was one at Oakham School in 2006, which was drawn. Other than that, it's always been here in Leicester. Sanderson in and bowls outside the off stump. Patel lets it go through to Lewis McManus. Already has 3 catches in the innings.
I always wonder how he feels coming back here.
Oh yes, yes of course. The incident.
Don't like to keep raising it, and so don't talk about it too much, but my goodness.
Caused a bit of a furore at the time, didn't it? Here's Sanderson in, bowls and propped again. Patel is so far across. He's almost, as you mentioned before lunch, showing all 3 stumps.
Each
and
time.
Ball that bounced a bit, just caught him on the glove and drops down harmlessly into the onside. That's the end of another over for Ben Sanderson. 151 for 5, 68 to Patel, 8 to Cox. But it's obviously a method that he's worked out, and for him, it's working.
If it was a club batter, you'd be targeting it, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
You'd be firing him in at leg stump and expect to sort of get through. But problem with these boys, especially at the top of the order, is they're quite good at flicking it away.
They don't miss too often, do they?
No, they don't. And so it poses a difficult one for the bowlers. Broad hasn't quite found his consistent line and length yet. Comes in from the Bennett end, bowls to Ben Cox on off stump. Cox is leaning forward, steering it in front of extra cover, wide of mid-off, and excuse me, taking 1. He moves on to 9. 152 for 5. We've spoken about the contributions that have come to Leicestershire from sort of the lower order. 42 overs in now, as Broad is in to Patel, who pulls it in the air but wide, well wide of sails, down to mid-wicket, 4-4. Well, that's what he was, I suspect, looking to do to Sanderson a couple of overs ago. That was short enough to do it, and he really did get hold of it and clobbered it out to mid-wicket. The pitch is very central, but it is still a long old boundary out there. No chance for Sales to cut it off. Patel into the 70s.
It's interesting, isn't it? Rishi Patel in the last few minutes has obviously decided that he needs to maybe be a little bit more aggressive.
The ball is examined by Sue Redfern. It having thumped into, I think, the groundsman's hut over there alongside the manual scoreboard. Broad is in, Patel is forward, playing with an angle bat, steering it through the vacant gully area down towards Conway, who's not a superstitious man, because he's got number 13 on his back. Oh, perhaps he is. Perhaps it's a lucky number for him. 13 on his back, and Patel moves on to 73, 157 for 5. Conway. Oh, watches as that one from Broad bounces and leaves Ben Cox just occasionally. Gathers that little bit of pace from the live grass that's sort of slightly wide of the central strip, but there is a little bit in the centre of the pitch. Good Broady, come on Broady. As Broad is in and bowls outside off stump, windmill carved away out through backward point. Did it go all the way? It didn't. It bounced just once, I think, before crossing the ropes, but it was short and wide. And again, Broad just not quite coming to terms with the pitch or the slope as to where to bowl. And as a consequence, he's conceded 36 now from his almost 7 overs. 161 for 5. Cox once again into double figures. Now, I started to say about the interview that he gave to BBC Radio Leicester about his batting technique. In goes Broad, that's outside off stump and short, and that is carved away through the offside for 4 more as well. This time it wasn't as short and sat up very nicely, and I think mentioned club batters, a few would have clambered into that one as well. And consecutive boundaries to Ben Cox. Yeah, just to say that when he came from Worcester, he said he was a bit lost with his cricket and his technique, he felt. And he's worked really hard on it, especially this winter, with different eyes on it. And he does look a slightly more fluent player, if you like, as a result. His technique's never been a particularly sort of elaborate one or even sort of textbook as such, but everything is very neat. He's a sort of very neat player, and there's less movement from him at the crease than when he first came, that's for sure. And it's paying off, certainly this season. 17 not out he is now.
A couple of cracking blows in that last over, and Justin Broad, who's been very good this year for Northamptonshire with bat and ball, but just not getting it right today so far, and posing a little bit of a problem for Luke Proctor. Sanderson, not so. He runs in again and bowls at the start of another over, nips one back to Patel, hits him high up on the thigh pad, drops down into the offside, and there's no run. Sanderson into his 14th over, 2 for 39. But yeah, Justin Broad, often the way I suppose when you get this rotating the seamers, perhaps one, it's not their day. See, that's Rory Kleinfeld, I think, having a chat with George Bartlett down on the boundary, maybe just with a message to impart. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and again it's full, and it's just finding Patel playing a little bit across his front pad. Goes down to backward point where Justin Broad fields, and you would have heard through our effects mic just a little bit of interest from the Northamptonshire fielders there. Sanderson asking questions as he usually does. Cry of 6 and 7. Not somebody's hat size. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowling to Rishi Patel, full again. Again Patel back into watchful mode, pushes it out towards Proctor coming in from mid-off, who fields, and there's no run. 165 for 5. These two put on 46 in quick time. And partnership that Northamptonshire will look to try and want to try and snuff out as soon as possible, but they've done a good job, good counter-attack, particularly from Ben Cox. It's Patel facing Sanderson, and that's a beauty from Ben Sanderson. Goes past the outside edge. And again, just enough bounce to keep bowlers interested and to make Rishi Patel think twice about just lunging onto the front foot. A conversation between Proctor and Sanderson as Sanderson heads back to his mark. And turns down below us. To bowl again to Rishi Patel. It's another one that's gone through, and this time they're appealing for a catch behind. Not out, says umpire Lloyd. Bit of interest from behind the stumps. My feeling was that Ben Sanderson probably went up slightly afterwards. Let's just say it was a bit of one of those altogether or not at all jobs.
Yeah.
Don't think there was any
delivery there.
It was almost carbon copy of the previous one. But as I say, I think as we've seen a couple of times today, I think there's a certain amount of lack of conviction behind that particular appeal. Here's Sanderson in again and bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump, and this time Patel doesn't have to play at it, and doesn't, and watches it go through to Lewis McManus, and that's the end of Ben Sanderson's 14th over. 4 maidens, 2 for 39, 73 to Patel, 17 to Cox, 1, 65 for 5 Leicestershire. If you're just joining us, the men out today so far. Sol Budinger for 30, Ryan Ahmed for 0, Lewis Hill for 6, Peter Hanscom for 9, Ian Holland for 6, 2 wickets for Ben Sanderson, 2 for Harry Conway, 1 for Luke Proctor, and we were saying about Justin Broad not really getting it right so far today, and he's been pulled out of the attack, and Luke Proctor's going to have a go himself.
Yeah, Proctor's been his usual accurate testing self, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 20. Fairly conventional field now, for the most part single saving with the 2 slips and the deep backward square. In he comes and bowls to Cox, who brings that deep backward square into action, has to run forward to field. James sails and does. Cox takes 1, moves on to 18. 166 for 5, partnership up to 47. Baking up here. I'm amazed that a few of the Northampton players are in sweaters, or appear to be.
It is very warm up here.
Flags are hanging very limp as well. Gentleman alongside us sprays wisely. Sun cream outside off stump. Patel leans forward, steers it backward off point. A good tumbling stop to his left by Justin Broad. Means it is just the one. There was a third man, it was only ever going to be one, but even so, Broad doing his job well. Patel on to 74. Proctor's ready to go, but Cox makes him go back, because a gentleman just sort of had emerged from behind the sight screen. In fact, there goes another chap as well. Proctor's run-up is quite angled, isn't it? It is from quite wide, so Cox will have seen those 2 gentlemen. Proctor is in again, bowls, brings Cox forward, defending out towards mid-on. In, bowls, bouncer, had to duck quite quickly there. Ben Cox, and low as well, because it didn't really get up as much as they thought it was going to, but duck quickly and low he did, so it went over his back through to Lewis McManus behind the stumps. Bird song, rather pleasant in our ears. Nearby, as Proctor is in, bowls, nibbled down towards long leg by Ben Cox, then he turns for the second. It's a good run. Sanderson's arm, not perhaps the strongest or fastest. There was nothing wrong with the throw, and it was sort of sideways on, but it's, as I say, a longish boundary. And Cox is quick between the wickets, and he made 1 3/4 into 2 reasonably comfortably.
50 partnership.
Indeed. Important partnership. They needed it, Leicestershire, and they need more still. 169 for 5 as Proctor is in. Bowls, there's an appeal for leg before. They almost collide as Cox moving across. The signal is leg by as it dropped out towards short leg, and the leg by is taken, but may well have been going down. The fact that it bounced out towards short leg without Cox having got any bat on it, an indication perhaps that it was leg stumpish. Not close enough for Sue Redfern to give. 170 for 5. Cox keeps the strike. He gives Patel a pat on the back. Patel's been out there for 134 deliveries. Hugely valuable knock for his side.
Well, those thinking about when they're going to be able to enjoy their cup of tea. There's still another 19 overs to go before tea. As we mentioned, the over rate hasn't been great, partly due to the fact that we've only seen seam so far, partly, of course, there were some interruptions this morning. There was the sawdust gate, which seems to take a very long time to get the sawdust out, and also the injury to Rishi Patel. So he's going to be well after 4 o'clock at this rate. Now, Sanderson to continue, and for Ben Cox, they've just got a gully in, so 2 slips in a gully, a point, extra cover, man now going in tight. No, they're changing this over again. An extra slip going in, so it's 3 slips in a gully and a point rather than a backward point. Man has come up into the ring from deep square to square leg. There's a long leg on the boundary, mid-on, and a fairly wide mid-off as Sanderson is in bowls, and that's short outside the off stump and cracked away by Ben Cox. More runs for him here as it goes out towards the manual scoreboard, and they come back for a comfortable 2, already registered. Of course, on the board out there, 172 for 5, Cox to 22. That was short, wide, and meat and drink for Ben Cox. Sanderson into his 15th over already. Still 3 slips in a gully. As he's in and bowls to Cox. Cox pushes it out into the offside. Might just for a split second have contemplated if there was a sharp single there, but Proctor was quickly to the ball. He's not at a conventional mid-off. It's almost an extra cover rather than a mid-off. Just takes his cap off and brushes his head, wipes the sweat away. Luke Proctor. Sanderson in again to bowl to Cox, who drives, I was going to say, into the gap between gully and point, but in fact he doesn't manage to find the gap because it's an excellent bit of fielding by Saif Zaib, diving to his left, manages to cut off any possibility of a run. James Sales in the gully tidies up.
Uppish though, wasn't it, for a
while? It was for a second or two. Rory Kleinveld having a lap round the boundary now with George Scrimshaw. We haven't seen play so far this season. Had a side injury. Sanderson in and bowls and pushed up into the onside by Cox. This time they do go through for a single because Keogh's fairly deep. And so there's an easy one to be had. Cox 23. Sanderson's
points to the spot where it was.
Yes, that's where you should have been, Robert. Anyway, 23 to Cox, 173 for 5. Now the field changes markedly for Rishi Patel. The 3rd slip and the gully come out. 3rd man goes back. Deep square goes back, just behind square, and they've got the mid-wicket in, almost in a catching position as Sanderson's in bowls, and again takes Patel on the pad. Rolls down towards Sanderson, who decides he's not in the mood for bending down and picking it up, so his captain does the job for him.
They do have to be a little bit careful with him, you'd have thought. Northampton.
Well, they do, and this is why I was mentioning the fact that he's already into his 15th over.
Yeah, it's a lot of overs, and there's still a lot to be bowled today, aren't there?
Well, yeah, and I suppose this is again the issue that with one of the, say, not Justin Broad not having had a great day with the ball so far, it does put a bit of pressure on the others. Sanderson in bowls, worked into the onside by Patel, but can't get it past Saif Zaib at mid-wicket, end of the over. 173 for 5, Patel is 74, Cox is 23, partnership's worth 54 for the 6th wicket, came together at fall of Ian Holland at 119 for 5. There's going to be a refreshment certainly for Rishi Patel. Conversation between Luke Proctor and Ben Sanderson. I wonder if at any point Proctor will be tempted just to have a little look at Calvin Harrison, just to see if there's anything in it for him. Maybe just give a little bit of respite for his other seamers.
Yeah, needs to spell them. One feels there are still 50 overs to be bowled today. We are not at the halfway stage. It's 3 o'clock. And Sanderson just back in the side for his first game of the season. has bowled 15 of those overs. Just got to be a little bit careful, you would have thought, Proctor and Northampton. I'm sure that the physios of the S&C people and the analysis has all been done, but we talk about red zones these days when you're getting in the areas where you might, if you're not careful, pick up injury.
Well, he bowled Ben Sanderson quite a few overs in the pre-season game against Durham University, and
broke him,
and then wasn't fit for the first championship match.
So Proctor from the Bennett end is in to Cox. It cuts back in, and Cox almost cut in half by that one. It cuts back, hits him on the pad. He rather loses his footing, and ball drops at his feet. He offers to pick it up and throw it back. Proctor says, "Go on then." He does, but well bowled by Luke Proctor. We should say that the England squad for the one-off Zimbabwe test has been announced. Proctor is in and bowls, goes inside the rather one defensive push from Cox. And again, it misses the off stump by not very much. Two new faces in it. Neither Leicestershire nor Northamptonshire have too much interest, but Essex do, because both Sam Cook and Jordan Cox have been selected for England squads for their, or full England squads, we should say, for the first time. Proctor is in, bowls a bouncer that I suspect Ben Cox saw coming. He just bobbed at the knees, let it bounce high above his head. The full squad is Ben Stokes, Gus Atkinson, Shoaib Bashir, who is pretty lucky to be selected, I would say, having seen him bowl for Glamorgan earlier this season. And from everything I hear, in goes Proctor and bowls very full, but it comes back in, nice shape to it again, and looking to drive. Cox gets it on the inside part of the bat and can only rather cloth it out towards mid-on. Harry Brook, Sam Cook, Jordan Cox, Zach Crawley, who apparently undroppable. No doubt will get runs against Zimbabwe. In goes Proctor and bowls on off stump. Little puff of dust from the feet, around the feet. Hopefully not from the feet, hopefully from the earth. There's Cox's little soft shoe shuffle. Dropped it out into the offside. Ollie Pope, Matthew Potts, Joe Root, Jamie Smith and Josh Tongue make up the squad. Proctor in again to Cox, edges, and no, it doesn't edge. I thought he'd taken the edge, I beg your pardon. He went to try and steer it away with the bounce on the offside, and it moved so much it looked like it had taken the edge. In fact, it hadn't. It was just bounce and swing, and taken by McManus high to his right.
Did swing a lot, didn't it? And swung late.
Just looked as though it deflected away. He's been out a couple of times like that this season and would have been disappointed for it to have happened again.
Well,
Change of bowling.
Justin Broad is going to come on from this pavilion end, having struggled at the far end, the Bennett end. Leicestershire physio is coming on with something for Ben Cox. Drink maybe a bit of medication or similar. 173 for 5 it is. Broad, who's bowled, I was going to see 7 overs for 40, comfortably the most expensive of the 4 bowlers used, but as Richard was making the point a moment or two ago, 47 overs bowled. Northamptonshire have just used the 4 seamers, and Broad now, as they're hoping to do rather better than he did from the t'other end. He was just starting to run in and realised that the Leicestershire physio is still on the field. He's now left the field, and Broad is in to bowl to Patel, and that's a good start to this spell from Broad. On off stump, steered down to backward point where Calvin Harrison fields, and there's no run, down to a slip and a deepish gully. Short extra cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket in there fairly tight. Deep square just behind, and long leg down on the boundary. Far distance as Broad is in bowls, very full, driven by Patel, but there is a man back there sweeping on the point boundary, Liam Guthrie, who's on as 12th man. And they are through for a single. Patel to 75, 174 for 5. Brings Ben Cox back onto strike. And Harrison just dropping from gully to backward point. Still just the one slip. Broad in bowls and Cox is forward. Playing it back down the pitch is much better from Justin Broad so far. Broad had a very good game up at Derby last time out, a couple of weeks ago. Picked up 4 wickets, 46 in next to no time. Northamptonshire looking for quick runs. His Broad in bowls and clipped away nicely by Cox, but can't get it past mid-wicket, and there's no run, and a couple of outstanding catches. So he's just proving a very, very useful member of this Northamptonshire side. And well, there's still, with anyone, going to be the odd off day, and certainly bowling from that top end, the Bennett end this morning, and indeed after lunch as well. Struggled a little bit. Here's Broad in again. Bowls, that's much better. Just the line that he wants to be, outside off stump, and brings Cox forward and commits him to playing. Goes past the outside edge, and McManus takes. We were talking about that pitch at Bristol and whether it was dangerous or not. Justin Broad won't mind. He got 7 for 33 there. But mostly, in fact, entirely without the aid of the pitch, really. Cut away, or attempted cut away by Cox to a short ball. Doesn't manage to get anything on it. I think there's a deliberate attempt at the uppercut. There's no third man, but he didn't manage to get anything on it. 23 to him, 75 to Patel, 174 for 5. Broad, so taking those wickets, they were entirely bowled, caught behind or caught slip. Liam Guthrie trots off. And Harry Conway, who's back on. Now, Proctor is going to be to continue from the far end. He's certainly not sparing himself any work. I think he's into his 13th over now. At some point, Richard, you just feel that they're going to have to try something different.
Yeah, it does feel that way a little bit. However, Proctor, shouldering the burden like a good skipper, comes running in and bowls. Ooh, good bouncer to Rishi Patel, because he isn't quite sure how to play it. In the end, he falls backwards. He makes a very late decision. He wasn't sure whether to duck or go forward or what, and in the end he sort of leant backwards, but he left it so late he actually sort of toppled over backwards, so he'll just have to recompose himself. Into position. He's ready to go. Proctor isn't, because the ball was sort of lost in the ring of outfielders. Now it's within. He comes in and bowls. Patel tucks it into the vacant leg side. Zaib has to come running into field from deep square, and the single is taken. Patel on to 76, 175 for 5. Keeping an eye on Harrison or even Keogh, just to see if there's any warming up going on. In goes Proctor, bowls outside off stump left by Cox. There's a bit of shape back in, but not that close.
Yeah, Rob Keogh's bowled very little this year. Save Zaib, as I say, has bowled a bit of his left arm spin, and with some success. So I think if they're going to try spin, probably Harrison would get first dibs, and then probably Save Zaib.
Proctor bustles in, bowls over pitches, flicked away nicely off his toes by Ben Cox. A good sliding stop out there at deep mid-wicket by Zaib, running up the boundary from deep square. Gets his fairway and keeps Cox to a couple. Moves on to 25. Proctor is in, bowls, and Cox defends on off stump this time. He's not moving across his stumps as markedly as certainly Patel has been, and some of the batters before him, and that is because the ball isn't quite swinging as much. The Northampton seamers are having to start it a little bit wider to get the movement, and consequently it's a sort of safer leave. When they do bowl straight, the swing isn't quite as apparent. In goes Proctor, bowls a bouncer that rather loops over the back of Ben Cox as he just pivots at the waist, end of the over. Proctor's 13th, 1 for 27 for him, 5 maidens, and as Radders has said, it feels like it's time for something different or a little bit fresh.
Yeah, it's just into a little bit of a pattern here, isn't it? It's almost like waiting for a mistake. And we saw Rishi Patel have a sort of couple of little rushes of blood after lunch, but he seems to have settled back into his accustomed pattern. Certainly the pattern that we saw from him in the morning session. Consultation between Luke Proctor and Harry Conway, so maybe Conway's going to have another go. Broad it's going to be. Second over of this new spell from the pavilion end. 177 for 5. Here's Broad, in and bowls to Patel, and forward goes Patel, pushes it out into the offside. Sanderson walks in a little wearily from extra cover to field, and there's no run. Now the Heath Robinson school of protecting the equipment from the sun is in full go. I'm going to have to do something, I think, with my laptop as well. The sun's now, we're not complaining, it's lovely to see the sunshine, but here's Broad in on leg stump, and that's a help yourself ball, and Rishi Patel has helped himself to 4 runs down to fine leg. Patel to 80, 181 for 5. And Broad has certainly been better that first over of this spell from this end, but that was, say, a little bit of a buffet ball. Luke Proctor trying to keep as much shine on the ball as possible. The pressure's little, you would think, at this stage, into the 49th over with it. Here's Broad in again, bowls, and Patel pushing it up towards Proctor, fields himself at mid-off, and there's no run. Northamptonshire choosing to rest Dom Leach and Liam Guthrie from this match. Rafi Weatherall bowled very well in the opening game of the season against Kent. He's now back at university. He's got exams down at Exeter. Here's Broad, in and bowls, and on driven by Patel up to Keogh at mid-on. And there's no run.
I remember him bowling very well at Montrose last season against Leicestershire.
Yeah, he bowled beautifully against Kent. In each innings, he picked up 3 wickets inside 2 overs and changed the complexion of the respective innings. But I think they're very mindful of not over-bowling, particularly with the fact that he missed the end of last season with a back problem. Forward comes Patel to this latest ball from Broad. Plays it out into the covers. And Sanderson fields, no run. Keogh still going down the 6 and 7 route. What Northamptonshire want, visualisation. I just saw Calvin Harrison just starting to limber up a little bit, so maybe he's had the nod. Here's Broad in, and Patel again comes right across his stumps. But as Richard was saying earlier, he does it a lot, but he doesn't miss very often, works it into the onside, where Conway fields, and that's the end of another Justin Broad over. So his first 2 overs of this spell gone for just 5 runs. 80 to Patel, 25 to Cox, 181 for 5. Partnership between these two now worth 62 for the 6th wicket. Good stuff from these two. Leicestershire needing a partnership at 119 for 5, and they've got one.
It is what they've done well this season. A couple of occasions that the last 5 wickets have added more than the top 5. The benefit of a long batting order has been apparent. Beginning to look that way here as well. Proctor's going to continue from the Bennett end. That angled run comes in and bowls to Ben Cox, who just lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Outside off stump, of course.
Well, it means that Josh Hull in the pavilion can be able to spend the day gazing longingly at his golden fox that he was presented with this morning, his Leicestershire cap. Not required yet to go and show his batting prowess.
Proctor in, bowls. Ooh, close to off stump, but again, Cox knows exactly where his off stump is and lets it go through. Must take a lot out of him, this action, the way he bowls Luke Proctor, because he fairly charges in, his little legs pump away. And then the action, as you said, is kind of looks as though it's going to be off the wrong foot, but it's uses all his body, so to speak. In he comes and bowls, and that is straight, and it's played straight back up the pitch to him, half stopped in his follow through.
Well, it's interesting because I was talking to Darren Lehman about the fact that obviously Luke Proctor's been having to open the batting and open the bowling, and although didn't open the bowling today, but he said he basically volunteered to open the batting. Emilio Gay, having gone, hasn't really been replaced, so he's taken on the responsibility.
Bowls. Cox is beaten on the back foot, but it does a little bit too much, and Proctor doesn't really appeal. McManus and Vasconcelos and Harrison do to a certain extent, but kind of on the principle that the batsman was beaten by the moving ball and it hit, rather than being convinced, I think, that it was going to hit the stumps.
And Darren Lehman said, as you said, that's the mark of a captain, that he puts his hand up and says, I'll do it.
Bowls again to Cox beauty. Bounce and straightens and beats the outside edge. Taken on the rise by McManus. Effort ball. The captaincy got a little bit too much for Lewis Hill by the end of last season, and obviously he stepped down and looks a much more relaxed and happy man because of it. And he's enjoying his cricket consequently that much more. Proctor is in and bowls. A very late leave from Cox, but a good one. Good over, testing over. But Cox played it well. He remains on 25, Leicestershire 181 for 5.
Well, Northamptonshire needed a bit of stability in the captaincy, and the Rebel captaincy, obviously, the decision to take the captaincy away from Adam Rossington didn't please everybody. I think it's putting it mildly. Ricardo Vasconcelos took it on, didn't really enjoy it, lasted half a season. Will Young, who overseas, was persuaded to take it on for the rest of the year, but in Luke Proctor, I think Northamptonshire have found somebody who has, I think, really grown into the role and is doing, I think by fairly common consent, a very good job. Here's Broad starting a fresh over, bowls to Patel, takes him on the thigh pad. Don't think there was any bat involved. It runs down to James Sales, long leg, and indeed it is signalled as a leg by umpire Graham Lloyd. And yeah, Calvin Harrison, yeah, he is starting to limber up, which I think is a good idea. 182 for 5, one more onto the total.
He's all limbs as well, isn't he?
Yes, he's a tall chap. Harry Conway is also limbering up, so again, maybe we're just going to have a bit of a double change. Here's Broad into bowl to Ben Cox, who pushes it out crisply into the covers. Fielded by Ben Sanders, who doesn't often find himself in the covers, and it's fair to say, but he'll do the job. I think you know all the things you needed to see in a captain. I remember Luke Proctor when he got his 100 against Yorkshire last year. He'd got to sort of 50, 60, 70 a few times in the first part of the season. His Broad cut away by Cox. There is a man back, and it's a good bit of fielding out there by Safe Zabe, but they're able to come back for 2 down at deep backward point. Cox to 27 and Leicestershire to 184 for 5, but he just couldn't get to 100, and he got it against Yorkshire, which obviously for a Lancastrian is nice anyway, but it was also his first 100 as captain, and you could see, talking to him afterwards, it meant a lot to him. So it matters, which is half the battle. Outside the off stump, left alone by Ben Cox. So, in that respect, I think Northamptonshire have got that sort of solidity. Lewis McManus, vice captain now for a couple of years, captaining the side in the 50 over competition. Here's Broad in again, and it's a little bit of a false shot from Ben Cox, who's looking to drive through extra cover, gets an inside edge into the pad. He just rolls out into the offside, and Cox rehearses the stroke he meant to play. Warm afternoon out there now. Not sure what the temperature is, but it's quite as warm as it was yesterday, but it's noticeably a bit steamy in our box. Here's Broad in, bowls and nips that one back to Cox. There's an appeal for LBW, but not out, says umpire Lloyd. And that's the end of the over. 184 for 5, 80 to Patel, 27 to Cox. When I say steamy, I mean warm rather than anything else.
Yeah, there are days when I'm most emphatically very grateful for the double glazing that is installed, courtesy of the Leicestershire County Cricket Club in this commentary box, but there are days when it's good to have the window wide open. In fairness, I like to have it open unless it's really, really freezing all the time, but
otherwise you feel a bit isolated from
I don't like
play,
commentating from behind glass, I must admit.
No.
In some places it cannot be helped, e.g. at Bristol. Proctor continues from the Bennett end, bowls outside off stump. Patel just leans forward. Hasn't been on strike for a while, doesn't feel as though he has been. Blocks it out towards Sales at backward point. Harrison's warm-up routine has extended to actually going through his action now.
E.g. at Wantage Road as well. It's another one, of course, where we're...
Yeah, indeed.
Window can't be opened.
Proctor in, bowl, short, pulled in the air, but it's going to be well short of Safe Zabe down there at deep square. I keep saying how far it is to him in there. If he's there for the catch, then he should be about 15 yards inside the ropes, it seems to me.
Yeah,
if he's there to save runners, fair enough, stay on the ropes.
He's neither fish nor fowl there, is he really?
Well, presumably he's there to save runs, but he's certainly not. It's unlikely that Patel or Cox are going to hit it straight down his throat now, isn't he? But anyway, Proctor is in and bowls whipped away off his toes very wristily by Cox. It gets to Safe Zabe very quickly indeed, so he's saved 3 by being there. Because a few yards either side, that would have been 4, because Cox timed the pants off that one. He moves on to 28. Patel has 81. Partnership up to 67 for this 6th wicket. Proctor in, bowls on off stump. Patel is studiously forward, defending that one. It does shape back into him a touch, and he runs it out towards wideish mid-on. There'll be 13 overs, sorry, not 13 overs, there'll be 11 overs after this one until tea, so we're not going to have our tea till quarter past?
Quarter past 4, yeah.
Something like that, maybe even 20 past. It's going to be a late finish, but when isn't it? In goes Proctor, bowls driven most pleasantly by Patel for 4. To the electronic scoreboard, it's just got the legs to trickle over the ropes, but there was no chance at all for Keogh jogging back to cut it off. had it stopped an inch or two before the ropes, he would have put a little bit more into the chase, I'm sure. Patel on to 85, 190 for 5. If there has been something that has slightly disappointed the Leicestershire coaches, certainly the batting coach, James Taylor, it's the number of players who've gone past 50 but haven't converted so far this season. Proctor is in and bowls down the leg side. It's a bouncer, and Patel tries to sort of hook it down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it, taken by McManus. Obviously, Peter Hanscom has one big century to his name. Rehan Ahmed at Old Trafford became Leicestershire's second centurion of the season. But there's an awful lot of players with a lot of 50s to their names who haven't gone on, and Rishi Patel, first opportunity of the season to do that. He'll be very keen so to do.
Well, Liam Guthrie is on the field, and Ben Sanderson's just trotting off. But we are going to see some spin, glory be. And it's going to be Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner. A 2-game loan period on Nottinghamshire extended. Played in the matches at Old Trafford and Derby. At Old Trafford certainly made his presence felt with a half century and 11 wickets in the match. The quieter game at Derby. Conditions not really in his favour, but the loan spell has been extended by 2 games. So this one and next week against Lancashire at Wantage Road. And Harrison is going to bowl from this pavilion end to Ben Cox. There is a slip in, backward point, and just behind square, saving one on the leg side. Extra cover in fairly tight, mid off, mid on, mid wicket again in fairly tight. Man back at deep mid wicket, man back sweeping on the cover boundary. And here's Harrison, first over of spin, leg spin, and pushed out into the covers by Cox, and there's no run. Just in broad in there at extra. Harrison in again, bowls, and forward comes Cox, plays it back down the pitch. Harrison's figures on Northamptonshire debut up at Old Trafford. 4 for 34 in the first innings, 7 for 119 from 57 overs in the second. Harrison in bowls, and Cox again watchfully forward, plays it back down the pitch. And I did have a chat with him afterwards and said, obviously the idea of coming on loan is to get some overs, nearly 80 in the match. Is that enough for you? Here's Harrison in again, bowls, and slapped by Cox on the bounce to extra cover, where Broad again fields and there's no run. His feeling was it probably was enough to be going on with. Harrison in again, bowls, and forward comes Cox. Tidy start from the leggy. Didn't take a wicket at Derby, only bowled 5 overs in the first innings. Bowled 21 overs, no wicket for 42 in the second, and was just starting to get a few to turn. Harrison in again, bowls to Cox, who again is defensively back down the pitch. So maiden to start with for Calvin Harrison, and Leicestershire stay at 190 for 5, 85 to Rishi Patel, 28 to Ben Cox. And it was just unfortunate from Northamptonshire's point of view, of course, that rain washed out the last day, because I think he would have been a key figure on that last day. It was starting to just turn a little bit, as you would hope on a 4th day.
Yeah, Leicestershire had a sort of similar experience. They had Lancashire 3 down in their second innings at the end of the 3rd day, still a long way behind, and then it rained and rained, and they got back out for 1 hour at the end, but it was going through the motions really by that stage.
Second substitute out in the field for Northamptonshire, George Scrimshaw.
Officer Crabtree.
Yes, that's right, good moaning. He's on the park down at 3rd man, replacing Luke Proctor. So Lewis McManus is in charge at the moment.
Ask your parents, folks, or
Yes.
switch on UK Gold. It's on there most days, isn't it? Something like that.
Oh, wonderful. Conway again.
From the Bennett end, pounds in. Bowls to Patel. Does an appeal for leg before. They know that Sue Redfern takes a while to think about it, but she did, in fact, raise a finger, but only a little one, just to say it was too high. I think that was what that gesture meant. I'm interpreting from 150 yards away, but it looked to me like she just sort of pointed upwards gently, and it did hit him sort of high-ish as he stretched forward on off stump, but 190 for 5 remains the score. But Conway hitting his mark from the first ball. In he comes. Bowls to Patel with a beauty that beats him, draws him forward. He almost topples over Rishi Patel there as it straightens and rises, and McManus claps his gauntlets together because that was too good for everything. Patel remains on 85. Different game all of a sudden when you've got a... Luke Proctor is a quality... They're all quality bowlers at this level, but just that little step up, isn't there? And suddenly... Of course, he's fresher as well. That makes a big old difference. In he comes, Harry Conway, and bowls to Patel, who drives but doesn't really time it, and it's a tolerably comfortable stop for Big X. George Bartlett tumbling away to his left. I can't think of the name Bartlett without thinking Big X.
Roger Bartlett.
Yeah.
That's right, very good. Very good.
Well, the film has been shown so often, but obviously the book and everything like that as well. But
Yes.
and of course, Leicestershire's own Richard Attenborough played him in the film. Conway is in. Oh my goodness! It seams back and bounces right over the top of middle stump. Well.
And that follow through from Conway, he was heading out somewhere in the direction of extra cover, I think. He did a sort of a wide semicircle. He thought he was just about to start celebrating. That has done. That's done everything but, hasn't it?
Yeah. And there's something there, you know.
Yeah.
Will the Northants attack feel that them haven't got quite the most out of it? I don't know. Conway is in and bowls. Patel is right across his stumps there, playing it off middle and off out towards mid-wicket. And, well, that isn't great. Is it the 12th man who's in there at mid-wicket? Can't quite see, but he threw it and it reached...
Liam Guthrie.
It reached mid-on, sort of on the bounce, and he tried to flick it up with his feet and missed it, and the ball sort of hit his foot and rolled another 15 yards back. It's not what the bowler wants to see. Conway is in. Patel is right across his stumps, and the ball beats him on the outside edge anyway. That was some over from Harry Conway, and Patel just grateful that he survived it. What a difference all of a sudden.
It does, doesn't it? And we saw that, didn't we, this morning, because Patel and Budinger just looked in absolutely no bother at all, made very unhurried progress through to 58 for the first wicket. Then all of a sudden, it seemed as though things started to happen, and much the same now. Nice to see George Scrimshaw out on the field, as I say, hasn't figured so far this season. Had a side injury, he's just had such awful luck.
His career,
awful luck with injuries, but played here last year, didn't he, in the championship matches. Harrison in, bowls to Cox, who drives on the bounce back to the bowler, born in Durban.
Harrison?
Yes, yeah. You can tell by the accent, actually, when I have a chat with him.
Right,
yeah.
Okay.
Here's Harrison in again, clipped away nicely by Cox, just behind square. Certainly one, and that's all there'll be. James Sales, good fielder, good arm out there in the deep. Sends in his return. One more to Ben Cox. He goes to 29, 191 for 5. But Darren Lehman full of praise for the way he's fitted into the dressing room. It's never particularly easy, is it? Short-term loans, but he's fitted in well. Harrison in bowls again, driven back past Harrison. There's a chase round there for George Scrimshaw. Good sliding stop down below us and keeps it to a single. Good stuff, George Scrimshaw. takes Rishi Patel to 86 and Leicestershire to 192 for 5. Here's Harrison again, flights that one right up above the eye line, clipped out to short mid-wicket where George Bartlett fields, and there's no run. Still just a slip in there as the close catcher. Harrison in again. Quicker ball, flatter, brings Cox forward. Again, plays it out to Bartlett at mid-wicket.
That's lovely stuff from the leg, isn't it?
It is.
The one under the eyes, and then
he's a class
quicker,
act.
flatter delivery. There's no turn for him at the moment, but
Harrison in again, bowls and forward comes Cox, plays it out into the covers, no run. And you know, it's the end of the over. Well, it is, and it's just given the batsman something different to think about, and he's been very tidy. It's not as though he's, you know, feeding runs. It's all about trying to build a bit of pressure. 2 overs for 2. Scrimshaw is trotting off because Ben Sanderson is back on. 192 for 5, 86 to Rishi Patel, 29 to Ben Cox, and we have 8 overs to go until tea.
yeah, which should be pretty much now.
Yes.
So it'll be Cox's turn to try and make something of Conway. Just as just to underline Cox's consistency this season, come back to that in a moment. Conway is in, bowls to him, thick inside edge, just past his leg stump, and he's going to pick up 1 and moves on to 30. Very fortunately, but he has not failed to reach 30 in any of his 7 innings, I should say now this season. 51, 49, 41, 31, 52, 47. 52 and 47 at Bristol when nobody else, when the top score was 250 in an innings.
Very impressive.
And now, oh, didn't they take a run then?
Yes, no,
Did they take? In goes Conway, and it's turned to mid-wicket.
They obviously didn't take a run. They didn't take 2. How odd.
I kind of looked down there because it had come off the inside edge, went past leg stump down to long leg. So
I just assumed there was a run. I must have it. I wasn't.
So, well, there you go. I looked down at my notes.
They've got 2 fielders down there because you've got Guthrie on the boundary. Scrimshaw's having a chat with Guthrie. Guthrie is on the field. Scrimshaw isn't.
Well, maybe Rishi Patel slipped or Cox slipped or
Maybe.
something, setting off for the single. Anyway, Conway is into Cox, and it's come off the top edge, and it's looped back to Conway, and he's caught and bowled. Well, it squared him up, bounced on him a little bit. He's examining the top of his bat regretfully. Cox hasn't passed 30 in this innings. He's reached 29, and he's given the simplest caught and bowled to Harry Conway, who has bowled outstandingly in this little sort of third spell that he's been asked to bowl, and he's picked up his 3rd wicket, and he has been the Northamptonshire star of the afternoon. The 3 wickets that have fallen have all fallen to him. It's been an outstanding effort from Cox. Again, he's put on 74 with Rishi Patel, but he's got to go. Caught and bowled Conway for 29.
Yeah, well played, Ben Cox. Another gutsy innings from the Leicestershire keeper. And now suddenly people are appearing from everywhere. It's like a sort of minor pitch invasion because Luke Proctor's back on the park. Leicestershire 12th man's out there with a drink for Rishi Patel. The Leicestershire physio is out there. It's like a little sort of tea party. All you need now is some of the Friends of Grace Road cake and the scene would be complete. Logan van Beek is the new batter, heading out to the middle. Dutch international, born in New Zealand.
I wonder whether Cox is thinking, why if he'd taken that 1?
Yes, well, yeah, quite. He, I mean, you have to say I suppose from a Northamptonshire perspective, Conway deserved it because he bowled beautifully.
No question.
He really has been outstanding. It's his 3rd wicket, but it was rather sort of anticlimactic way for a very good partnership to end. As you say, it'd be hard to imagine an easier caught and bowled than that.
No.
I think even I'd have caught that one. 193 for 6.
I once saw Jimmy Orman drop one like that when he was playing for Leicestershire. Funnily enough, that was at Oakham. and the batter was Ali Brown of Surrey, who had got over 300 at the time. I'm not...
Oh, wonderful.
He just lobbed it straight back to him. And Ormond, just having dropped it, sort of lay on the pitch with his face down for what felt like minutes.
Well, a second bowling point for Northamptonshire, 6th wicket having fallen. And now, can they make further inroads in these last few overs before tea? Conway
is in and bowls to Van Beek, who leaves outside the off stump.
Sorry, I forgot for a moment whose over it was.
I'm glad you paused, because I was quite happily daydreaming away there.
It's that sort of afternoon, isn't it?
It is. It's yeah,
very warm in here.
It is. But Van Beek has made an outstanding start to his, well, you could say time at Leicestershire, but let's say Leicestershire career. Let's hope he's going to become a regular feature over the years, and a successful one as well. He waits with bat raised as Conway is in, bowls to him. He's solidly forward, pushing into the gap in the covers and getting off the mark with a straightforward single. Sounds like they, let's say, I won't say a song, but it sounds like they've worked out a chant for him of some kind. The Ascension Benno mob were in the restaurant at lunchtime, celebrating Ollie's, one of their regular members' birthday, apparently. They're giving themselves a little extra treat. Conway is in and bowls to Patel very straight. Patel is careful, dropping the ball out into the offside, but another successful over for Harry Conway. 3 for 50 from 15 for him, but I'd love to know what his figures are this afternoon, because he went wicketless in his first 2 spells,
Yes, that's right.
I suppose. He had 2 little bursts this morning, didn't he? I think.
Well, it's going to be Harrison to continue. I'm saying he bowled 2 tidy overs. He's going to get another one, 194 for 6. Elsewhere in Division 1 down at Southampton, Durham 214 for 5 against Hampshire. Ollie Robinson made 76. At Taunton, where it sounds like a war of attrition, I think is probably putting it kindly. Essex 155 for 7 off 65 overs against Somerset. That is tea. Apparently it's already turning down there. Here's Harrison in, bowls to Van Beek, plays it back down the pitch, fielded by Harrison. Yorkshire all out for 205 against Warwickshire. Up at Headingley. 5 wickets for Ethan Bamber. Hits Van Beek on the pad. Next ball from Harrison. Certain amount of interest as he tries to work it away into the onside, but not a serious appeal. Yeah, 5 for Bamber, 3 for Ed Barnard, including Joe Root for 1. Harrison in again, bowls driven pleasantly by Van Beek. He's going to get run too, may get 4. It's running out towards the boundary. Now it's reeled in by Safe Sabe, and they come back for 2. Takes Logan Van Beek up to 3, 196 for 6. Still a slip in. As Harrison bowls again, flighted up, driven on the bounce, very well fielded in there at extra cover by Justin Broad.
Is that the head coach walking around?
It is. Yes, he's
clockwise, I should say. For a wicket.
Puts in a few laps. Harrison in again, quicker ball down the leg side, well taken by Lewis McManus. Logan Van Beek has nothing to do with it. In Division 2. Glamorgan 220 for 3 against Derbyshire at Cardiff. Here's Harrison in, flights that one up again. Tempted drive by Van Beek, doesn't time it. I think jammed it into his pad, and it rolls out into the offside where Broad again fields. End of the over, 196 for 6. Patel 87, Van Beek is 3, and Harrison 3 overs for 4. Everyone getting a few for Glamorgan today. Asa Tribe got 58. Sam Northeast is 50 not out. Colin Ingram 32 not out. But solid platform there for Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens. Lancashire 185 for 3 against Gloucestershire at Old Trafford, having made a bad start, but Josh Bohannon made 56 and Marcus Harris is 85 not out, formerly of this parish.
Conway is in, bowls on off stump to Patel, who is forward, blocking the ball out towards point. Salesfield's no run. Well, Bohannon and Harris were the two batsmen who made runs against Leicestershire for Lancashire. They are the two informed batters.
Kent all out for 129 against Middlesex at Lords in the other Division 2 match. 5 wickets for Toby Rowland-Jones.
Conway is in. Patel is respectfully forward on off stump, defending, and there's no run. I'm just having another look at this Cox dismissal. Let's see if it did jump on him. He just turned his wrists on it. He's shaking his right hand slightly as he walks off. Looked to almost come off a leading edge, top of the bat. Just did enough. An extra little bit of height made all the difference. In comes Conway and bowls. Nicely turned off his legs by Patel. Might be a second if he takes it. He turns and goes, yep, he says straight away, seeing that Broad was not quite on the ball. The throw is above the wicketkeeper anyway. So as it turned out, the 2 was safe enough. Patel on to 89. He was on 40, not out at lunch, so coming up to his 50 for the session. In goes Conway, bowls to him. He leans forward on off stump, blocks it out to backward point. Salesfields.
He's just worked hard, hasn't he? It's been
just applied himself, hasn't he?
No, really has. Again, you made the point earlier, Richard, you take his contribution out and it's not a particularly pretty picture as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
They need him to keep going, that is for sure. He will get good support from the lower order. Conway in, bowls to him, he goes for the big drive. It's a no ball actually, so it's as well that he didn't edge it. Although Conway has his hands on his knees as though he did, but there was no appeal from behind. There was no oohs and ahs or shouts of frustration. I don't think he did edge it.
I thought I saw George Bartlett having a little bit of warming up. He has bowled a little bit of off spin this year. So with Rob Keogh not really bowling this season so far.
No.
Hasn't bowled very much this year. He bowled 1 over, I think, this year.
The no ball brings up the 200 anyway. 200 for 6 now as Conway pounds in. Bowls, squares up Patel, who was initially looking to hit through the leg side. It was far too sort of, not offside, but off and middle a delivery to do that. Rehearses it. He was squared up though, and it rolled out to mid-off, not where he was looking to play it. Come on, Harry. Is the polite exhortation from one of his teammates. In comes Harry and bowls short, top edge, and it could have gone anywhere. It came off, or may even have come off the back of the bat. He was on it far too soon. It flew over what would have been gully and runs down towards third man. Patel takes one, moves on to 90. I'm sure, or did it come off the
helmet, I think.
Helmet, was it?
Concussion protocol, I think we're going to have to go through.
Okay, so leg bite rather than a run.
They gave
no,
it,
they did
it
it. So
run,
it was.
so
I thought it was bat first.
Yeah, battle glove onto helmet. I think the physio's trotting out just to go through the necessary precautions. He just flapped at that a little bit, didn't he? Rishi Patel. He's been played so well.
Well, he's got so little from Conway, really,
yeah,
that
he
probably was getting a little bit angsty about his run rates, but he shouldn't be, because he's doing Super job for his side, 201 for 6. He is on to 90, and he has kept the strike as and when Lloyd reckons that his head is okay and the helmet is okay. But it's another delay, 5 overs until tea.
I was trying to think of my earlier on the first time, because you're talking about, you know, the number of Northamptonshire Leicestershire matches there have been over the years. This is the 194th in the championship. There's also one first class friendly between the two counties, but I'm trying to think, my first one here I think was 1980, which was a cracking game of cricket, high scoring game, which Leicestershire won by 3 wickets, but Alan Lamb made runs, Wayne Larkins made runs, but Brian Davison got a few. David Gower made 80 on the last day, which was worth whatever I paid at the gate to come and watch it, needless to say. Cracking game of cricket. Can't believe that was 45 years ago. Dear oh dear. Here's Calvin Harrison. The Leicestershire physio makes his way off the park. All is well.
Go on, Lloydie, get off.
And Harrison starts a fresh over, and a big hit, and that could be coming in our general direction. Patel's just fed up with having a block, and he smacked that for 6.
Well,
First one of the match over long off. Down the pitch and launched it. Set himself early, super blow. Patel to 96, 207 for 6. Richard, take it away.
yeah, gentleman down below us in a pink t-shirt lounging had to wake up very quickly there. I think he may have worn it slightly on his right arm. Tell on to 96 as Harrison is in, bowls to him, and he's now moved back into circumspect mode, and I suspect it will be for the rest of this over. You never quite know though. Proctor has gone sort of a third of the way back at mid-off as down the leg side bowls Harrison, and Patel is cross with himself for not whipping it away. There was a 4 there for the taking, really. Didn't get anything on it. And he's just what's Graham Lloyd on the walkie-talkie about, not sure, but he's ready to adjudicate now as Harrison goes, and that's going miles down the leg side as Patel tries to work it down the leg side, and again we can see all 3 stumps, but this time on the right side of him, so to speak, on the and Harrison went down on one knee and appealed, but I would have been amazed if that had been given. In he goes, bowls outside off stump, goes for the slashing cut through the offside. It bounces a little bit and doesn't get anything on it. It's dropped by McManus, actually, not taken cleanly, so as well that there wasn't the edge, but just suddenly Patel, a touch frenetic. 96 he's on. I've seen him out for 99 before. In goes Harrison, bowls to him, he's driving, and it's a thick outside edge that is in the air out into the covers. There is nobody actually at cover, and it's bouncing out into the offside, and well, as he seems to have done on numerous occasions, he's kept the strike again.
He's counting beautifully today, whatever. His innings has very many virtues. He's played really well, but and his counting has been, if anything, even better. But
do you think it genuinely is, or he's not? It's just complete coincidence, because he might not necessarily want to be on the strike.
I think it probably is. He's just looked fallible, hasn't he, the last 5 minutes or so, and it would be a shame from his point of view if he fell short of this landmark, because he's worked incredibly hard for it.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's gone loose because he's a little bit tired. He's anxious to get there. He needs to get to tea now, doesn't he? Which is 4 overs away, and he's on strike to Harry Conway, who is down the slope, bowls to him down the leg side. Patel gestures at it. That might have been the one if he'd been able to help it on its way. He wasn't, so he remains on 97. Conway is unlikely to give him the 4 ball that he wants. I can't imagine anyone less likely on the Northamptonshire side to bowl sort of short and wide without anybody on the offside boundary and a huge gap in the covers. But Conway will want him to drive. He'll say he'll be looking for that outswinger that takes the edge. Just the one slip as Conway is in to Patel. He's going to work that to mid-wicket. He's going to have to hurry, but he makes his ground because running across, Vasconcelos doesn't pick up the ball cleanly. So Patel moves on to 98. Van Beek will be on strike, so Radders can talk a bit if he likes.
That's fine, yes. I'm always happy to talk. Van Beek it will be. We're all Van Beeking up here at the moment. It's
You're still got your sweater on though.
I know, I've still got the woolly pulley on.
Casnera clout, as they say in
Still
Yorkshire.
indeed, yes, quite right. Just to slip in as Conway is in and bowls to Van Beek, and he's turned it away on the leg side for a single to give the strike back to Rishi Patel to single out to George Bartlett. Takes Van Beek to 4, Leicestershire to 210 for 6, and Rishi Patel on 98 is taking strike. Conway trudging away into the far distance.
These big fast bowlers, nobody does trudge like them. They're the weight of the world on their shoulders. In he comes. Bowls to Rishi Patel. Short down the leg side. Help down to fine leg, but it'll be just one because that's good work by Save down there at wide, almost back, running across from sort of deep backward square. Too long leg. Well, he is at long leg, really. So Patel kept to 1. He's on to 99. And brings Van Beek back on strike. 211 for 6. Conway into Logan Van Beek outside off stump. Swings away. Ignored by Logan Van Beek. .4 3.1 overs to go until tea. I wasn't quite sure whether you had an update for or a sort of sports programme or something like that. Leicestershire, BBC Radio Leicester presenting their sports programme this evening from Grace Road. Conway is in, bowls to Van Beek, who just a slight shuffle across to the offside, then blocks the ball back to the Australian, who does, in fairness, look, and is entitled to look, a little weary. He's bowled 17 overs today, the last 5 in really high humidity. And he's thinking, geez, mate, they told me be cold.
I was going to say, go back to the frozen wastes of Adelaide. No, I think local election results are obviously dominating this afternoon in Northamptonshire. We've got both our unitary councils having voted yesterday and announcing this afternoon, so I think that's obviously keeping everybody very busy.
So Northamptonshire are making Rishi Patel wait and wait. There are much discussion about the field for Calvin Harrison. It will be, as you would expect, for the most part, a single saving field. Harrison waits and waits and waits. He's ready to go now. Bowls to Patel. A little bit short, steered down into the ground, but a good stop. A backward point falling to his right by Rob Keogh means that Patel stays on 99. Harrison tosses the ball from hand to hand. Steps in and bowls. Patel is forward. Good ball. Good line and length. Draws Patel forward. Defends out into the offside. Goes through his routine, unfastens and fastens his gloves, the Velcro. And he's back in place, ready to go when Harrison is ready. Shortish mid-wicket. Silly mid-on. The only man out at deep square. Harrison is in. Patel is forward. Another good delivery. Brings Patel forward. Defends back up the pitch to the not slow knee. Now the deep backward square comes in to a single saving position. So everybody now in on the push as Harrison is in. Patel is driving, he's got it through, past the diving cover, out to the extra cover boundary, 4-4. He punches the air with joy. It's been an outstanding knock by Rishi Patel. He's had to work so hard for it. His 103 has come off 181 deliveries. And it includes 14 fours and of course that single 6 as well. But without that century, Leicestershire, well, it wouldn't look very pretty at all. But Patel struggled last week at Bristol on his return, but he has had to work hard here, but he has looked every inch the class batsman he is. Harrison in, bowls to him, he blocks it back up the pitch to the leg spinner. It meant a lot to him, I think, that. He's such a fluent player normally, and he's had to work really hard. It's almost an old-fashioned century. He's forward to that one as well. Harrison pushed out into the covers, and now he's got to get through to tee. 2 overs to go.
Yeah, well played, Rishi Patel. Just the description you say that about old-fashioned, it was. I was going to say it's like a proper championship 100. This he's had to dig in. He's had to absorb a bit of pressure. He's been beaten a few times. He's had 1 or 2 alarms and excursions. But character and judgment have shone through for Rishi Patel, and it really is a quality innings from him. And as you say, Richard, without him, Northamptonshire would very possibly be batting by now. Safe Zabe is going to have a little roll before tea, just to try and push the over rate up a little bit. Although I'm sure there will be allowances, but Zabe's got a little bit of a golden arm this year. He's picked up 6 wickets at 8. I mean, he hasn't bowled very much. But
did you say 8?
At 8 apiece, yes. Yeah,
oh.
He's
solid goal, that, isn't it?
Well, yeah, no, absolutely. He's this while he's sorting out his field with his captain. Yeah, 2 for 3 and 2 for 6 in the first match against Kent. 1 for 4, 1 for 33 at Old Trafford. Just 2 overs, 2 wicketless overs at Derby. Left arm spin then, round the wicket with a slip in from the Bennett end, bowls and stroked pleasantly by Logan Van Beek up to mid-off. Proctor, who's fairly deep, about halfway back. Zabe in again, bowls and forward comes Van Beek, plays it back down the pitch. Zabe fields off his own bowling. Just 3 or 4 little steps in, bowls, and Van Beek drops a bat on it. Kelvin Harrison trots across from mid-wicket to retrieve. Zabe in again. Forward comes Van Beek. Playing it back down the pitch. It's the penultimate over of the session. Flighted up by Zabe, attempted on drive by Van Beek, doesn't manage to get it past the bowler, and there's no run. 215 for 6. In comes Zabe, bowls, and forward goes Van Beek and plays it back down the pitch. So a maiden to start with, and a maiden that he's got through in about 90 seconds. 215 for 6, 103 to Patel, 4 to Van Beek. It's just been fascinating stuff, this, Richard. And we think this morning it was first hour Leicestershire, second hour Northamptonshire. I would say probably this session it's been first hour Northamptonshire, second hour Leicestershire. It's been a really good contest.
It has, and there's plenty to be played out yet. First priority for Leicestershire, get through to tee. Harrison is in to Patel, who plays inside the line of that one. Now turn for Harrison. Googly then would have been interesting, but Patel, I'm sure, would have played had he read it. Harrison is in, gives that one some air. Patel is in position early, waiting for it, doesn't try and stroke it away, just bunts it out into the offside. Harry Conway has got an idea. Well, no, just changing position. I thought he'd had an idea then, but 2 shortish extra covers, 2 shortish covers, extra covers. Now Conway's going back to a little bit further out as forward goes Patel to that one, and Zabe's gone in on the sort of for the lofted drive. He's only a couple of pitches away. He's almost sort of silly there, silly cover as Harrison is in, gives it some air. Forward goes Patel, steers it wide of Conway, who doesn't really move towards it initially, then realises, oh, actually, I've better move towards it. And having done so, it took him about 3 seconds to move, and then he couldn't stop. And he kept running, really.
Oh, that was
bless him.
That was wonderful. That's terrific.
Cracking stuff. He stays out there. That's why he kept running, in fairness to him, as forward goes Van Beek. Patel having picked up 1 there, moved on to 104. Conway's he's exploring Leicestershire now. He's out there in front of the manual scoreboard. In goes Harrison, goes Bath. Thought that squeezed through Van Beek. It did skid onto him rather, and he'd gone back to it, but he did get down on it just in time to steer the ball to point, and that is tea. So what time is it? 10 past. Only half an hour late, so by modern standards that isn't too horrendous. But the star of the session, well, there are 2 stars of the session. With the bat, Rishi Patel, who's gone from 40 not out to 104 not out, his first century of the season in his 3rd innings. And Harry Conway, who picked up the 3 Leicestershire wickets that have fallen, those of Peter Hanscom, leg before wicket for 9. Ian Holland caught behind for 6. And Ben Cox, Conway caught him himself off his own bowling for 29. So the innings is nicely balanced. Leicestershire will be hopeful of adding a lot more yet with their long batting order if Patel can keep going. Northampton will still have ambitions, I'm sure, of bowling Leicester out for sort of 250-ish sort of area. It's a good cricket wicket. There's something in it for both batters and bowlers, and we'll find out how much after tea in around about 15 minutes or so's time. Back with you then.
Shot and Goldsworthy. Shot was ready.
Hello folks, third and final session on this first day of the Rothesay Division 2 County Championship match between Leicestershire and Northamptonshire. Leicestershire's first innings fascinatingly poised, 216 for 6. The Foxes will resume with the scoreboard reading. Rishi Patel, very much their star, he's 104 not out. Logan Van Beek, his teammate at the crease with him at the moment, he is 4 not out. Northamptonshire will be hoping to pick up these last 4 wickets quickly, get batting before the day is out. Be really interesting to see what happens. Never judge a pitch until both sides are batted on it. It looks a mess, Andrew Rad from BBC Radio Northampton, doesn't it, the pitch from here? But it has been sporting, but certainly not a playable.
No, not at all.
Witness Patel.
It's been a fascinating surface. I think in a sense it's one of those surfaces where you've just got to, and it's stating the so and so obvious, but you've just got to treat each ball on its merits. The odd one has got big, the odd one has seen, I think most of the threat today has probably been swing, because it is pretty humid and it was a bit overcast this morning, but it's produced, and you were talking about this in the context of what happened at Bristol, it's produced a fascinating day's cricket, and we're going to see James Sales bowl for the first time this season.
Tell us about him.
James Sales, medium pace from the Bennett end, bowls, and first ball is turned away by Rishi Patel for a single out to deep backward square, safe fields.
Slingy action.
It is, yeah. I mean, for a while, I think people were thinking of James Sales as potentially a genuine all-rounder. I think probably over the last couple of years he's seen more as a batter who bowls, but obviously if his bowling could develop, then it's a very handy string to the bow in terms of balancing the side. But saying hasn't bowled so far this season, and he's in again, bowls, and it just nips back at Logan Van Beek, takes him on the thigh pad. Was there any bat involved? No, there wasn't, says umpire Sue Redfern. So a leg bye is added to the total, 218 for 6. James Sales, in terms of career bowling, he bowled extremely well against Nottinghamshire at Northampton a few years ago. He's only taken 11 first-class wickets at 50. He's in bowls, and it hits Patel on the pad, and he's out. And James Sales, with his, 5th ball of the season, has dismissed Rishi Patel. It nipped back in as the previous one did. Wow. And Sue Redfern took a long time. That was almost in the Rudy Kurtzen class of slow, lingering death. But the upshot is that James Sales has picked up a Brucey bonus wicket for Northamptonshire. Rishi Patel goes for 105, and it's 218 for 7.
Well, we will have a look at the replay as and when we can, because Patel had his back to us, but yeah, she does like to think about it, which is good. But it was so long that it looked like she decided it. She wasn't sure.
Well, they were setting off on they were just about to set off on a run, weren't they? And it was a long wait, but anyway, as you say, no problem if an umpire takes their time and thinks about it and comes up with the right decision. As I say, it was a little bit difficult for us to judge, but here we go. Here's the replay.
Yeah, I think it was his back leg, but it did nip back. There's movement there.
We saw him nip one back in the earlier in the over, didn't we? That was his 3rd ball, by the way. I think I said it was his 4th. It was his 3rd. Nevertheless, well, bit of touch of inspiration there from Luke Proctor. Presumably just a question of trying to give his other seamers a little bit of a prolonged breather.
Do you think the coach might have had some input there
Very
during
possibly,
the tea interval?
Yeah, very possibly. They obviously talk about these things, but say James Sales has bowled so little in the last couple of years. And then he had this inexplicable 3-month gap from that absence from the first team last year, which nobody really quite understood. Came back with a very good 100, of course, against Leicestershire at Wantage Road, but it's Ben Green is the new batter, and James Sales bowls to him, and that's gone straight through everything for some things runs.
Well, it was a full toss, wasn't it?
A full toss, and he got the edge, and it landed, I think, just in front of Lewis McManus, went between keeper and first slip, Ricardo Vasconcelos, and has run down to the boundary for 4. Well, it's nothing if not eventful, the first over of the session. A wicket, a 4 with off a full toss that could easily have been caught somewhere. Ben Green is off the mark, first ball with a boundary, 222 for 7, and normality is resumed as Green just pushes that down to backward point where George Bartlett fields, and there's no run. But well, it's all very interesting. I say the decision to bring James Sales into the attack. I just wonder well, we dare say we shall find out later what the thinking was. There is Sales in again, bowls and clipped away nicely by Ben Green. Runs for him here, could be 4. In fact, it will be 4. Sabe has pretty much given up the chase, and it's raced away to the boundary at mid-wicket for 4 runs. So 8 runs off it, but a wicket, and the wicket of Rishi Patel. 226 for 7, 8 to Ben Green with those 2 boundaries, 4 to Logan van Beek. And Rishi Patel, final details of that terrific innings from him. He batted 4. Of course, needless to say, it disappears off your screen just when you need it. 189 balls he faced with 6 and 14 fours.
Yeah. Northampton would certainly have taken that wicket in exchange for 8 runs from the over.
Oh yes.
And you would think James Sales would get another one as a consequence. The skipper is coming on himself at the pavilion end. 226 for 7. Can Leicestershire get up to 250 plus? They'll still have ambitions of that at the very least, but Northampton's closing in on maximum bowling bonus points. Proctor at the angle comes in and bowls to Van Beek, bounces and leaves him, swings. And Van Beek sort of twitches at it rather. Goes through. Ben Green this season with the bat. Started with a duck, then 10 at Glamorgan. Well, that was the friendly. It wasn't the friendly. Against Derbyshire, the duck. In goes Proctor and bowls, and Van Beek gets another similar delivery, an outswinger that he gestures at. They do struggle with swing bowling sometimes, these chaps. He's 27 and 22 against Derbyshire at Leicester, 5 at Lancashire, and 21 and 15 not out. Ben Green against Gloucestershire. In goes Proctor, and there's the in swinger. Van Beek more comfortable with that one, blocks it out to mid-on.
That was James Sales' first championship wicket for 2 years. Previous one in 2023, in that season when he got 4 for 24, career best, against Nottinghamshire at Wantage Road.
Proctor is in and bowls. Implication of that shot from Van Beek on the back foot and coming down late on it was that it stayed a bit low, but that is exactly how he got out in Bristol. Staying on the back foot to do a delivery he might have got forward to. He prefers to stay on the back foot if he can. He got down on that one in time. Didn't in Bristol. Bowled by Ajit Singh Dale for 11. In goes Proctor, bowls to him. Thick inside edge onto the pad. Proctor doesn't appeal. Wicketkeeper and slips do. Big inside edge. Nice Procky. I heard somebody shout, "Good skipper." That's a bit sycophantic, I think. That got to.
Like Freddie Brown here, isn't it?
Yeah. Proctor is in and bowls thick inside part of the bat from Van Beek, steering it down to long leg, who comes into field, and it is just one. But it does mean that Logan Van Beek keeps the strike.
Lovely comment from Dave Chappers on Twitter. Always good to hear from him. He says, conversation in the Northamptonshire dressing room at tea. Darren Lehman, we need to get Rishi Patel out. Any ideas? James Sales, hold my beer.
Yeah.
Well, he's done the job. So his first championship wicket for 2 years with his third ball of the season. And has he got another over? Yes, he has.
Surely.
Kept himself on. And he's going to be bowling to Logan Van Beek, and the field is eventually sorting itself out. There's 2 slips, a deepish gully, an extra cover, fairly tight, mid-off, mid-on, and just in front of square on the leg side. As Sales is in for the Bennett end, clipped away by Van Beek, and that's going to be 4 runs. Justin Broad is down there, down below us at long leg, and really stood absolutely no chance. And so a second boundary for Logan Van Beek. He goes to 9, 231 for 7. And one of the slips has gone out. Calvin Harrison has pulled out of, or been pulled out of second slip out to mid wicket. Sales in again to bowl to Van Beek, and that's again jagged back on him. Gets a thick inside edge, which he studies the inside edge of his bat somewhat ruefully. He managed to keep it out of his stumps, jabs it down almost at his feet.
This is feeling like a wicket that will suit Ian Holland, who has been jacking it back sharply all season, and I'm thinking it's sort of been semi-prepared with him in mind, really.
Here's Sales in again, bowls short, and Van Beek trying to pull. It's just a little bit late on it. Cloths it out to square leg where Calvin Harrison fields. Thought Harrison did a good job just before tea. He bowled very tidily. Just built a little bit of pressure.
Spell the seamers.
Well, yes, and
a little bit.
I wonder how long the Sales experiment will continue. Sales in again, short, pulled away with one hand by Logan Van Beek. Good bit of fielding by Justin Broad on the boundary, keeps it to 1. 10 to Van Beek, 232 for 7.
Yeah, over 8 plus 3.
Again, that's indicative of that little spell from Harrison, wasn't it? Just trying to claw it back a little. Here's Sales in, beautifully driven on the bounce, but straight to Proctor at extra cover. And there's no run. Sales obviously put on a bit of bulk. I know he bowled quite a bit during the winter. He's in Australia playing grade cricket, and he's sort of filled out a little bit. He had a very successful winter out there with bat and ball. Runs in again to bowl, or down the leg side, and a very good stop, because it was down the leg side, and in the end he had to take it on the half volley. Lewis McManus, skillful bit of keeping. 232 for 7 at the end of the over. Van Beek is 10. Ben Green with a couple of boundaries is 8. James Sales 2 overs, 1 for 14. And I suppose it's a question, Richard, of you said about they would certainly trade the wicket for the 8 runs. Question of how much longer the trade will go on, maybe. But he's done a good job for his side, James Sales, 232 for 7.
And when he does hit the seam, he does get it to move. Hits it hard. Might just be worth persisting with for another over, but it is going to be Proctor to continue from the pavilion end, bowling short, pulled in the air, rather cloths. He's going to pick up a couple of runs, Logan Van Beek, as running back it's Bartlett who slides, picks up and throws, but just went through a bit too soon.
Oh, bless.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Again, Proctor just that skiddy bouncer on him. Van Beek on to 12, 234 for 7. Waits with bat raise as Proctor is in. Bowls to
No
beauty. Thankfully, it was that it didn't hit anything really, because it was a ball that really did swing in a touch and then kissed the surface, bounced and swung away, and I would suggest that was nigh on unplayable. Certainly Van Beek got nowhere near it, went through to the wicket keeper, but over the top of off stump, and jeepers, there's plenty there still. 67 overs in, as in goes. Proctor bowls, edges just short of Harrison, who falls to his right at second slip. And it runs down to third man. Sounded odd, that. I thought for a minute though it sort of edged it onto the thigh pad and it had gone down. Maybe that's where it is. There's no signal from umpire Lloyd, so the run is given. Van Beek on to 13. Harrison sort of not quite sure where to stand at second slip, I think now. That drops short of him, and he's taken half a step closer and remarked his position. In goes Proctor, bowls outside off stump. A perfectly unremarkable delivery that rather dies into the gloves of McManus, having been ignored by Ben Green, who wanders down. Van Beek this season 82 not out, 25 in his first game. 29, 5 and 11 last time out at Bristol. So 3 good scores, 2 not so good. Into double figures this time as Proctor is in, bowls to him. He is forward on off stump. Ball doesn't really swing. Blocked out to mid-off where Sanderson bowls it across to mid-on. Sanderson, you wouldn't have thought, will be called on until the new ball, if it's required.
Yeah.
You never know.
Be surprised if that wasn't the case.
Proctor is in and bowls down the leg side, and Van Beek Green can turn that out towards mid-wicket. Bartlett runs back and fields. Puts in the slide. Green takes 1, moves on to 9. Partnership up to 20.
Interesting to know what, in the minds of the 2 coaches and the 2 captains, what pass score they would, regard a pass score as being.
Proctor is in. Van Beek is forward. Back up the pitch to Proctor, who lets the ball brush against his fingers. It trickles onto the leg stump and a bail falls like a leaf in autumn to the ground.
That's beautiful. I was just reading that Chris Wright, of course, who's had a good bowl for Leicestershire seconds against Northamptonshire seconds at Kibworth this week, is going to be playing for Cumbria at the weekend against Bedfordshire at Dunstable in the National Counties Trophy Group 1 match. Helped get them to the final a couple of years ago, Cumbria.
I was going to say his connections with Cumbria, otherwise.
He hasn't played since then, but Leicestershire obviously it's not required for them this year, so he's. Well, this is a surprise because Ben Sanderson is coming into the attack.
I know nothing.
Which just goes to show what we know. He's in bowl from the Bennett end, and that's outside the off stump, just shaping back in towards the right-handed green. It goes through to the keeper. Sanderson into his 16th over now, so James Sales is deemed to have done his job, which he did.
Indeed.
Picked up the wicket. But Sanderson now back in the attack as Northamptonshire look to polish off this innings. 2 wickets to Sanderson so far. 2 slips in. Still, what, 11 overs after this until the second new ball is due. Sanderson in bowls, and Green on the back foot, plays it back down the pitch. Sanderson fields off his own bowling, and there's no run, having bowled most of his overs today from this end, from the pavilion end. But getting a go from t'other end, the Bennett end. Still glorious sunshine this evening. It's been a beautiful day.
Had a ride through the back roads of Rutland the other day, and the smell of elderflower from the hedgerows was almost overpowering.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and forward goes Green, pushes it up to mid-on, where towering figure of Harry Conway fields, and there's no run. Yes, well, that and the oilseed rape, of course, there's a lot of that round our way.
Thankfully not so much around us, but
No,
yeah,
there's
that is a sickly and...
It is, yes, it's not my favourite smell,
no.
but...
no great splashes of yellow as well.
Sanderson running in towards us and towards Green, who drives, and that's unlucky for Ben Green because he's nailed that one straight back down the pitch, and you can tell how straight he hit it because it's clattered into the stumps at the non-striker's end, and what otherwise I suspect would have been 4 is nout. 238 for 7. Yes, I was doing in my little birthday things that I do for Northamptonshire players, was doing one this week about one of Northamptonshire's Rutland-born players, Bernard Tyler. Played a bit in the 20s. Here's Sanderson in again, and bowls short, pulled away by Green. He's only going to get a single because Justin Broad is down at long leg on the boundary in front of us. One more to Green. He goes into double figures, 10 to him, 239 for 7. Later he played at Oakham, I think was his club, where he played alongside both his father and his son, and became professional and then groundsman at Liverpool Cricket Club at Aigburth, where of course Lancashire.
So 3 generations all playing for the same team.
Yeah, yeah. Here's Sanderson in and bowls, and left alone by Van Beek. That probing Sanderson line goes through outside the off stump to Lewis McManus, who's trotting down to the other end just to try and keep things busy. 239 for 7 at the end of the over. Van Beek is 13. Green is 10. And Sanderson 16 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 43. Proctor to continue. Yes, he was, I think he had a lot to do with obviously preparing the surfaces when Lancashire played at Liverpool. Born in Ridlington, I think, in Rutland. I was quoting the Rutland County motto, isn't it? Magnum in parvo.
A lot in a little. Something like that.
Yeah.
Proctor is in, bowls outside off stump, does seem back in a touch to Ben Green. Green pulls his bat out of the line of the ball. Gathers a little bit of pace from those green patches. What you do see a lot of as well at Rutland, in Rutland at the moment, are kites there.
Oh, right.
Awful lot of them now. Beautiful things.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we do around our way as well.
Proctor is in, bowls, off stump line. This time it doesn't really move too much, and Green can play it with a reasonable degree of comfort off the back foot into the offside.
My wife was saying the other day she counted 10 above where we live over in the east of Northamptonshire, an awful lot. Also, you get them actually on the outfield at Oundle Town. They come down and they spot something. Not usually when there's a game on, but if you're in an interval or something.
Proctor, short, pulled, down 2 fine leg, on the bounce, it is stopped down there. So it is just a single. Green on to 11, 240 for 7. First batting bonus point just about now within reach for the Foxes. To come, Tom Scriven. Up the order for Tom. As in goes Proctor and Bowles on towards middle and leg, dropped by Van Beek out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. And of course Josh Holt, Oundle zone.
Oundle zone, quite right.
I'm surprised that Saints let Holt Junior,
Ollie, yeah.
Dolly, play cricket actually.
Well, I suppose the rugby season's
It's coming to an end,
isn't it?
I suppose. Proctor is in, Bowles on off stump, defended out into the offside, and that's a little sort of wobble to the ball, but that's all. Van Beek blocks it into the offside.
He's got a bit of pace, Ollie. Always been a very good cricketer, but he's got bigger. He's put on a yard or two. Bowled in the final of the county T20 competition last year when Oundle got through and actually got to the national final in the end at Derby. But yeah, he's a young man of many accomplishments.
Proctor Bowles almost sneaks through Van Beek there, but one way or another he manages to block it on off stump and drop it out into the offside. End of Proctor's 18th over, 1 for 41. His figures, 240 for 7, 70 overs, so another 10 until the new ball, unless you'll be hoping to exploit those overs with the ball sort of much softer, but it's still wobbling around and occasionally swinging, so pitch is offering still.
It's just doing enough, isn't it? Bernard Tyler was indeed born at Ridlington in Rutland and played a bit for Leicestershire as well as Northamptonshire, and for Leicestershire's second 11 as well, before he went up to Liverpool. That was said with feeling. Here's Sanderson into bowl, and that's again just feeds into exactly what Richard was saying. That has bounced and left green, and there's not really an awful lot he can do about that. So it is just doing enough to keep bowlers interested, and that's what's made it such a fascinating day's cricket so far. There's still plenty of it left, about 25 overs or thereabouts.
Yeah, maybe that 300 is a decent score.
Yeah.
We shall see.
Could well
if
be.
they get there.
Sanderson in and bowls to Green, hit on the pad, working it in the onside. Sanderson's not interested. McManus goes up. Harry Conway in absolutely no position to see. Ventures an appeal from mid-on. But no.
It's shuffled a long way down as well.
Yes, I don't think. Well, Conway's now gone back to limbering up, so maybe he's going to have another little burst. Having already picked up 3 wickets, indeed the 3 wickets that fell between lunch and tea, all falling to the Australian Harry Conway on Northamptonshire debut. Here's Sanderson in again and bowls to Green short, and he's paddled it round the corner. It's going to run down for 4. Did he get better than it? Yes, he did. 4 more to Ben Green. He goes to 15, 244 for 7. He's trying to bang it in, Sanderson. It wasn't particularly well directed, and Green just really had to help it on its way. Down below us, 244 for 7, so just 6 more runs before Leicestershire pick up their first batting bonus point. Change in the field. Backward point is coming out and dropping down on the leg side. So I wonder if they're going to try this short ball ploy, because they've now got 3 men back on the leg side. A fine, deep fine leg, a long leg, and a deep square just in front. 3 men back catching on the boundary as Sanderson is in. That's the double bluff. It's a good length ball. Hits Green on the thigh pad. Sanderson himself not looking massively chuffed to have to go and field it himself and pick it up himself, but
Careful what you say.
I was going to say, yes, I'll get into trouble again.
He's
won't I?
not as grumpy as
No,
he looks.
He's not. I mean, he's funny. But I think he's one of those cricketers, much more. You can always tell they're very expressive, and body language and so on. And Sanderson in bowls to Green down the side, and now it's a very good bit of fielding by Justin Broad. I don't think he got any bet on that. No, he didn't. It's a bye. I thought it had just flicked off his hip or something, but anyway. Bye is signalled by umpire Redfern. One more onto the total, 245 for 7.
Movement again.
Yes. Shadows of the floodlight pylons over to our right, now stretching almost across onto the pitch on which we are playing. Sanderson to complete the over, bowls outside the off stump. Van Beek leaves it alone, goes through to McManus, and that is the end of the 71st over of the innings. 245 for 7. Van Beek is 13, Green is 15, so 9 overs to go until the second new ball is due, and 25 overs to go in the day, so it's going to be looking, well, certainly 6:30. Possibly a bit beyond that, depending on whether we see any more spin, depending on whether the innings finishes. Stay tuned and find out. Anything can happen in the next half hour.
Ben Green, his favourite opponent is George Bartlett. Apparently they grew up playing cricket together. So Bartlett
down in
was
Somerset.
Somerset. Green was Devon, so makes sort of sense. In goes Proctor, bowls, and Green looking to get forward, then sort of jerks his head up as though he's just climbed on him a little bit, defends it out into the offside, and there's no run.
Just looking to see which school he went to, because George Bartlett's was a Millfield
Exeter
boy. Oh,
school,
right.
apparently. So perhaps they played against each other.
May well have done.
Proctor in, bowls a beauty to Green again, that sort of wobbles past the outside edge and over the top of the stumps pretty much.
But this is what I was saying this morning, Richard, that Proctor has bowled so well this year without his figures. I mean, you look at his figures on the board. He's into his, 19th over, 6 maidens, 1 for 41, which is tidy, but nothing to sort of merit a second glance if you're just looking at the bowling figures. But he's bowled much, much better than that would suggest.
Bowls, brings Green forward, but solidly. Ball goes out to mid-off.
And that's what he's been doing all season so far. The concern is, I suppose, that having, bowling a lot, opening the batting, captaining the side, it's quite a hefty workload.
It is. Bowls now down the leg side. Green flicks it away to the boundary for 4. Just lost his line and indeed his length there to a certain extent, drifting fully onto leg stump, and Green waiting for it. Flicked it away behind square on the leg side. For 4, 249 for 7, Green onto 19, the partnership onto 31. Not following the ball to a certain extent, Proctor, but he sent his square leg back to the boundary. Bartlett. Is there any conversation between him and Green? We'll have to wait for a while.
Well, I think I found where their rivalry began.
Is it St Clyst Cricket Club in Devon? In goes Proctor, bowls short, pulled around the court, down to mid-wicket 2. In fact, it's not Bartlett, it's Sales out there. And the single brings up the 250 for the Foxes, a first batting bonus point.
I have in front of me a scorecard. Somerset under-13s against Devon under-13s at Taunton in 2011, ECB county competition. Somerset captained by George Bartlett.
Proctor is into Van Beek, short, pulled around the corner. Sales has a bit of ground to make up to the ball, but he gets there quickly and keeps it to 1.
Devon containing Ben Green,
Of course.
who was bowled by Bartlett for 1 in that game, which Somerset won fairly comfortably. So they've known each other as opponents for at least, what, 14 years?
And the rivalry goes on.
Well, absolutely.
Though they probably didn't anticipate it being in the East Midlands
I was
necessarily.
going to say, no, representing Northamptonshire and Leicestershire, but it's the way it's the way the game works out sometimes, isn't it?
Indeed.
Now, change of bowling. We're going to have a bit of Justin Broad from the far end, so Ben Sanderson maybe is just being protected a little bit in case he needs to take the second new ball. It's not going to be much of a break. But Broad it is going to be to continue. Bowled 10 overs, no wicket for 47, which might sound a bit expensive, but his second spell from that far end was much, much better than his first couple of efforts at this end, at the pavilion end. He looked much more at home, just coming down that slope. So, Broad it will be. Going to bowl to Van Beek, who smashes that through the covers for 4. Take that. He's hit that very hard. You probably heard on the effects mic, and it occurs to me, of course, that it was that far end that he struggled from, wasn't it? It was the revival in his fortunes came at this pavilion end. It was the Bennett end, actually, that he struggled out a bit either side of lunch.
I'm afraid it was in the slot there, wasn't it?
That has been spanked before. 255 for 7, Van Beek to 18. Gosh, he hit that hard.
He's a big chap, Logan Van Beek. Yeah. Broad shoulders.
Here's Broad. What's his response? His big appeal for LBW, and umpire Sue Redfern says not out.
Not this time.
It runs down towards third man. George Bartlett, scourge of Devon under-13s, retrieves. And they come through for a leg bye, 256 for 7.
Did too much and a bit too high, but again, seam movement back in. Not entirely dissimilar in bowling styles, Broad and Sales.
No.
When they do hit the seam, they do get movement.
Sun has just gone behind cloud at the moment as Broad is in bowls, and Green is on the defensive, plays it out into the covers for Proctor to field, and there's no run.
Thankfully.
Yes. Elsewhere, Hampshire against Durham down at Southampton. Durham 284 for 5.
Oh, recovered a bit.
So they have recovered a bit.
Acker's getting runs again? Seems
no, he was out for 9 today. Oh. Early victim for Brad Wheel. Justin Broad was starting to run in and realised that Ben Green wasn't ready. Sue Redfern signals dead ball. Essex 180 for 9 in the 83rd over against Somerset at Taunton. Here's Broad in and driven back into the ground and parried up by Justin Broad behind him. Runs up towards a sort of very straight mid-off. Keogh tidies up, but they're able to come through for a single. Green to 21, 257 for 7. So it's been hard work at Taunton today. Jack Leach 30 overs, 3 for 35. So on a very, very green pitch, it's obviously turning a bit, one would imagine. His Broad in bowls to Van Beek, who's on the back foot, playing it out to Proctor at extra cover, and there's no run. Wickets tumbling at Headingley. Yorkshire 205 all out. Warwickshire 53 for 4 in reply. With 4 different bowlers taking the first 4 wickets. Ben Coe, Jordan Buckingham, who played a bit for Northamptonshire. George Hill and Sears as well getting on the scorecard. Here's Broad in, hits Van Beek on the pad as he's looking to work it in the onside. McManus scurries round from behind the stumps to cut off any possibility of a run, and that's the end of Justin Broad's over. 11 overs, no wicket for 52. 257 for 7, 21 to Green, 18 to Logan Van Beek. And Harry Conway is just trotting off the field to be replaced by Liam Guthrie. And we're going to see some more spin. In Division 2, Glamorgan 266 for 4 against Derbyshire. Colin Ingram's just got his 50. Lancashire 262 for 3 against Gloucestershire at Old Trafford. Marcus Harris 126 not out. Matty Hurst 46 not out. And Kent 129 all out against Middlesex at Lords. Middlesex 69 for 3 in reply. So that game's moving on as well. That brings you up to date.
And the spin we're going to see is more leg spin from Calvin Harrison. Partnership beginning to become, I'm sure, irritating to Northamptonshire. 39 it's now worth for the 8th wicket. Can Harrison do something about it? And he goes to Ben Green, who leaves. Conventional leg spinner steps forward. The ball just spins away a fraction into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Harrison is in this time. Green plays, dabs the ball out into the offside again on the front foot. Just the one slip for Harrison bowling to Green. He is in and bowls. That's the googly, I think. Didn't get that one right at all. Speared it down the leg side. Nicely taken by McManus with a sort of yelp on the basis that Green pushed at it. Didn't get anything on it by a long way. Harrison is in air, but he gets more or less to the pitch of it this time. Green had to reach for it, made sure he got there, and drove it out to save Zabe. A deepish extra. Takes his one. Moves on to 22. Partnership up to 40. Solitary plane in the distance. Down the wicket comes Van Beek. It's heading our way. Blimey, that's going to be close. Bang, just below us onto the balcony below us. That was a huge blow, and the scary thing about it was more or less effortless. Just danced down the wicket and stroked it, and it was, as I say, onto the balcony pretty much below us. I think it's the Northamptonshire balcony would have been below us, and that really did look as though it was coming through the window.
Did anybody catch it?
Don't know, but there wasn't any sort of big bang, was there?
No.
So maybe somebody did. Harrison in again to Van Beek down the leg side, and taken by McManus. Van Beek on to 24. Partnership up to 46, 264 for 7.
That was a lovely little skip down the pitch, wasn't it? And hit that, as you say, with absolutely no apparent effort. Ian Guthrie trots off the field. Harry Conway returns. And we now have, what, 6 overs to go until the second new ball is due. It's going to be Justin Broad to continue. Northamptonshire need to break this partnership, which, as Richard was saying a moment or two ago, closing in on 50, very handy runs, and it's again the sort of pattern being repeated as Broad is in and bowls and nips that back, but played away onto the leg side by Ben Green, who's going to get a single down to deep backward square. Zabe Fields sends in his return, 23 to Green, 265 for 7 in that, 119 for 5, and then that partnership between Rishi Patel and Ben Cox took it up to 193, then another couple of quick wickets, then another partnership. Here's Broad in, bowls outside the off stump. Logan Van Beek leaves it alone. Vasconcelos at first slip. Calvin Harrison at second. Bartlett at backward point. Proctor in the covers. Rob Keogh at mid-off. Harry Conway at mid-on. And then deep backward square. Safe Zabe and long leg. James Sales down almost directly underneath us. Here's Broad in and worked into the onside by Van Beek. Should be just a single. Harry Conway has a long way to get down, but does so. And they keep it to, or he keeps it to a single, 266 for 7. Van Beek to 25. Partnership now worth 48 between these two. Broad Pretty straight approach from the Bennett end. In and bowls to Green, who plays a solid defensive stroke, hard into the ground. Bounces up nicely for Justin Broad to field. I think Q has died down by the Friends of Grace Road cake stall.
Oh, did you manage to get one?
No,
you didn't?
No.
Didn't get over there.
Not quite enough time, is there? Well, not the speed I walk, anyways. Broad in bowls. Clipped away by Ben Green. Just a single. Goes down to safe Sabe down there at deep backward square. Green to 24, 267 for 7. Broad. 1 ball to go in his 12th over. Oh, a slightly sultry evening now as Broad is in and forces Van Beek onto the defensive on the back foot. Broad fields off his own bowling. Another over ticks by. 267 for 7. Van Beek is 25. Green is 24. Don't mean sultry in the sort of Fenella fielding sense, but just a little bit sticky.
Fenella fielding. Bless.
Dates me, doesn't it?
The modern equivalent of Fenella, I don't know. Probably some. Is it a Kardashian? I haven't a clue.
I've absolutely no idea. It's the wrong person to ask, I'm afraid. Optimistically pushing Ben Sanderson back onto the long on boundary.
We'll have to ask BBC Radio Leicester presenters who are in the box away to our left, getting ready for the sports show at 6. The problem is if you say, who's the modern day equivalent of Fenella fielding, they'll just go, Who? Harrison into Green with a long off. Green goes back and is circumspect, plays it carefully really back down the pitch towards Kelvin Harrison. Proctor, as he has done the day, taking on the responsibility himself. He's down there at long off as Harrison is in Fuller. Green is forward, getting to the pitch but defending. Harrison bowls, a bit more air on that one and slightly outside part of the bat there as Green, getting to the pitch, tried to drive it into the offside and ended up playing it along the ground to backward point. Harrison bowls, a tempter, driven back to him by Green. Harrison fields himself, falling to his left. Bowls, flatter delivery that skids on towards the legs of Green, works it on the back foot to mid-wicket. No run. And to finish the over, Harrison is in, and it isn't going to be quite a maiden. A little bit full outside off stump, and Green steers it into the offside to bring up the 50 partnership. Important runs, as Radis has said. 218 for 7, now 268 for 7, and if these two can sort of extend the partnership so that Leicestershire sort of go past 300, then I think they'll be tolerably satisfied after being put in.
Yeah, absolutely.
On this pitch.
Third 50-plus partnership of the innings with that opening stand of 58 between Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger, and then 74 for the 6th between Rishi Patel and Ben Cox. Now 50 unbroken for the 8th wicket between Logan Van Beek and Ben Green, and it's Green on strike. Broad running in from the Bennett end to bowl to him, and Green playing it back down the pitch. These two will be mindful, I'm sure, of the fact that the second new ball is so close, and what Northamptonshire would like the most is to be bowling to have a, if you like, an end open, relatively speaking. I know there's not really any tail enders in this Leicestershire side, but Broad, this fierce drive from Green and very well fielded off his own bowling by Justin Broad. They say if you can't stop him off your own bowling, then Why should anybody else bother? Harry Conway's limbering up, presumably getting ready to take the second new ball. But I was saying, I think, see what, don't really want a new batter to be having to face the new ball. These two have both been in a while. Broad is in, bowls very short. Signalled as one for the over, and frankly I wouldn't have been surprised to see it called a wide, but it wasn't. It balloons over the head of Ben Green, who is not a small man by any stretch of the imagination.
Another big unit, as so many of them are these days. They look very similar in build, actually, Green and Van Beek. Two very solid all-rounders in every sense of the word.
Here's Broad. In and bowls and driven nicely by Green, but straight to Keogh at mid-off. And there's no run.
I think this is Green something like only his 28th or 29th first-class game, because he just hasn't played it. There's so little red ball cricket at Somerset, which has frustrated him, and he's loving playing it. He does love it. He thinks the County Championship's the big one.
Is Broad worked into the onside by Ben Green. Can't get a run, as Harrison feels. Well, so say all of us. Very good to hear. And you know, the loan system has its critics, and rightly so. When it's times when you look at it and you think, you know, do you really need that player for one game or something? But for the likes of him and for Calvin Harrison as well, who I'm sure wouldn't have featured in the Notts side, it can work well. Here's Broad, pulled away by Ben Green. This could go all the way for 4. It has. There are 2 men back on the leg side. It's a deep backward square, safe save on a long leg James Sales, and it's gone straight between the two of them and has run away for 4. Strong finish to the over for Ben Green. He goes to 29. Logan Van Beek 25. 272 for 7 as the sun reappears. 3 overs to go until the second new ball is due. Still 19 overs to go in the day. So it's going to be, in all probability, pushing 6:45, I would think, before we finish.
Hey-ho.
Well, it's always interesting in these sort of situations to see how many people are in the crowd actually stay and watch. So many people have their meals sort of plumbed in terms of time, and they just go home when they're ready.
Calvin Harrison is into Logan Van Beek, who's forward, pushing just wide of Justin Broad. An extra cover. Broad sort of runs alongside the ball for a while, but he lets Safe Zabe pick it up, coming in from deep cover. Van Beek takes his single. Moves on to 26. Harrison into Green, who is clipping out towards long on. I thought he was going to wind up and open his shoulders there. In fact, he kept his head over the ball. Sanderson, the fielder, another single. Green on to 30. Long on and long off, both out for Van Beek as Harrison is in. Van Beek is forward. Merest suggestion of turn there. But fairly slow turn, not a lot of it, so Van Beek able to play it off the pitch. Harrison is in, drops a touch short. He hadn't been many drag downs, and that wasn't really a drag down, it was just a touch short, but Van Beek able to go back and work it into the gap at mid-wicket. There's a deep mid-wicket, so it is just the single. 27 to the Dutch international. In goes Harrison. That might have been the googly, because it hurried on and just may even have turned back in a fraction to Green. Again, he played it off the pitch comfortably enough. Harrison is in forward. Goes Green and defends it out to mid-wicket. End of the 78th over of the Leicestershire first innings. 275 for 7 is the score. The partnership builds and builds. It's on to 57 now for the 8th wicket.
So, another 2 overs before the second new ball is due. I just wonder if we might see, we are going to see a bit of Safe Save. So they want to try and get through, obviously, to the new ball as quickly as possible. Safe Save's going to bowl some left arm spin from the Bennett N bowled a couple of overs before tea.
Did he get just the one, didn't he, before tea?
Just the one, yes, you're right, sorry. Yes.
So it's going to be another one now, presumably. It's a bit harsh considering he's got however many wickets at 8.
6 wickets at 8 this year, yeah. It is a little bit hard on him. He's got a slip and... What are we going to have, slip and leg slip? No. Man on the 45 saving 1. So slip backward point, extra cover. Mid-off and mid-on both retreat to become long-off and long-on. Mid-wicket. And just saving 1 round the corner as Zabe round the wicket. Bowling to Van Beek, who comes down the pitch, gets a thick inside edge. Out into the onside. Calvin Harrison trots round from mid-wicket, but it's another run. Van Beek to 28, 276 for 7. Cloud that was obscuring the sun has moved away and flighted way up by almost the Jeremy Snake moon ball, that from safe save, pushed back to Ben Green, and there's no run. Another player to have played for both these counties, of course. Zabe in again, short, punched off the back foot by Ben Green. Zabe goes down but can't stop it. It runs out to long off and they pick up an easy single. 277 for 7, Green to 31. Partnership worth 59. Here's Zabe and driven crisply, firmly by Van Beek, but straight to extra cover. Fielded there by George Bartlett. Pretty tight in there. Here's Zabe and again, and Van Beek trying to give himself a bit of room to play it away through the offside, gets a thick inside edge, bottom edge. Suspect didn't miss the leg stump by too much. Well, there you go, keep the spinners on, forget about the new ball. Don't think that's going to happen. Here's Zabin, and again it's flighted way up and driven by Van Beek. Very well stopped off his own bowling by Safe Zabe. It may be, as Richard was saying, a very, very short spell for the left arm spinner. 277 for 7, 31 to Green, 28 to Van Beek. We have had 79 overs, so one more until the new ball is due. It's going to be bowled by Calvin Harrison.
That last ball was a good foot above Van Beek's eye line at one stage, wasn't it? If not more, really. And I can't think of many club batsmen who wouldn't have tried to clobber that into somewhere next week, but not at this level. He's wary. Van Beek. They have ambitions, Leicestershire, to extend this innings well past 300, I suspect. 277 for 7. Van Beek took off his gloves then, dried his hands on the crease. Proctor retreats to long off. Sanderson is already at long gone as in goes Harrison. Bowls. Clipped out through mid-wicket, past Bartlett out towards Sales coming in. And one is taken, Green on to 32, partnership 60. Harrison is in, drops a little bit short. Van Beek waited and waited and waited, but then turned it more or less straight to Bartlett at mid-wicket. You heard the no. Harrison is in, back goes Van Beek, works it out but only as far as backward point. Another dot ball. 3 to go with this particular Duke's cricket ball. Down the leg side from Harrison and cross with himself. Van Beek for not getting anything on it. Tried to help it on its way and rehearses a little paddle sweep. Conway is at short, fine leg as in goes Harrison, bowls nice and straight. Van Beek has to defend. 10th over for Calvin Harrison, none for 28 at the moment. It may be that this will be his final delivery. Could get one at the end of the day, I suppose. Bowls and a little bit short. And again, there's a suggestion of turn from sort of leg to middle, but all the time in the world for Logan Van Beek just to drop it into the leg side. Perfectly respectable over from Calvin Harrison.
And now I think we are in the little crucial phase in the match, because the second new ball, I would imagine, is going to be taken. The old one has been unceremoniously flung off the park by George Bartlett with feeling, almost. 278 for 7, and umpire Sue Redfern brandishes the second new ball towards the scorers down to our right, and it is going to be the towering figure of Harry Conway, the Australian, on debut. 3 wickets already to his credit, and he is going to take the second new ball from the Bennett end. Interesting to see who takes it from this pavilion end. Ben Sanderson or the captain himself, I would assume. But for now, it's going to be Conway. Bowling to Ben Green on 32, 278 for 7. The partnership now worth 60.
Yeah, every chance of a 5 foot on debut for the big Australian, but I'm sure he'd rather have his feet up by now with a nice 3 foot, but
he probably would. 2 slips, Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second. And Conway in, bowls to Green. First ball with the second new ball is worked away into the onside.
Well, was about half pace, I would say.
Yes, I suspect he's feeling a little bit stiff in his, 18th over.
First time we've heard the ice cream van, and I'm sure with a day like we've had today, it's been busy all around in parks and what have you, unless it, I don't know, how does it work with ice cream vans? Do they have designated territories? Can you take them where you want?
There have been places in the country, I think, where there have been quite...
Ice cream wars?
There have been ice cream wars, yeah. Here's Conway in, bowls to Green, who's again working it into the onside. Second ball running Broadfields at mid-wicket.
Conway stopped at the end of his follow-through and did a sort of really careful stretch there. He's hurt his
yes, he's just
left knee. He's doing it again now.
I say he did have some injury issues during this last English winter Australian season.
And again, he's not outside of the right knee, do you think, or left knee? Which one's he actually stretching? It's just been the same stretch each time.
Looks like left knee, doesn't it? But
that's the one that's bending.
Yeah.
But the right knee is the one that's sort of stretching. So
you're the athlete, Richard. You know these things.
I suspect it might be outside of his right knee. It's, yeah, he's swinging his right leg.
Yes, you're quite right.
Hopefully, it's just sort of stiffness. He is into. This is his 18th over, and he's what, 4th spell? 5th spell?
5th spell, I think. Here's Conway, running in again to bowl to Green, this time by way of variety. Plays it up not to mid-wicket, but to mid-on, where Rob Keogh fields and there's no run. Just looking up Leicestershire's highest 8th wicket partnership against Northamptonshire. 114, a record that has stood for 111 years.
Oh, must be the oldest record.
Sam,
I thought.
it's yes, it is. Leicestershire's one certainly against Northamptonshire. Sam Coe and Tommy Sidwell at Ayleston Road in 1914. Next ball brings Green forward, playing it back down the pitch defensively, fielded by Conway off his own bowling.
1914.
1914.
Did they survive, I wonder?
I think they both did, if memory serves. Yes.
If memory serves, I am very impressed.
Sam Coe lived to 82.
Excellent.
And Tommy Sidwell lived to 70.
Brilliant.
So
well, there you go, gents.
Both came through unscathed, happily. Here's Conway in again, bowling to Green, again playing defensively up to mid-off. There's no run.
I had memory of Leicestershire's pre-First World War cricketers. I take my hat off to you, sir.
Well,
I absolutely do. No, don't draw back the curtain.
It's like I always say. It's a misspent youth that's still ongoing. Sam Coe made 252 not out in that game.
Did he?
He did.
Sam Coe, C-O-E?
C-O-E, yeah. Here's Conway. In again and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Green. goes through to Lewis McManus, and I think it's fair to say, and this is absolutely no disrespect to Harry Conway, who's put in a serious shift today, that wasn't the quickest over he's bowled today. 278 for 7, and it is going to be Ben Sanderson to take the second new ball from this pavilion end.
I'm just glad to see he's not sort of doing those awkward stretches anymore.
No.
So whatever little twinge he felt has ironed itself out with that getting back to movement. 1 or 2 starting to leave the Bennett end, the green seats at the Bennett end.
Well, if they've got their dinner booked for 6 o'clock, you know.
This isn't Scarborough, you know. It's not. It's not tea time.
Boarding house meals. This wonderful smell of cabbage that wafts across from the private hotels or guest houses around the ground.
Sanderson, new ball in hand from the pavilion end, is in, bowling to Logan Van Beek, defends out to point, and there's no run.
Oh, it's interesting, that game at Elston Road in 1914 when Sam Coe got his 252 not out. The return fixture at Northampton coincided with the outbreak of the First World War. It was at the beginning of August, and they came back on the second day to country actually at war. It was announced the night before, and they came back, and one of the Leicestershire players, Captain Aubrey Sharp, had to leave because he had to join his regiment. And I was talking to somebody many years ago when I was researching a book that was actually on the ground that day. Said people just laughed at him and said, how ridiculous, finish a game of cricket, it'll be over by Christmas anyway.
Yeah, Sanderson, 2 slips behind Logan Van Beek, bowls on off stump. Van Beek defends. Yes, I was going to say to possibly cast something of a pall, but it probably didn't, because it was almost a sort of celebratory thing, wasn't it, at the start?
Well, they were. There's the newspaper reports complained about hobbledehoys in Northampton making merry the night before.
Hobbledehoys.
It's a word not used anything like enough.
No, I have heard it before.
Yes,
but not for many years.
Well, count on me to use it, can't you?
Sanderson is in, seams back in, takes an inside edge, goes onto the pad, started to go up for the shout, realised it had taken some bat as well. The hobbledehoy, I'm sure my grandmother certainly used it. I'm just trying to think in which context. So it meant a sort of
ne'er-do-well.
Okay.
Riff-raff.
Yeah, okay.
Hooligan.
One inclined to celebrate when it wasn't appropriate, it appears. Sanderson is in, and Van Beek defends on the back foot out into the offside. Might just take a few overs for the new ball to sort of come into its own, so to speak. Be nice and hard still, but it's not. Oh, well, obviously it'd be nice and hard, but it hasn't necessarily been that's been the cause of the movement. I think it's that sort of seam and a little bit of swing as well, as sounds like a sort of little motorbike goes down Milligan Road. Sanderson is in outside off stump. Oh, great stop, great catch, in fact. I thought it hit it into the ground, but no, he hit it hard to the left of, is that safe save at backward point? And Zabe, without making a great fuss about it, just sort of plucked it out of the air, round about shoulder height, 2 hands to his left. Made a difficult catch, and boy was it travelling, looked fairly straightforward. Van Beek raises his eyes to the heavens in dismay, feels he's given it away, but he's put on 60 for the 8th wicket with Ben Green. He goes, caught Zabe, bowled Sanderson for 28, Leicestershire 278 for 8.
And again, you have to say it wasn't the best ball that Ben Sanderson's ever bowled. It was a bit short and wide, and he absolutely leathered it, but Safe Zabe has picked up a couple of stunning catches already this season. There's one at Old Trafford to get rid of, and I'm just trying to remember who it was. It was Keaton Jennings, that's right. It was a wonderful catch, not dissimilar, absolutely nailed and held on to it. So Ben Sanderson picks up his 3rd wicket, his 398th first-class wicket for Northamptonshire.
And Messrs Coe and Sidwell can sleep,
yes.
sleep easy, bless their hearts.
Yes, that
The
game
record lives on,
Well,
and I suspect will for some
I-
little time.
There's every chance, yes. Now that return game, just looking it up, Leicestershire needed 84 to win and were 11 for 3 at the close. War broke out that night, came back next morning, batted 1 short, as I say. Captain Sharp had to go off and join his regiment and lost by 4 runs. But
Excellent game.
well, it was an excellent game. I'm not quite sure how much notice anybody took of it, but as you say, it was. It's amazing that you look back at the records that summer and you realise that they actually played. They played out the season. They played right through to the end of August when the war had been on a month, and there was already sort of fighting on the continent. I think W.G. Grace had a lot to do with it, putting a letter in the papers to say you shouldn't be playing cricket when there's a war on, and they stopped it. But, different times. Tom Scriven.
Ben Sanderson can also pick up a 5-foot. Runs in, bowls to Scriven. It seems back in and takes his bottom hand off the bat and manages to block it. Sanderson looks levelly at him, but it was the last ball of the over, 278 for 8. Therefore remains the score. Can Leicestershire get past 300, get that second batting bonus point? Another wicket for Northamptonshire, make it 3 bowling bonus points.
Yes, and if Sanderson does pick up the last 2, that will be his 400 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire. I think the 30th bowler to achieve that feat. So he's in fairly illustrious company when you consider, obviously, they played an awful lot more first-class cricket in years gone by than they do now, which is a discussion we were having this morning. Conway, the bowl to Ben Green. Still the 2 slips in, Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second. Comes Conway in bowls, and again just played maybe a little bit across his front pad, but it goes out safely enough to Broad at mid wicket, and there's no run.
Green certainly won't start hitting out or anything like that.
No, I was going to ask you that, whether you thought, presumably Tom Scriven's a perfectly capable.
He is a very capable all-rounder.
Got a 38 this year, I see.
Yeah. A couple of 50s, first-class 50s to his name already, and
got runs against Northamptonshire last year, if I remember rightly. Here's Conway in, bowls and forward. A lot of time comes Green, plays it back down the pitch. Conway half stops it, and having only half stopped it, then has to divert out towards extra cover to collect it.
when I say a couple, he's actually got 8 first-class 50s, so I'm doing him a great disservice, Tom. Apologies.
They still call him the Viking or something along this. He's supposed to have Swedish antecedents or something. Or am I again imagining that? Here's Conway. In and bowls to Green, goes for a big expansive drive, goes down off a thick outside edge down to third man. Sanderson fields on the boundary, and they come through for a run. 33 to Green, 279 for 8.
I think you're right. I think he does have connections. It might be his mum's Swedish.
I thought there was some family connection. I
should know that.
Dimly remember. Dimly remember most things.
Claims his nickname is Skippy. And he's never eaten anything from Greg's. Surprising fact.
Here's Conway in. Bowls to aforementioned Tom Scriven, who has not tasted the steak bake or the sausage roll, and it goes out to extra cover.
Can you recite the menu now?
Fielded by, shouldn't say that. Fielded by Proctor, and there's no run. 279 for 8. What my wife calls my garage meals.
Your garage meals? Oh, I see. As in when you're filling up.
Which occasionally does come into play during the treks around the country. Conway running into bowl to Scriven, who's just squared up a little bit, pushes it out to the offside, and Bartlett comes round for backward point to field, and there's no run. Graham Clark closing in on a century for Durham down at Southampton, 302 for 5. Clark is 94 not out. George Drissell 47 not out. Essex all out for 206. Rolled out by Somerset in 88 overs and a bit. It's been a slog today, isn't it, down there? Here's Conway. In and bowls and brings Scriven forward. Plays it hard into the ground. Bowler fields, end of the over. 279 for 8, Green 33. Scriven yet to get off the mark. We have 13 overs remaining. Warwickshire still 4 down against Yorkshire, 87 for 4, replying to Yorkshire's 205 all out. Glamorgan 296 for 6 against Derbyshire. Colin Ingram 62 not out. Lancashire 308 for 3 against Gloucestershire at Old Trafford. And Marcus Harris, well known in these parts, 156 not out. And the other match at Lords, Kent 129 all out, Middlesex 91 for 3.
We're at Lords the week we come back from our break. Sanderson is in and bowls to Green. Bounces a bit on him, squeezes it out towards square leg. Justin Broad runs onto it from mid-wicket, but the speedy Skippy Scriven had long since made his ground. Didn't bother to throw the ball at the stumps.
Yeah, well, this is the 3rd away game in a row for Northamptonshire, obviously either side of the break. So this is the start. This is the first of 4 games back to back.
Why is that?
I have no idea.
Wantage Road is being used for a concert or anything?
No. Women are playing there this weekend, women's team.
Sanderson into Green, who's forward a little tentatively perhaps, and it doesn't sound like it came off the middle, but defended solidly enough by Scriven.
Yeah, we were there obviously for the first round of matches against Kent. We've had a month without a game at Wantage Road. We're there on next week against Lancashire, then away to Glamorgan in Cardiff, and then home to Gloucestershire before the start of the T20.
Sanderson bowls, Scriven reaches for it a little bit, pushes firmly out into the extra cover region, straight to the fielder. Remains scoreless for the time being. 6 balls faced for Scriven. Sun now behind cloud and will be for a little time. 12.5 overs to be bowled as we come to quarter 2. Sanderson is in short, but he dragged it down outside off stump, so Scriven sort of got into place to hook, but he would have really been reaching for it, so let it go through.
Not easy at this stage of the day, but Northamptonshire do need to keep their intensity, don't they? They've got to try and polish this innings off as quickly as possible. They really want to be batting tonight if possible.
Sanderson is in. Line and length, but Scriven more than equal to it. Plays it out to mid-off. Jonathan Farmer's been in touch regarding Sam Coe. He says that Sam Coe was the first victim of a googly in a first-class match in 1900. And apparently the ball bounced 4 times before he was embarrassingly stumped.
Off BJT Bosencat, I assume, who supposedly...
If it bounced 4 times, you would think you could have adjusted in that time. You might not have read the first bounce.
No, strange one.
In goes Sanderson, bowls the outswinger and draws Scriven forward into a play and a miss, but it doesn't take the edge. 280 for 8 after 84. Leicestershire. Out comes Mr. Scrimshaw with jumpers jumpers for all.
It's a bit chilly now, isn't it? Not.
Oh.
Well, it's not chilly up here, but say the cloud has just built up a little bit, and we haven't got sunshine at the moment. We've still got 12 overs to bowl.
Are we happy, Jonathan Farmer, with the contemporary reports of that? Bounced 4 times. I suppose you could have had a couple of swipes at it, but
That's great, isn't it? Well, Jonathan would know. He knows much. Here's Conway in, bowling short, and Green just gets inside the line, watches it sail over the small of his back into the gloves of Lewis McManus. And there's no run. Fielders around place just trying to lift the bowlers. George Bartlett's going through warming up, but I can't think he's going to have a bowl. Here's Conway in and bowls, and pushed firmly by Ben Green up to mid-on, where Rob Keogh fields and there's no run. Jonathan Farmer wrote a most interesting book about Horace Snarey, one of the cricketers from come out of Rutland. Book was called Resolute Rutlander. Born in Wissendine, and if you
Wissendine I know.
Wissendine,
yeah.
sorry. Yes.
No, it's okay. It's,
No.
but that one I know. Widlington I don't.
Is Conway. And then bowls and turned away by Green. Certainly one for him here. Are they going to take on James Sales' arm? No, they're not. Down at long leg. It's just a single to Green. He goes to 35, 281 for 8. But no, interesting stuff. So, strongly recommended.
There's been some talk recently, serious talk apparently, of Rutland basically being absorbed into adjoining counties and losing its status essentially as a county.
Here's Conway in and bowls and turned away by Scriven for his first run. Again, it's down to James Sales at long leg, and once again they decide not to take on the arm, settle for the run. Scriven is off the mark, and it's 282 for 8. But it did disappear for a time, didn't it, Rutland? Except in the sort of people who lived there were always, I don't think ever thought of themselves as anything else, but a bit like Peterborough, having gone through various moves of county and whatnot over the years.
It's currently in Cambridgeshire, isn't it?
Well,
but it's a unit, but it's an authority
it's
as
a
well,
unit,
isn't
yes.
it?
My friend and colleague Matthew Engel said if they have another local government reorganisation, it'll finish up in the North Sea. Here's Conway in and bowls short, very short, and Ben Green ducks underneath it. I think there's a problem with the light. It's a little bit, perhaps it's just because it's been so bright all day, it just perhaps looks a little bit gloomier than it is. I don't think we'll have a problem. Lights are not on. I don't think they need to be honest. But you're absolutely right, Richard. There's just a few at that far end that have just making their way out towards the car park. Here's Conway. And that nips back and takes Ben Green on the pad. Drops into the crease almost next to him, and he obligingly, after having sought permission from his old under-13s opponent, George Bartlett, picks the ball up, and that's the end of the over. 282 for 8. Ben Green, 35. Tom Scriven is 1. There must have been other times where they met on the field in Somerset Devon contests, I'd have thought, but that was just the one that came up with a very quick search.
Pause for thought. There's Keogh and Proctor and Sanderson have a short chat. Sanderson is now ready to go. Over number 20 of the day. In he goes, bowls 2 Scriven down the leg side. That was a slightly weary start to the over from Ben Sanderson, understandably and forgivably, I think.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, game's just gone into a period of abeyance slightly in terms of moving on. Just 4 runs added by these two so far for the 9th wicket. Scriven has faced 11 balls for his single.
It's a figure of 8 over Gatwick at the moment, isn't it?
Holding pattern. Sanderson is in, bowls full. It swings a touch, draws Scriven, probably conscious of the fact he's just got 1 to his name, into the drive, which does not connect. Only connect. Springsteen's listening in Rutland, and he says it's still sunny there.
It's always sunny in Rutland.
So, as I said, cycling there a couple of times recently, and it really lovely.
It's beautiful.
Back lanes and
Beautiful part of the
roads.
world.
Sanderson is in. Bowls middle stump.
No ball.
A no ball. Oversteps.
Well, I had family living not too far away from the border in Thornhoe, Thornhaugh, depending on who you listen to. It's a very small village just up towards Stamford, and we had a lot of family there for the sort of late 18th century.
The Springteen reckons that it seems Rutland will become part of Leicestershire again, but, quote, will retain its ceremonial status.
Oh, right.
So it may be just the abolition of the Rutland County Council, or the absorption of the Rutland County Council into Leicestershire County Council. I don't know. In goes Sanderson, bowls, and a little bit leg stump line, middle and leg, and so Scriven can work it slightly unconvincingly out towards mid-wicket, but take the single. Nonetheless, little flock of 4 pigeons alight on the practice wicket on that far side of the square, farthest side of the square towards the meet.
And a bit of bird song through the effects might most good part of the day, haven't we? It's very nice. Very rural.
The advantage of trees. In goes Sanderson, bowls outside off stump. Reasonable amount of carry, but as I say, just a slight sense of weariness for Sanderson as he comes to the end of his 20th over of the day. Sanderson turns, runs in and bowls slightly short of a good length. Green gets up on his toes but doesn't really get it out of the middle. Plays it defensively down the pitch on the onside. Keogh fields. Vasconcelos goes for a run at first slip. Ran around in a circle. Around about 30 yards in diameter. He's back in position now. Sanderson leans forward, gets into his run and bowls down the leg side. Scriven helps it, beg your pardon, Green helps it on its way down to the fine leg boundary for 4. And as I say, for the first time today, that just looked like an over from a man who's kind of had enough for today. He'll probably come back now and bowl a beauty second time up, but that just looked, oh.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. 289 for 8. I suppose, as I say, he has obviously the option of himself or Justin Broad to come back on with the new ball still pretty new, just in the 6th over we've had of the second new ball. But Conway, it's going to be to continue at least for now. 289 for 8. Can Northamptonshire wrap up this innings tonight? Well, Leicester should be back in the morning. Here's Conway in, bowls to Scriven, and that's edged down to Sanderson at third man, wide of third slip, perfectly safely. And immediately Justin Broad comes out of third slip with Ben Green on strike and goes in at mid-wicket. Again, they drop a couple of men back on the leg side, deep backward square and a long leg, so might they just again test Ben Green out with a short ball.
I may have to pop next door for a couple of minutes, but keeping an eye on the presenter.
Here's Conway in bowls outside the off stump. Good carry. Left, I think, by Ben Green as much on length as on line there. Bartlett is he's just bowled a sort of speculative. It did. It was speculative off break. He's not the worst, George Bartlett. He has bowled a bit this year.
In fairness, there was a fair amount of grass on that particular pitch.
Well, so he has bowled 2 or 3 overs this year in the championship. Here's Conway in and bowls, and it's a no ball called by umpire Sue Redfern as it beats the outside edge.
That was an odd one.
It was. It hit something, or maybe it was bat hit pad. It was a no ball anyway, so 2 onto the total, 292 for 8.
Yeah, I think it was sort of inside edge onto the pad, and then it sort of bounced through to McManus.
Did you have bowled a few today, haven't they, on the quiet?
Well, extras is up to 37.
Yeah. That's the 7th actual no ball. Yeah, 14 runs leaked. Here's Conway. In and bowls to Green, who's pushing that up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, there were the 2 byes fairly early on. We weren't absolutely sure whether it just flicked something on the way through. 21 leg byes, so they're having a decent day. And now 14 no balls, so in runs in no balls, so 7 times overstepping, of which Conway has bowled 4, Sanderson 2, Proctor 1. Here's Conway in bowls outside the off stump, wide and going wider, taken by McManus in front of Vasconcelos. At slip, Vasconcelos will have, of course, half a thought in his mind: am I going to have to go and bat for an over or 2 tonight? Worthy innings to finish in the next sort of 4 or 5 overs. Luke Proctor, of course, will have similar thoughts, I'm sure. Here's Conway. In and bowls to Ben Green. Down the leg side, appeal for a caught behind, and he's gone. It's a little strangle down the leg side, the second one today. And Leicestershire 292 for 9, and Ben Green's excellent innings ends. It's another catch for Lewis McManus. A little tickle down the leg side. Conway has 4.
I'm not sure Green got anything on that, but it certainly hit the pad. Whether it was inside, for sure, whether it was inside edge onto the pad, but the way he's walking off, the body language suggests he may have been a bit unlucky there. In any way, either way, he was a bit unlucky.
Well,
now, where's Scriven going?
No, he's just having a 12th man's on. He's just going to have a drink, I think. But applause, well-deserved applause for Ben Green. 76 balls. And it brings to the crease Oundle Town's finest, Josh Hull.
Oh, here we go.
Well, I have to.
He's not from Oundle, is he?
Well, by an amazing coincidence, yes. I was saying to his mum and dad actually on Sunday, it's always slightly difficult when Josh is playing against Northamptonshire, but I say you just always hope he does well, does himself justice. He has a Test match 6, of course, as was pointed out on Sunday. Ump's just having a word. It is a little bit murky out there now.
Don't make him switch the lights on. It cost a
Well, I know it does. No, I know. Quite agree. I mean, we're now past 6 o'clock, so we're into overtime. We've still got 9 overs to go and 1 ball. And that thought that we were talking about a moment or 2 ago that will be in the minds of the Northamptonshire batters. Are we going to have to bat tonight for a nasty little 20-25 minutes or so? Conway with 4 wickets to his credit. Number 11 to face.
With a first-class best to his name last time out.
Yes, well, there you go. He's man in form. And he's got to face Conway with 3 slips in place. Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second, Broad at third. He's going to come round the wicket and the lights are going on. I thought they may have just been having a chat about something like that, but yes, the lights are just coming into life for all of about, I don't know what, half an hour if that. Here he comes, Conway, into bowl to Josh Hull, hits him with a full-length ball, going down, I think. Also, I wonder if there was a bit of bat in that. It sounded a little bit woody. Either way, it's not out. And that's the end of the over. 292 for 9. So Northamptonshire have their 3rd bowling point. Can Leicestershire get their 2nd batting point? 292 for 9. Scriven is 3. Hull yet to get off the mark. And Ben Sanderson, well, chasing a 4th wicket, which would take him up to 399 in first-class cricket for Northamptonshire. Lights slowly coming to life. We should just go next door to beguile the listeners of BBC Radio Leicester with idle whimsy. Here comes Sanderson, into bowl to Scriven, down the leg side. Taken by Lewis McManus, 3 slips in. Scriven's been in there a while, faced 16 balls. Sanderson into his 21st over, 3 for 55. Conway has picked up 4 for 64 from his 21 overs. Wicket apiece for Proctor and Sales, with his first bowl of the season, in fact his 3rd ball of the season. Picking up that wicket of Rishi Patel just after tea. Here's Sanderson, into bowl to Scriven, who plays it away through the covers for 4. Nothing whatsoever wrong with that shot. Stood tall, punched it away through the covers for 4. Takes Tom Scriven to 7. Takes Leicestershire to 296 for 9. And 1 decent blow away from a 2nd batting bonus point for the Division 2 leaders. Lights continuing just to come to life. Roughly sort of half the bulbs illuminated at the moment. Here's Sanderson, running away from us to bowl to Tom Scriven, who's driven and dropped. Caught and bowled chance, think it carried. And Sanderson in his follow-through, very difficult chance, obviously, he had to dive forward for it. It may not actually have quite carried. He got his back to us, but judging by the reaction, I think it possibly did. 296 for 9. Just a little drive from Scriven, maybe played a tad too early. George Bartlett is still going through this most elaborate warming up routine. I can't think his gentle off spin is going to be used with the 2nd new ball, but who knows. Sanderson into bowl to Scriven, who drives away out through the covers. This could be another 4. It's not, as Saif Zaib makes good ground around from his fielding position at deep backward point, and they come through for 2. 298 for 9. Scriven to 9, 2 runs away from the point. I suppose the only thing with Bartlett might be if the umpire said, well, you need to bowl spin to stay on for the last few overs. But they have Harrison, they have Zaib. Here's Sanderson, in and bowls, and a little jerky push out into the offside from Scriven, but he comes through for a single. It's good, thoughtful cricket by Tom Scriven, knowing that there was 1 ball left in the over. He wants to have as much of the bowling as possible, so Josh Hull is just going to have 1 delivery to negotiate. Scriven is 10, 299 for 9. But as Richard was saying, Josh Hull unbeaten at 16 in the previous game. First class best, has a test match 6. Open the batting for Oundle under 17s, plenty of times. Now, reinforcing the slip cordon, third slip goes in, Justin Broad, and Bartlett comes up from sweeping on the cover boundary into backward point. One ball left in the over. Sanderson into bowl to Josh Hull. It's wide outside the off stump, and it's gone through the keeper, to the delight of the Leicestershire faithful, and they've come through for a bye. And it brings up the 300 for Leicestershire. It was an extraordinary piece of cricket. It was a wide delivery outside the off stump. Just looked a regulation take. For some reason, Lewis McManus didn't take it. Whether it was a tactical thing to try and make sure that Josh Hull was on strike for the start of the next over, I'm not sure. But it's got Leicestershire to a point, a second batting point. 300 for 9 at the end of the over. Does mean that Harry Conway, with 4 wickets, is going to have Josh Hull in his sights to try and make it 5. He's coming round the wicket from the Bennett end to bowl to Josh Hull, who's hit on the pad. No appeal. Runs down into the slip cordon, fielded there by Justin Broad at third. And there's no run. Still got, what, 7 overs to go after this one. A few more spectators starting to drift towards the exit gates at the Curzon Road end of the ground. Here's Conway. Bowls to Josh Hull, who creams that away through extra cover, and that's going to run away for 4. Fielded by a member of the ground staff down by the covers. And, well, he's displaying his credentials as Oundle under 17 opening batter there. Lovely shot, nothing wrong with that. 4 to Josh Hull to get him off the mark. 304 for 9.
Do you think the next one will be pitched up?
If I was a betting man, which I'm not, no. I think the odds are against.
I would suggest an angry Australian fast bowler
at the end of a long day. Here is Conway, bowls to Hull, and it was pitched up. It's hit him on the pad. Has it got himself outside the line? No. He's out, LBW. Again, a long wait from Sue Redfern. Josh Hull goes LBW to Conway for 4, and Leicestershire are all out for 304. And Harry Conway, on Northamptonshire debut, has picked up 5 for 68. And it means that Northamptonshire, light permitting, are going to have a nasty little session of, what, for 4 overs, 5 overs left.
5 overs.
Yeah. 304 all out. I'll give you the bowling figures in a sec.
That looked pretty out to me. The only doubt was whether he'd got outside the line. It was swinging back in. But yeah, well bowled. Well bowled, Harry Conway. That was hard work, but 5 for 68 from 21 and a half. That's a pretty good effort first up from the big Australian. Well, we'll have a little break, shall we? Grab a quick cup of tea and steel ourselves for the remaining 5 overs, which is what the Northamptonshire openers are going to have to do, because it's going to be tricky out there. With the floodlights on, it should swing around a little bit, and Ian Holland is a bowler in form at the moment. So we shall see what happens. Join us again in a few minutes' time. and beautiful tone of the cello sound. And there were different notes there, usually one note, and it's a foot one, but that was reasonably cheap. Bearings length.
So doing in was it?
In Holland has been below the bowling for the Foxes from Million, and there are 5 overs for Ubiquitous. Where are they? Here we go. They come in.
I haven't surrendered there.
Here we go. Two mid figures of Rothesay emerge from the side screen, march out into the middle. So no thought was yet. Night watchman. Whether we'd see one.
I suspect. They could just does it. I suspect Ben Sanders responded brief to the point. Has some problems, but they try.
He's his ice bar at the moment.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be Ricardo Vasconcelos to take strike, with, as Richard mentioned, Luke Proctor at the non-striker's end.
Pads always look slightly too big for him. Don't know why. 3 slips, only 3 slips, otherwise a third man already in place, and a long leg as Ian Holland comes in and bowls over the wicket to Vasconcelos, just outside off stump. Vasconcelos defends, nonetheless, drops it out into the covers where Sol Budinger, as ever, is the fielder. Han Ahmed is at mid-on, Scriven at mid-off, but I would assume it'll be Van Beek at the Bennett end, but we'll see. Holland is in, bowls, and very straight. Vasconcelos defends solidly enough, drops it out on the onside this time. Lewis Hill, sunglasses perched optimistically on his cap. Fields, we aren't going to see too much more sun today, I don't think. Ben Green at first, Hanscom at second, as in goes Holland and bowls, and played firmly out through point. Should be 2, no more than that. Rishi Patel runs around from wide third man to field at deep point, and the 2 runs are taken. Van Beek's at third slip. Josh Hull is down at long leg. We could see the newly capped Hull, just because he's so far in the distance. He's I can't pick out the fox on his cap, but it certainly is the gold fox. Holland is in and bowls, pushing it out across Vasconcelos, but not much movement. You don't really expect it in the first couple of overs. Vasconcelos has nothing to do with it.
Yes, he does have his cap on with the golden fox. Let's look through the binoculars.
Good. He reflected in the floodlights above his head. Huge floodlights here, as at Wantage Road actually. In goes Holland and bowls. First one that's shaped a little bit, but it was too wide. Went further away. And again, Vasconcelos happy at this stage of proceedings to let it go. The gold leaf on the fox on above the clock is just catching the evening sun.
Oh yes, beautiful.
Holland elbows jutting, runs away from us, bowls to Vasconcelos. Nice delivery, but well played by the left-hander. Blocks it back down the pitch on the offside. Scriven fields 2 from the first over, which has been negotiated without alarm by Northamptonshire. 4 to go.
Well, I imagine I should be having a chat with aforementioned H. Conway, assuming they can drag him out of the ice bath or whatever.
Have you managed to have a chat to him?
No, I haven't. No, haven't.
They're very approachable, the Aussies. They're used
They
to
are, yeah.
dealing with the media, aren't they, and expect it. And he'd be pleased, you would have thought.
Well, yes, so he's had a ideal start, emulating the likes of Siddharth Kaur, who also took 5 on debut last year at Derby, the Indian seamer. And it's going to be Logan Van Beek to bowl from the Bennett end, far end, as we look out from our commentary position. We're bowling to Luke Proctor with 3 slips in place. Bowling round the wicket to the Northamptonshire captain, and it's a full length ball to start with, almost Yorker length, dug out by Proctor up to mid-on, fielded there by Josh Hull. And there's no run. Proctor 249 runs at 62 this year, boosted by his 150 career best score at Derby last time out. Van Beek in again, bowls and beats Proctor with a beauty. Just held its line. Proctor pulling his bat inside the line, but I think that it was past the bat by the time he did so. Vasconcelos had a difficult start to the season. First couple of games was struggling to get going, but then came good at Derby, made 82. Here's Van Beek. Round the wicket again to Proctor, who drives without any great timing and immediately looks at the bottom of his bat as he rehearses the stroke. It's fielded by Van Beek off his own bowling. The our friends down there were singing something a moment or two ago, and they're doing a little dance as well. But somebody out there doing, yeah, there he is.
That's Ollie.
Well, he's doing a very splendid dance.
Don't tell him. Let me do it again.
Here's Van Beek in bowls and short and cut away by Luke Proctor, and it's going to go away for 4. Proctor was considering the cut. In the end, the ball coming round the wicket to him, it was a little bit close to him, maybe a little bit closer than he thought, but he just steered it wide of the slip cord and soft hands, and it raced away down to third man. And there is no third man, so it's 4. Proctor
well, there is, but he just couldn't get there.
Oh no, I beg your pardon.
Wide.
I beg your pardon. I've spotted Ian Holland there. Yes, he was, as you say, fairly wide, and it went fine.
They do set one from the start.
Well, I think that's personally, I think I and a lot of others will say that's quite a good idea. 6 for no wicket. Van Beek bowls to Proctor, comes forward very solidly, playing it out into the covers. Rian Ahmed, short stay for him today. Caught behind down the leg side for naught off Ben Sanderson. One of 4 catches for Lewis McManus in the innings. Proctor settles into his stance as Van Beek is in, bowls wide of the crease, and Proctor pushing it up to mid-off to complete the second over of Northamptonshire's first innings. 3 to go in the day, 6 for no wicket, 4 of those to Proctor, 2 to Vasconcelos. The meat looks as though it's emptying. There's a few more just walking around. It's one of the great bits of timing, isn't it, in a cricket lover, that you get to learn how long it takes from when you set off, when you lose sight of the game. It's, you know, perhaps a couple of overs you can spin it out for.
Holland is going to go around the wicket to Vasconcelos. In he goes and bowls. It does seam away and swing a little bit as well, but from wide, went wider, and again Vasconcelos, nothing to do with it. Walks forward and taps away at the green patches out there. "17 legitimate deliveries left in the day." Holland in, bowls down the leg side. Good take by Cox, diving away to his right. Not that Vasconcelos got anything on it. 6 without loss.
I think his nickname's Dutchy.
Very much so. In goes Holland, bowls, good bounce and a little bit of seam movement, but again it's too wide, and Vasconcelos can and does leave. a little bit lighter, I think.
It has, yes, it has.
Darker cloud.
Definitely.
A little bit of sun beginning to break through again as Holland is in and bowls. Bottom hand off the bat from Vasconcelos as it just climbs on him a touch. But it's a sort of leg stump line coming from round the wicket, which means he can get something behind it. Bit of pad, bit of thigh pad, bit of something drops down at his feet. Holland in, bowls, outside off stump again. Suggestion of shape, but again too wide. And again, Vasconcelos Canada's leave.
Holland played 5 list day matches for Northamptonshire in 2019 on loan from Hampshire. It would have been there, wouldn't it?
It would. Well, it's yes, yeah. He was on. Yes, essentially. Holland bowls. That's a better line. There's an appeal for leg before from behind the stumps, but not really. From Holland would have needed to straighten a lot more than it actually did. Hit Vasconcelos on the knee roll around or thereabouts, but was going on down at the leg side. Umpire Lloyd already almost walking away before Holland even bothered to turn towards him. End of the 3rd over. The Northamptonshire apply 6 without loss. 2 overs to go tonight.
Yep, definitely a lot brighter. In fact, the sun is about to make a welcome reappearance just in time for the last couple of overs of the day's play. Over to our right. We've had a lovely day weather-wise. Good day's cricket as well. Here's Van Beek in and bowls to Proctor, who with this idiosyncratic defensive shot, just dropping it down into the offside. And there's no run. Luke Proctor's narrowly missed 1,000 runs championship season 2 of the last 3 years. Northamptonshire looking for somebody to do it. Last time anybody did it for Northamptonshire was Ben Duckett 9 years ago. Here's Van Beek in, bowls to Proctor, who's running it down to backward point. Rian Ahmed comes across the field, and there's no run. Yes, he was looking very good to do it a couple of years ago, and only needed a handful of runs in the last couple of games, and unfortunately bagged a pair at Taunton and couldn't quite get the runs he needed in the last game against Essex, and wasn't too far away last year either. Van Beek into Proctor, and Proctor's right in behind that. Pushes it up towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. The sun now fully out, as predicted by Richard Ray. Obviously put in his order to the authorities for a bit of sunshine for the last few balls of the day.
It has rendered the very expensive floodlights somewhat redundant, hasn't it? But,
yes, I'm sure the Leicestershire officials will be counting the cost of having them on. Round the wicket comes Van Beek again, hangs it outside the off-stump. Proctor not to be tempted. Goes through to the keeper, signal from umpire Sue Redfern to her colleague, and there are 2 left in the over. And we are going to have an opportunity to take one of those lovely pictures when you get the sort of the sun going down and players coming off the field at the end of the day. Bit of a visual cliche, but none the worse for that. Van Beek in and bowls outside the off stump. Again, good carry, just back of a length, slapping into the gloves of Ben Cox, but left alone by Luke Proctor. One ball left in this over, and then one more over to go. Van Beek turns in the far distance. He's in, bowls to Proctor, and again outside the off stump, again left alone by Proctor. Again, back of a length, taken by Ben Cox about throat height, and that's the end of Logan Van Beek's work with the ball. 2 overs for 4, 6 for no wicket. 4 of those to Proctor, 2 to Vasconcelos. And we have 1 over to go in the day. The batters confer. And I wonder if Vasconcelos calls his captain through for a quick single in the last over, whether his captain will respond.
Yeah, if there's disappointment among the Leicestershire, it's probably just that they haven't quite made these two play often enough so far in the 4 overs that they've bowled.
That's funny. I'll share that with you at the end of the over. It's a thing that's come through on Twitter, which has amused me.
Holland then staying around the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos. That's a better line, off stump line. Vasconcelos bat well in front of his pads, pushes it back down the wicket on the offside.
You mentioned Dave Chappers, who was on to us earlier. He's just messaged me again. He says, a question for you. Did Josh Hull play for Arundel Town? You didn't mention it, so I'm not quite sure. Sarcasm, the lowest form of wit.
Yes, I may have said something along those lines as down the leg side bowls Ian Holland. Vasconcelos flicks at it but doesn't get anything on it. Cox takes it running on the run.
At least some of the questions as to why isn't he playing for Northamptonshire seem to have dried up a little bit over the last 12 months.
It happens, folks, it happens.
It does.
Holland is in and bowls, good line, but doesn't really straighten, and again Vasconcelos solidly behind it.
But I do remember him making his first team debut in the Northamptonshire Prem at age 15. And very much looking the part.
I always think of the poor so-and-sos in, you know, when he was bowling in schools cricket.
Yes. Yes. Not a lot of fun.
Nope. Holland is in, bowls again. Vasconcelos very solidly sort of walking into the defensive push rather, rehearses it, but the movement when it's come, when Holland has been able to straighten it, it's from the sort of green patches and also from the you can almost see the bowlers follow through in them as well, and where they've left grass on for him, but it's been just a little bit too wide. When he's bowled straight, he hasn't really moved. In he goes. Bowls, and ooh, good leave, because that zipped back a little bit and Cox took it diving, flinging himself away to his right.
It's a very good take, that really did go.
And he did pick up a couple of wickets from batters leaving Bristol. Wasn't so very far from doing the same there. 1 ball to go on what has been an absorbing day's county cricket at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Holland is in and bowls Vasconcelos solidly behind it, keeps it out, and Northamptonshire have survived that little testing spell of 5 overs without any damage being done. They close on 6 without loss in their first innings, that is replying to Leicestershire's first innings of 304 all out. Enough there though for Leicestershire to be hopeful that the ball will continue to move around tomorrow morning, and in the context of being put in on a wicket that's offered the bowlers a little bit, Leicestershire won't be entirely displeased with their day, nor will Northamptonshire. I think the game is nicely poised at the end of day 1.
Yeah, it's been a fascinating day's play, and a lot of credit to the ground staff for producing a surface that's allowed that to be the case. It's given everybody a chance. Maybe if it stays dry, the spinners might come into it a bit more if we get through to back end of day 3. And but as I say, positives are both sides. It comes debrief in a few minutes' time, and been a absorbing test. We'll see, have a point proven. They haven't got a win yet. They lost the first game, but they've bossed the next 2 without getting a win, and they will be looking, I'm sure, to try and convert a promising, if not a commanding position into a victory sometime in the next 2 or 3 days. But their third win was top table. They'll fancy themselves. If they amongst it tomorrow morning, they have a strong first session to hold the game themselves. But really, really good day's cricket.
Andrew, from BBC Radio Northampton and myself, Richard, from BBC Radio Leicester. We'll be back with you at 5 tomorrow. Brought to you by BBC Sport, ECB, available all of it on your neck at a time. The Uptonsteel County Ground as the colours are brought out and the dust rises from the crease as the ground staff sweep it all away. It's a very good evening to you all.